Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had Black Widow as toxic girlfriend? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. August 6, 1995. Lily and James Potter could not be happier. It had been a week since Lily gave birth to a pair of twins named Harry and Arthur Potter. Both at the moment looked identical because of the gray eyes and no hair look that most babies had when recently born. However, the healer at St. Mungo said that would be changing soon enough as soon as they grew a little more. They had already brought them both to Potter Manor since they were released from the hospital 3 days ago, as soon as Lily was cleared. At the moment, James was currently trying to feed Harry his milk before he put him to bed for the night. James smiled down out at Harry. "Drink up, Harry. Sooner you get bigger the sooner I can teach you to ride a broom." James cooed at the toddler. Harry showed no sign of even hearing what his father had even said, as he was so intent on trying to gain as much milk down his throat as possible. "What was that you said, James? It almost sounded like you just expressed a desire to have our baby on a broomstick," Lily said with a sharp edge in her voice as she walked in the room carrying Arthur, who she was also feeding. James paled as he turned around sharply, toddler still in hand. "Now Lily, of course I meant when he had grown up more and was an appropriate age to ride when," James said hurriedly before he found himself sleeping on the couch. Again, Lily shot him a withering look that promised pain. "Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what you meant," Lily said. "It had better have been," she whispered just loud enough for him to hear. James chuckled awkwardly to try to defuse the situation before it got out of hand and Mount Lily erupted. Before the situation could defuse any further, their fireplace roared to life. Albus Dumbledore stepped out in all his glory. "Good evening, Lily, James. I hope I find you well on this summer evening," Dumbledore said with a grandfather smile and patented eye twinkle. "Professor, it's great to see you. What brings you to our house this late in the evening? Not order business, I hope. We did tell you we were taking some time off for our newborns, didn't we?" Lily asked while James smiled at him from behind her. "Calm down, Lils. I'm sure he just came to see little Arthur and Harry. Right, Professor?" James questioned. Dumbledore smiled again, though this one did not quite reach his eyes. "Unfortunately, I have come here for a little of both and have sadly brought disturbing news with. Perhaps it would be best to put the children to sleep for the night while I tell you what I came here tonight to say," Dumbledore told them. At this point, Lily and James started to look concerned by the serious tone that Dumbledore had just used. This did not bode well, so they nodded before going to put both children down for bed. When they came back, James immediately asked, "All right, Dumbledore, what's going on? No one in the Order died, did they? Has the war taken a turn for the worse?" "No, luckily, but it sadly has not taken a turn for the better either," Dumbledore responded solemnly. "But that's not what I came here to talk about. I came to tell you grave news, and it concerns your children," Dumbledore said as he looked at both of them to try and gauge their reaction from his statement. James looked concerned and full of worry. Lily had man-why emotions flashing over her face at once. The primary ones seemed to be worry and anger. "What news could possibly concern our children? They are both healthy and out of danger of the war," Lily said with anger clear in her tone. "I'm afraid a true prophecy has been told that can pertain your children. It states that a baby that was born as the 7th month dies will have the power to kill Voldemort. He will be born from those that have already thrice defied the Dark Lord. You and the Longbottoms are the only ones that this prophecy can pertain to. I have already informed the Longbottoms and now have informed you as well," Dumbledore said gravely. "Wait, isn't that a good thing? It basically says that one of our children will grow up to be able to kill Voldemort, right?" Lily asked, confused. Dumbledore sighed. "Unfortunately, no, it doesn't. Voldemort has heard the prophecy as well and now has made both your sons and the Longbottom's child his top priority," Dumbledore stated. Both Potters looked horrified as they finally understood what Dumbledore had been trying to tell them. "Oh my God, Albus! What do we do? We can't survive if Voldemort focuses all his forces on killing us. We'll be dead by the end of the week, James exclaimed loudly. Unfortunately, we're limited on options. The best one, however, would be to go into hiding. Dumbledore said, I can perform the Fidelis charm which will hide you from all but your secret keeper. Is this agreeable for you both? Dumbledore questioned at both of them. What choice do we have? We have to protect our children at all cost. Lily said in a frightened whisper. Excellent. Then I will make all the necessary arrangements while you two decide who you will make your secret keeper. May I suggest one of your 3 friends, James? You all seem as close as brothers, and I'm sure all are trustworthy enough for such a position. Dumbledore said with a slightly warmer voice. James nodded silently, still trying to process all this information he had just heard. Well, I suppose I shall take my leave. I shall come visit you in a week to see on who you've decided. Until then. Dumbledore finished as he threw the powder into the fire and flamed away, leaving 2 distraught Potters. October 31st, 1996. It had been more than a year for the Potter family and much had changed. For starters, they no longer lived in Potter Manor but in Potter Cottage, which was under Fidelis in Godric's Hollow. After much discussion, the Potters along with Sirius Black decided it would be best if they made Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper because no one would suspect him. The biggest change, however, was the growth of Harry and Arthur Potter. Harry had grown hair which was pitch black in color that clashed magnificently with his emerald green eyes. Arthur, on the other hand, had brown hair that seemed to be tinted with red, which most decided was a mix between his father and mother. His eyes were also a goldish brown in color and spread his childlike warmth to whoever gazed in them. On this particular Halloween night, James and Lily, who had been cooped up in the house since the Fidelis was put on it, decided to go out to dinner. Now, Peter, remember the boys need to be fed and in bed by no later than 7:30. Lily sternly told the slightly frightened-looking Peter. Of course, Lily. I'll make sure they're in bed safe and sound by 7:30 on the dot. You two just go and enjoy a nice night out. Peter responded nervously. Come on, Lily, James exclaimed. Peter can handle the kids. Tonight is just you and me, James said while smiling at her. Lily smiled back. Well, I suppose we should go then, Lily said. Goodbye, Harry, bye, Arthur. Mommy will be back soon, she said to the 2 toddlers giggling on the couch. She smiled at them one last time before grabbing James's hand and finally saying goodbye to Peter before apparating away. As soon as they did, Peter dropped his nervous smile and looked at the twins with a slightly sad look. Sorry, boys, but you're in my master's way for immortality, Peter said solemnly. Both toddlers smiled back at him. Uncle Wormy, up, exclaimed both toddlers, clearly not having a clue what Peter was saying and simply wanted to be picked up. Wormtail sighed. He picked both boys up and took them to their rooms. Once he laid them down in their quiz, he put them both to sleep. He then walked outside just past the wards where a being cloaked in black was waiting. The Potters have left, I presume. Let's get this over with quickly, Wormtail. I have other places to be. Voldemort hissed at the frightened rat man. Of course, my lord. They are upstairs in the nursery waiting. Shall I wait outside? Wormtail asked in fright. Yes. Prepare to leave soon. I won't be long. Voldemort hissed before walking into the house. He climbed the stairs before entering the nursery that housed both Potter infants. He walked up to both and started to do what any evil villain would does when they meet their enemy. He started to monologue. Well, if it isn't the twin Potters at last. I've had quite the time finding your location and figuring out how to kill you. But alas, we are at the end of the road, he stated confidently. At some point in his speech, young little Harry had woken up and stood in his crib to look at the funny-looking man who seemed to like to talk more than his brother. Voldemort took notice of this. Has one of you woken to face me? How delightful. I was like to see the light fade from my enemies' eyes before they depart from this world, said Voldemort with a hint of pleasure. He pulled out his wand as Harry still looked on curiously and said the dreaded killing curse. Avada Kedavra, he whispered. As the spell raced to Harry, a magical barrier of pure white erected in front of him, rebounding the spell and causing it to shoot back at the surprised Dark Lord. Before he could even make a noise of surprise, the spell hit him, causing him to explode in what appeared to be a dark cloud. As that cloud spread, a piece seemed to latch onto the still sleeping form of Arthur's head and form a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt. As soon as the smoke disappeared, Wormtail came running in. He looked at both twins, who were asleep again, and his master's robes on the floor next to his master's wand. He also heard the familiar pop outside that signaled some just apparat to the property, likely feeling the magical disturbance in the wards. He quickly picked up the wand and was about to pop away before Dumbledore came in and yelled, "Stupefy." Pettigrew was knocked out, and Dumbledore assessed the rest of the situation. He looked at both twins and saw the scar on Arthur's head. He immediately knew that this boy was the child of prophecy. He heard more pops but relaxed when he heard Lily and James's voice calling up the stairs. When they ran into the nursery, they immediately checked to see if their children were all right after seeing that there was no immediate threat. After checking over both of them, they looked at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, what's going on? What was the magical disturbance in the wards just now?" James yelled, barely concealing his panic. "It appears with Peter's help, Voldemort was able to get into the house and attack your children," Dumbledore said as he gestured to the knocked-out Peter. He then stroked his long white beard. "It would also seem that Voldemort's attack failed due to young Arthur here," said Dumbledore as he gently picked up Arthur and showed the scar on his forehead to his parents. Lily gasped, "Is that—" She trailed off, waiting for Dumbledore to confirm her thought process. "I'm afraid it is the mark of his equal. I present to you Arthur, the boy who lived," Dumbledore said. Meanwhile, Harry remained forgotten in his crib and would remain forgotten for a long time after this. "Well, that was tough. Tell me what you guys think of it. Really curious on what you thought. I know this chapter was pretty predictable because how often this type of story is used, but I personally like it, and the pain it causes Harry eventually leads to how strong he will get to defy all odds and expectations, which I love. So make sure you guys review for me. Till next time. Peace." Chapter 2. So I made it to Chapter 2, which I consider a personal victory on my part. To all of those who have already followed and favorited my story, I just want to say thank you so much. The feeling you get when you create something that people like is just amazing, and it wouldn't be possible without you guys. Now about the story. I have no plans to just randomly quit this story even if I, for some reason, lose interest in it. I have a pretty good idea where I want to take it, so my goal is to stick with it till it's finished. Not sure how often I'll update because of stuff like school and jobs, but I promise to get them out as soon as possible. Finally, I don't own Harry Potter or Marvel. Now that that is out of the way, on to the story. June 29th, 2000. It has been 4 years since we left the Potter family, and a lot has changed since then. The end of the war and the defeat of Lord Voldemort being the biggest. Young Arthur Potter was proclaimed to be the boy who lived and defeated Voldemort by Dumbledore himself. This of course skyrocketed the Potter family's popularity to enormous level and made them the most famous family in all of magical Britain. Young Arthur was treated to be a gift from God himself and also thought to be a future Light Lord in the making. His parents, caught up in the hype, promoted all these rumors and showered their child with love and adoration. Yes, everything looked to be going perfectly for the Potter family except for one thing. One small living, breathing thing that was currently hidden in shadows of the Potter library, reading on different magical animals in the world and what resources they gave to the modern-day magical world. Yes, this small being was one Harry James Potter. A young almost 5-year-old boy with black as night hair and eyes as bright as emeralds. The twin of Arthur and son of both Lily and James Potter, though only on paper. You see, the Potters had, over the years, forgotten they even had another son. It started with small, almost unnoticeable things like forgetting to call Harry down for dinner or tucking him into bed at night. It eventually got worse and worse. Forgetting to call him down for dinner turned into not even making food for him. Forgetting to tuck him in turned to forgetting why their son's room even had 2 beds in it. They got rid of his bed, forcing him to take up residence in one of the many guest rooms in Potter Manor, which they had moved back to after the end of the war. Harry hadn't done anything to correct his parents' behavior though. You see, Harry wasn't like most children or even like many adults. His mind worked differently. To him the world was a puzzle, but a puzzle that went on seemingly forever and could manipulate it by where you put what piece. At first he didn't understand his parents' behavior at first, but he researched it in their library and found that they were performing what was called child neglect. The book he read told him that this practice was wrong and could get his parents in trouble. But he had no desire to see that happen to his parents, but he also learned not to carry for his opinions and what they thought. Because he liked to read so much of anything he could get his hands on, he soon pictured his parents and the people around him like the creatures in his book. He never really thought of himself as one of those creatures because to him all the creatures around him were different to what he was. Even at his age he could tell that humans, on his eyes, were stupid when something didn't fit in their thought parameters or they simply were confronted with a problem. They questioned it but made no motion to solve the problem themselves. Many times they waited for someone better, smarter, or stronger came along to help them with their problem. Most humans made no move to use the logic at their disposal to find the answers to their questions based on information they already knew. Of course, Harry did do things like that though. He used logic and the knowledge at his disposal to find out anything he could. He once read in a book that knowledge was power but wisdom was knowing how to use that power. He took that quote to heart. So he decided he would one day grow powerful himself. He wouldn't foolishly rely on his parents. He would use any means he could to amass his own knowledge. He wouldn't be held back by the foolish creatures around him. So over the years that's exactly what Harry did. He gathered as much knowledge as he could. He spent most of his time reading and learning. He learned how to cook and clean for himself. But he also learned other things as well. He of course learned of magic and what he called his own personal magic. When first reading about magic, he was confused. All the books he read said that magic was used with a wand or other magical conduit of some sort. But that didn't make any sense. How would they know to build magical conductors for their magic without having performed magic without the conductors if they didn't already? They knew they had magic, meaning they had already been able to perform magic without the conductor. This got him to think that maybe he didn't even need the conductor. Maybe it wasn't as much of a requirement as the magic humans thought. So he practiced as much as he could whenever he could. He focused on something he thought simple first. He tried to make a book come closer to him with magic by itself. He did this for 2 weeks without any results. On the 14th day, he poured all his concentration into moving the book with just magic. Just before he was about to give up, the book jumped, causing Harry's eyes to widen with surprise. After that incident, he kept trying till eventually he could push and pull the book with him absolute ease. This accomplishment allowed him to move on and practice other types of wandless magic. He would try transfiguration and charms until he could perform enough simple ones that he deemed himself proficient enough for the time being. This didn't stop him from reading. His favorites were about the magical creatures and their might. Dragons alone took entire teams of dragon handlers just to contain one. Their scales were strong to regular attacks and magical ones barely ever made dents unless in large amounts and concentrated. Truly fearsome creatures, to be sure. This got young Harry to thinking of how he could possibly get them under his own control. This is where he started to try and influence minds with his magic. From the way his books talked about the mind, it would be better if his target was young since their minds weren't as developed. This made him think they would be easier to manipulate. With that thought process, he started to practice on his younger twin. This took him 2 months of hard concentration before he was able to accomplish it. He first made Arthur do normal tasks that wouldn't look too out of the ordinary, but at the same time not something Arthur ever would normally do by himself, like clean his room. After learning out to manipulate minds to an extent, Harry continued to learn more and more. Although soon he grew tired of being limited to the Potter house. He wanted real-life experience under his belt, and he would never get that here. The birthday celebration would be the best opportunity one get. Everyone will be so focused on Arthur that I will easily be able to slip away, thought Harry. He turned the page on a book that explained spells for common household injuries, such as sprained ankles, cuts, and minor fractures and breaks. I shall also have to take one of James's extra never-ending bags to store books and other materials in. As he thought this, he looked out the one window in the library and down to the manor's backyard, where the rest of his family along with Sirius and Remus were showing Arthur how to ride a practice broom for the first time. They all seemed to be laughing and having the times of their lives. Harry showed no visible sign of caring and would never admit that the scene caused a slight pang in his chest. He looked away from the scene and back to his book. Soon I shall leave this place and have this chapter of my life come to a close. Harry thought to himself. Soon I will become the most powerful being ever. July 31st, 2000, Arthur and Harry's birthday. Harry saw the guests arriving from his room, and there appeared to be a lot of them this year. He didn't care, they wouldn't hinder his plans. After packing everything he needed for a month, he had everything. He needed to leave this house for good. He would finally be free to live his life without any restrictions on it. He packed in the bag and waited for everyone to become immersed with each other to notice any child slip out the window. As soon as that happened, Harry opened the window and prepared to jump to the tree opposite it. He took one last look at his room before jumping to the tree. He grabbed on to the branch and hauled himself to a sitting position on it. He then looked back his window and willed it closed with his magic. With that, he jumped down the rest of the way. It was farther down than he thought, and the landing was rougher than he would have liked. Note to self: make way to non-painfully descend from high places. Harry thought to himself. He brushed himself off and approached the manor's front window that looked right into the festivities. He saw his brother surrounded by his family and people from all over that came from all over to pay homage to the supposed boy who lived. In fact, they had just taken out the cake and had started to sing happy birthday to young Arthur, who looked like he couldn't be happier. Again felt the mysterious pang in his chest that he had felt a month ago. Watching all those people sing to his brother and show their love and adoration for him made Harry himself want no crave for that same type of attention that had once also been given to him. But he squashed that feeling before anything could become of it. I have chosen who I will be. I cannot be swayed by my emotions from the past, thought Harry. With that, Harry turned his back on the house and walked away without looking back while still hearing happy birthday in his ears until he had crossed onto a different street. October 1st, St. 2000. It had been 2 months since Harry had left his home, and after a week he had made it to London. He spent much time observing how other non-magical humans interacted with each other. Kids his age that lived on the street. He often saw pickpocket older humans to gain money for food or shelter later in the day. He too wanted to learn how to do this. So for the first month in London he tried to learn how to pickpocket by observing other kids and the occasional teen do it. From what he could tell, the most successful were those who didn't even look to be making any sort of physical contact. They timed their hands swinging perfectly with the target's walking pace and simply slipped their hand in as they went by them and put the wallet in their pocket before the target noticed. Then they would duck in an alley or a side street, take the money out and throw the wallet away. Once Harry felt ready to perform it, he too also tried. He failed on most of his early attempts, but by the end of the month had gotten the hang of it. Once he felt he mastered it, he would try to do it with magic by using his influence over the mind to just make random people give him their money and then forget he existed. It was on his latest little cash run that Harry felt something wrong. As he had just gotten the money and was walking away, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He turned around quickly but saw no one in the dark shadows of the afternoon. He walked away hurriedly from the man who just gave him money and dropped his mind charm. He walked into a nearby side alley and tried to hurry away when the hair on his neck stood up again. This time he knew some was following him. He had read enough about human instinct to know not to just ignore it. He spun around fast and tried to confront the man or woman who was following him, but midway through his spin, he was pushed against his side roughly and forced to the ground. This is bad. Maybe I can force him to go away by overpowering his thoughts, thought Harry. Before Harry could even reach for his magic to overpower this man, he felt something sharp and cold pressed against his neck. I wouldn't try that little mind trick of yours. If I feel even a tickle on mine, it'll slit that little throat of yours, the mysterious man said. Harry noticed that he didn't seem to have a malicious tone, just a matter-of-fact one. Harry wasn't sure if people felt when he temporarily overrode their mind, but he wasn't about to take a chance and find out. Is there something you wanted from me, or is this just a mugging? If so, you can take all I've got, Harry said, trying to not give this man a reason to slit his throat. The man smiled back. Nah, I was just curious. I saw that little trick of yours. It was pretty cool, especially without a wand. Didn't even look like it took a lot out of you. That's impressive, the man said with a good-natured tone as he backed the knife away from Harry's throat. Yes, well, thank you for your kind words, but seeing as it doesn't seem you have any real business with me, would you mind if I left now? Harry asked as he rubbed his throat where the man's knife previously sat. He was finally able to good look at the man who had been threatening him. He seemed tall, though he couldn't tell very well since he was still a child. He had dark brown hair and blue eyes that didn't quite match his face. He had a good-natured smirk on his face that didn't do a good job of representing the man. His body and the way he carried himself, while although appearing laid back, looked to be coiled like a snake and ready to pounce like a tiger. No matter how put it, this man looked dangerous to Harry. Sure, but first let me make you an offer, the man said with his smile still in place. What's the offer? Questioned Harry apprehensively. I want you to come and train under me, the man said, smiling even wider now. This surprised Harry and threw him for a loop. Why would you want to train me? Harry asked, confused. I'm going to be honest with you. I know that you're a wizard. I know because my older brother was also a wizard. He was what you would call a muggle-born. You know what that is? The man asked as he looked at Harry for an answer. Harry nodded back at the man, waiting to see where he was going with this. Good. Well, I am obviously not a wizard like my brother, but I do know about the world since my brother, before his passing in the war, educated me on who and what wizards and magic was, so I could always be on the lookout. I uses that knowledge also to help me with my job. You see, I'm a man with a very particular skill set, the man said, trying to see if Harry had caught on. From the look on his face, it was obvious he hadn't. I kill people. I want to train in how to kill people, or really anything. I will teach you all I can on how to take down your enemies and as much as I can about magic. In return, I want you to lend me your magical abilities for my jobs. Do you accept my little proposal? I swear that no matter your answer, that I will let you walk away from here alive. The man finished as he looked at Harry. Harry was shocked. This man wanted him to help him kill people. Sure, he didn't particularly care for humans, but that didn't mean he wanted them dead. But on the other hand, this man was going to help him and probably teach him skills that not many other could teach him. This was a golden opportunity to accomplish exactly what he wanted since he had left home. He looked up at the man and continued to carefully weigh both the pros and cons of such a situation. He looked at the man. He seemed to be content with letting Harry take his time in thinking his proposal over. He still looked very nonchalant, wearing a hoodie and jeans. He certainly didn't look like an elite assassin or even just a regular assassin. Finally, Harry decided. He would go with this man, and if he wasn't adequate, then he would simply learn what he could and leave. But if he was good, then he would stay with him and still learn everything he can. It was a win-semi-win situation. All right, I accept your offer. I'll go with you, Harry said as confidently as he could in front of a man who he was now sure was a trained killer. Excellent, said the man with a giant grin. Well then, shall we be on our way? Don't want to waste too much time out here, do we? The man said as he started to lead Harry out of the alley they had been conversing in. Oh, and by the way, my name is Nick. Just Nick, and yours? The now identified Nick asked. Harry. Just Harry, said Harry quietly after deciding to from now in forego his once family's surname. Nick smiled down at him as if he honestly found him quite funny. Well then, just Harry. Allow me to welcome you to the world of death known as Assassination, said with his trademark grin plastered on his face. Harry looked at the grin and gulped. What have I got myself into with this human? And that is a wrap for the second chapter. I want to just give a major shout out to my little brother who stayed up to help me edit this before I posted it so it wouldn't have too many errors in it. Again, I want to thank everyone who followed and favorited my story. It really does mean so much to me. Hopefully I'll be able to post, if not tomorrow, then sometime this weekend. Until then, peace. Chapter 3. Made it to the 3RD chapter. Decided to post this early because Mythogirly left such a nice review and it made me feel happy to see someone like my work so much. As always, I would like to thank those who faved and followed my story even with all its mistakes. So far I've gotten 40 follows and 21 favorites. That just blows me away and makes me so excited and happy. I will do my best to have them edited and have them corrected. One last thing. If I don't plan to update this story for more than a week, I'll let you guys know, usually at the end of the last chapter or in an author's note. Now on to other things. I don't own Harry Potter or Marvel. May 1st, St. 2001. It had been 7 months since Harry had been picked up by Nick. There was no other way to describe those months except by calling them hell. The training regime that Nick had made up to improve Harry enough to be useful enough for him was brutal and would get him thrown in jail forever for the kind of child abuse he was issuing to Harry. From 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. was when Harry did his physical exercise. Then from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., he would study magic from the books he had taken from Potter Manor. The first exercises that Nick had Harry doing was cardio-related, such as running and teaching him how to free run and climb things. Harry wouldn't be allowed to stop until the time was over. No matter how tired he was, Harry would not stop until the time was over, mainly because the one time he did, Nick had tied him to a tree in the forest they were currently living in at the time and left him there all night. The wind was too cold, so he was forced to stay awake the whole night. After that one incident, Harry made sure that he had completed all his exercises for as long as his mentor told him. The results were definitely showing, though. Although he was too young to gain any real muscle, his endurance and flexibility shot through the roof. He knew for a fact that the amount of 5-year-olds with his physical endurance was probably less than the amount of fingers he had on one hand. Still, he would complain to Nick every day for the physical torture known as his training. The second part of the day was by far the easiest for Harry. He got to do his favorite thing, which was just sit down and read. Nick had told him to read up on all medical magic he could because for someone who had such a dangerous and life-threatening job, having a medic on the field would immediately shift the odds more in his favor. Harry himself definitely saw the logic in his thinking. Plus, learning medical techniques would most likely help him in the long run too. So every afternoon after lunch, he would go sit down against a comfy enough tree and read his books about healing. When he thought he got the basic idea of how to heal basic breaks and similar injuries, he asked Nick on how he was going to practice. Nick simply stood up and told him he would be right back. When he came back with a bird whose wing had clearly been shot through by a bullet, he gave Nick a look before using his magic to try and heal the bird the nearest way he could to how the book was telling him to. At first, it didn't look like anything was happening until a low golden glow surrounded the bird's wing, and the bullet wound slowly closed until it was completely gone. After that moment, Harry practiced healing wounds from simple cuts and bruises to healing his broken arm after he misjudged the distance of a jump while practicing free running one morning. Incidentally, Harry found that healing his own injuries were much easier than healing others' wounds. He also found out after he healed his broken arm that the bones seemed more solid and strong his other ones. When telling Nick of this phenomenon, Nick simply responded that his magic was trying to reinforce his bones to prevent future breaks from happening. Harry wished he never told Nick about that. Ever since then, Nick had been increasing his training intensity, knowing by now that Harry could heal almost all wounds he gained. Now, however, it was time to put Harry's training to the test. Nick had finally deemed him smart enough to join him on a mission with him. Harry wouldn't lie and say he wasn't the least bit excited. 1, he could finally test out all the skills he learned, and 2, they would finally be leaving this god-awful forest in the middle of nowhere. "Alright kid, you ready to head out? Got us a car that's waiting for us on a road about a mile from where we currently are," Nick said with his stupid happy-go-lucky grin on his face. Harry really hated that grin. "Yes, let's go. Sooner we leave this forest, the better," Harry said in monotone. He knew Nick hated it when he spoke like this because it made him sound not human, which was also the reason he only talked in monotone now. "Cut it out with the voice, kid. It's creepy as hell." Nick half yelled at him. "I have no idea what you are talking about. Shall we leave?" Harry asked blandly. Nick shivered. "Yeah, let's get out of this forest," Nick replied. They both started the mile trek to wherever Nick had parked their car. Harry thought about the mission they were about to do. He honestly didn't know much about it at this point. All he knew is that there was supposed to be some high-class party being held by some of Britain's most financially elite members. Nick didn't give much details about the target. All he knew was that their target was some middle-aged man that apparently liked to exploit poor African countries for their natural resources or something similar. By now we had made it to the car, which was a sedan that appeared to have a silver lion roaring on its hind legs. "Put the baggage in the trunk and hop in back," Nick said. Harry nodded and moved to grab the luggage while he opened the trunk so Harry could put in our bags. When Harry was done, Nick motioned for him to get in the back seat while he took the wheel. Harry slept for most of the way there, so he couldn't be sure of how far they were from London. When he opened his eyes again from his nap, the sun looked a little past its highest point in the sky, meaning it must have taken a few hours to get here since they left at 8 in the morning. Hey, let's go grab some lunch and then explain to you exactly what's going to go down tonight, Nick said as he walked towards a nearby cafe. Harry nodded and followed him in, while Nick ordered them sandwiches. Seemed pretty packed, which Harry guessed was normal since it was lunchtime and they were in the middle of London. When Nick was done getting their sandwiches, they headed back to the car to eat them and to talk privately. Alright, this is how it's going to work, Nick started as he opened up his sandwich and started taking bites. The target is going to arrive in at the hotel at around 8 according to my contacts. We're going to do this clean without getting other involved. When he goes inside, one of his 4 security guards is going to go park his car in the private garage for this party. You are going to wander in pretending that you are just some lost kid who was trying to get into the party with his parents. When you see the guard, you will mentally overpower him and convince him that he parked the car and went back to the party without any problems and that he did not see some 5-year-old along the way. While doing this, you will have to also avoid the garage's security team that watched over the cars to make sure no one tampers with them. If you get caught, then just mentally overpower them as well and keep on going with the job. You will find the target's car, which is a new 2000 black Bentley. Once you find it, you will crawl under the car and plant a C4 charge. Once down, you will leave the garage without attracting any attention to yourself. You got all that? Nick asked as he finished his explanation of his plan. Yes, I believe so. Sounds simple enough, but what will you be doing while I plant the bomb? Asked Harry, more curious than worried that his mentor was planning to betray him or something else equally foolish. Nick smirked at him. The garages has cameras in it. Since you don't know how to hack yet, I will be doing that to play the cameras a looped feed to not arouse suspicion, Nick said as he then continued to eat his sandwich. I see, said Harry as he thought over this plan that Nick had made. In theory, the plan sounded great, but Nick told that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And what if something goes wrong with this plan? Harry said, slightly worried as he took the last bite of his sandwich. Nick shrugged back at him. This plan has a low percentage of going wrong, since even if we do run into a problem, you can most likely just force anyone we run into to leave us alone, Nick said nonchalantly. Unless we run into more than one person. I can definitely hold down one person, but more than that would be much more difficult, Harry said, trying to express his worries. Well, then I guess we both better not screw up too bad then, huh? Nick said as he smiled at Harry. Your laid-back attitude does not bode well for my survival, Harry said bluntly. Nick pretended to pout. Ah, Harry, you wound me. Don't tell me after all these months of working you don't think you can handle such a simple mission. You know, a mission rarely gets any easier than this, and we're lucky I got it before someone else did, Nick said, still pretending to pout. If you say so. Perhaps we should start to prepare, since according to the clock we only have 5 hours till the man gets to the party, Harry said to the now smiling again Nick. Harry, you just read my mind, Nick said as he started the car and drove to their hotel so they could prepare for the evening. Same day, 7:45 p.m. Harry was currently standing across the street in a small tux waiting for the man to get to the hotel. Checking in. Harry, can you hear me? Asked Nick from the earpiece that was in Harry's ear. Yes, I hear you clearly. What's the status of the target? Harry asked as he started to head to the parking lot and get in position while also trying to talk quietly so no one would notice some random kid talking to himself and call the cops. Excellent. The target is en route and currently 3 blocks away according to these street cameras I've temporarily plugged myself into. How you feeling? Any first mission jitter? Nick asked seriously for once. I would be lying if I didn't say I wasn't a little nervous, but it's fine. I have it under control. I'm currently by the parking lot and in position. Soon as you give me the word, I'm good to go, Harry said, still trying to talk quietly. Good. I'll tell you when it's time to make a move, Nick said, then went silent. Harry to go silent. He stated to think what he was about to do. He was going to be killing another human being for the first time, or at least help with the killing of one. He knew he was going to eventually have to do this as soon as he joined up with Nick, but knowing it and being in the moment about to do it were two different things. He took another deep breath of the cold air to try and calm himself. Target just arrived at party. Mission is a go, Nick said suddenly through his earpiece. As soon as he said it, Harry was moving. He went to the back entrance that had the least amount of people near it and was connected to an alley. He then waited a few minutes for the car to appear. When it did, it zoomed past and up the ramp to the next floor. Harry followed it up the ramp since taking the stairs would run the risk of bumping into someone. As he crouched behind a car to avoid 3 members of the security team as they walked by, he noticed the car draw near a spot on the side of the garage. Car has just parked. Driver is getting out and departing downstairs as we speak. Make sure to keep an eye on him in case he happens to have forgot anything in the car and come back, Harry said as he crouched and moved his way to the Bentley while occasionally ducking behind other cars to hide from the guards. Good thinking. I'm watching him. Looks like he just left parking lot and headed to party, but I'll keep my eyes out for him, Nick responded, sounding slightly impressed. Harry slowly approached the car and then slid under it as soon as he was sure no guards were watching. Under car. Planting charge, Harry said. He only had 1 stick of C4, but since he was planting it under the gas tank, Nick said that it would be fine. Good, now hurry up and get out of there. Don't want any trigger-happy guards to see you before the mission is even hallway over, Nick said back. Okay, Harry responded. Once he fastened the stick under the gas tank, he rolled from under the car and started to make his way back the way he came. He went down the ramp and was walking to the back entrance. Hey, a man said from behind as he grabbed Harry on the shoulder from behind. Harry almost jumped out of his skin when he felt the huge hand slam down on him. Before he could make a move, the man spun him around. What do you think you're doing here, kid? This is a private garage and you are not authorized to be here, the man said, glaring at Harry suspiciously. Acting fast, Harry stretched his magic to the man as fast as he could and took him over. When he saw the man's eyes go glassy, he took a breath. He forced the man to think he never saw Harry and that everything was fine before turning him around and marching him off somewhere else. As he saw him march away, Harry took a deep breath. That was way to close, Harry thought to himself as he turned and left the garage. This is Harry. I have left the parking garage and am making my way back to our hotel, Harry said, still short of breath from his near failure. Understood. Everything okay? Sounded like you almost got compromised, Nick asked. Yes, everything is fine. Just got a little spooked is all, Harry said. I'll see you back at the hotel. Roger that. See you when you get here, said Nick. Harry took a deep breath when he heard only silence. He didn't want to be this exposed out in the night, so he jogged back to the hotel they were staying at. The hotel was only 3 blocks away from the hotel their target was at. Harry thought that was a little close, but when he voiced his concerns to Nick, he just waved him off and said it was fine. As Harry entered the hotel, he felt himself relax a little. He entered the elevator and punched in his floor before waiting. When the doors reopened to let him out, he went immediately to Nick and his room and knocked. The door opened, showing Nick smiling and ushering him in. As soon as he came in and the door shut behind him, Nick spoke. I have to say, for a first time, that wasn't bad. We'll have to work on some things, but definitely not bad. Congrats on a success plant, Harry, Nick said while patting Harry. Even if you say that, I still messed up. I had to rely on my magic to get myself out of a sticky situation. I want to be able to gain enough skill to not have to use an ounce of magic on a mission, Harry stated sullenly at the fact that in his mind he had failed. That's a good goal to have. Tell you what, the party doesn't end for a few hours. Why don't you get in some shut-eye and I'll wake you when the fireworks start, Nick suggested. Harry nodded gratefully before taking off his jacket and laying himself out on the couch. He must have just been awake on adrenaline alone, because as soon as he closed his eyes, he was out. Harry woke up several hours later when Nick was shaking up. Hey Harry, the fireworks are about to start. You need to get up. You're not going to want to miss this, Nick said. Harry shook his head to clear the blurriness and stood up. Alright, so where are we going? Harry asked. To the roof. Follow me, Nick said as he led Harry out the hotel door. They took the stairs since the elevator didn't go up to the roof. When they go there, Nick walked over to the edge, which was protected by a stone railing of sorts. Harry followed closely behind. Nick looked at Harry and motioned him to look down. Harry complied and looked down, and at first didn't see what Nick meant. It was 2 at night, so he wasn't sure exactly what he was supposed to be looking for. That's when he noticed that a black familiar-looking car was about to drive past the hotel. "It's the target in his car," Nick said to confirm Harry's suspicions. Nick reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a remote. He handed the remote to Harry and looked at him with a serious look on his happy face. "Time for you to make your final choice, Harry. I've trained with you for 7 months. But to truly show me that you're in this with me, I want you to click that button. If you don't want to, then give it back to me and you can walk away from this life right now," Nick said as he took a step away from Harry to allow him to choose. Harry panicked. Nick expected him to be the one who clicked the button. He wasn't sure he was ready for that. Sure, he wanted to learn the skills that Nick had to offer him, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to kill people for it. Although his mind was panicking, his heart already knew the answer he would choose. When he first met Nick, he wanted to use him for his own advancement, but after spending so much time with him, that had changed. Nick treated him in a way that no one ever treated him before. He was strict and rough but that was only so he would learn and be able to survive later in life. If he was honest to himself, Nick was the first father figure he had since he was 1. There was no way he was going back to the kind of lonely life he used to live, so he took one last look at the car and then looked back at Nick. Then he held up the remote and clicked the button. Man, that was long and tiring to write. I honestly have no idea how some people can continue and make 10,000-word chapters. Must be why they only update once a week. Anyways, hope you enjoyed this chapter. Just to be clear now, this is the only assassin kind of mission chapter I'm writing. I wrote it just so everyone would know that Harry has just committed his life to being a killer. He won't kill innocents. For those of you who don't like that thing, so be at ease. Well, that's it for now. Please, follow /favorite/ or review. Means a lot to me. Thanks. Until next time. Peace. Chapter 4. Alright, next chapter. Just want to say before I begin that before I posted chapter 3, I had around 600 views, and after I posted it, I now have 2,700, which I just find insane. Thank you guys so much for all the support and follows and favorites. I definitely could not work up the will to be posting a chapter a day without you guys. So now on to the story. August 5th, 2001, Potter Manor. It was a nice, warm August morning at Potter Manor. This goes double for one Lily Potter. For Lily, her life was perfect. She had an amazing husband who was due for a promotion to Aura Captain at his job. She had a magnificent son who she loved with all her heart. In fact, that son just had a birthday a week ago and had turned 6 years old. She could not be more proud of the boy that Arthur was becoming. He was so sweet and kind to everyone he met. He was modest and gracious and got along with almost anyone. Lily would admit that when he was younger, she feared he would end up with too much of James's personality. Luckily, that fear was unfounded. He had turned to take more after her, even if he did like to perform more than the average amount of pranks and liked to fly a little too fast for her taste on his broom. Despite that, he was a great kid and she loved him. If all this great news wasn't enough, she had just found out this morning that she was pregnant again. She hadn't told James yet because she wanted to confirm it for herself first. She was ecstatic when the healers at St. Mungo's told her. Even more so when she found out that it would be a girl. Oh, how she couldn't wait. All this talk of babies were reminding her of when Arthur was a baby. When he took his first steps, when he said mama for the first time, that time he accidentally climbed on a broomstick and they couldn't get him down for an hour because he was moving too fast and giggling the entire time. Such good memories. All these old memories were starting to get to Lily feeling nostalgic. She decided to go look at her old photo album of when Arthur was a baby. So she went upstairs to her room. She grabbed the book and went back down the stairs and sat back down on the couch. As soon as she opened the book, she was confused. The picture was, for the most part, what she expected. It was her, James, and Arthur looking at the camera and for the most part smiling, or giggling in Arthur's case. What she didn't expect to see was another baby boy in the picture. This one, unlike Arthur, had hair as black as night and eyes that shined like emeralds. The baby boy had a smile on her face. As she looked at him confused, A single name popped in her mind. Harry. With that name came other things. Memories and emotions she had once felt but had long since forgotten. She quickly flipped through the pages faster and faster, looking for more pictures of this boy with her family. As memories started to resurface, the more she looked at him. As the years went on in the book, the boy was seen less and less. Not only was he seen less, but his expression changed. While it was first happy like any toddler should be, his smile soon vanished, only to be replaced by blank stares of no emotion, almost as if he was dead. By the time they got to Arthur's 4th birthday, there was no more pictures of that black-haired little boy. As she tried to turn the page, she found that she couldn't. She looked at her hand to see that it was shaking. It was shaking uncontrollably, and she couldn't stop it. Her vision started to blur, and she couldn't seem to stop it. She felt water leak down her cheeks. She attempted to get up, but her legs gave out from under her and she toppled to the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, she wailed, though not of pain but of sadness. She cried and cried and cried as more and more memories of her forgotten child entered her mind, then suddenly seemed to stop after he hit the age of 3, which only made her cry some more. After 20 minutes of crying, a thought suddenly hit her. "Where is Harry?" she thought frantically. Suddenly her strength, which seemed to have been lost seconds ago, returned full force as she tore up the stairs. She checked every single bedroom they had and found nothing. She was really starting to panic as she got to the last door. "Please God, let him be here," she prayed as she opened the last door. Behind the door was no one. As she looked around, she did see signs of life. Dishes that had disappeared without a trace long ago. Books stacked neatly at the edge of the desk. A few old toys that clearly had seen better days. The room had clearly been abandoned long ago. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust that seemed to coat the room like a blanket. Lily collapsed against the door frame and slowly slid down to the floor. Before letting unconsciousness take her, one thought went through her mind. What have I done? 4 p.m. Same day. James just got home from a tiring day of filing papers at work. He was really trying his best to get that captain position, which had been a dream of his since he joined the Corps years ago. As he got home, though, his raggedness seemed to evaporate as the first thing he did was look for his beautiful, magnificent wife. Just as he was about to call out to her, he noticed something unusual about his home. There seemed to be something wrong in the way it looked. It was almost as if a feeling of dread and sadness wafted throughout the house like a late evening breeze. James couldn't remember the last time he felt such a feeling. It would have had to been in the war. This made him concerned. "Lily, you there?" James yelled out as he started to look around the house. Since they lived in an actual manor, this was no easy feat. "Lily, come on, you're scaring me. Come on out." James yelled again as he grew slightly panicked. After checking the downstairs area, he decided to check the upstairs. He was running now. As soon as he got to the hallway with all the bedrooms, he saw her. She was slumped against the guest bedroom door frame, knocked out. "Lily!" James screamed as he sprinted to her as fast he could, fearing the worst. As soon as he got to her, he checked her heart rate and confirmed that she was still alive and sighed with relief as soon as he felt it beating. "Lily, come on, wake up. You've got to wake up. You have to be okay. Lily, please." James pleaded to his knocked-out wife. As he finished, Lily's eyes fluttered open and looked at him. They red and puffy, which made him think that she was crying recently. "Lily, thank God you're okay. Why were you passed out? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" James asked as he hugged his wife to his chest as tight as he could without hurting her. "James," Lily whispered, "we forgot him. We forgot about Harry," Lily said. Her voice was completely devoid of all emotion, as if someone came and literally drained her of all of them. James looked back at her confused. "Who's Harry?" James asked, wondering if perhaps they had forgotten about an old friend and wondering why that would upset Lily so much. Lily simply looked at him, and her eyes made James feel like he was being sucked a dark abyss full of sadness and loneliness. Lily didn't respond. She simply reached out for the photo album that had fallen on the floor about a foot away from her and gave it to James. James was confused on what the problem was. He opened the book and started to flip through the pages and immediately saw the problem. He too saw the little black-haired boy that he hadn't given a thought to in years. He saw as the pages went the boy's smiles slowly disappear. He knew then what was coming but still hoped against hope that they didn't forget one of their own flesh and injury. As he kept going through the pages though, his suspicions were proven correct. Harry disappeared completely from the book after Arthur's 4th birthday. Lily, where is he? Where's Harry? James asked as his voice was hoarse with all the raw emotion he was feeling. He's gone, Lily whispered back as she clung to James a little tighter and tears started to appear in her eyes. Harry's gone. 6 p.m. Same day. Dumbledore was sitting in his office going over papers before the new school year started. He was sucking on a lemon drop and relaxing in his throne-like chair. That was until his fireplace roared to life and Lily and James appeared. That itself wasn't too out of the ordinary for Dumbledore, as his favorite students did stop by every now and again to talk about Arthur and any news on him. He was about to greet both with a grandfatherly smile, as he usually did until he took in their appearance. They both looked terrible. It was obvious both had been crying by their red puffy eyes and tear stains down their face. James, Lily, what's wrong? Did something happen to Arthur? Dumbledore said, getting to his feet just in case he needed to part swiftly. Professor, it's about Harry. James said back sullenly. Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't even heard a mention of the boy for many years now. He honestly couldn't remember the last time he had even seen the boy. He did relax a little though. At least Arthur is safe. Wouldn't have been good for the population if he died now before he could even complete his destiny. I see. How is Harry then? I must confess to not have remember seeing him that often recently. He's all right, I presume? Dumbledore asked them both. He's gone, Lily said as she looked down. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in confusion. Gone? What do you mean, Lily? Dumbledore asked her, seeking to better understand the situation. I mean, he's gone. We don't know where he is. We think he left a while ago, Lily said, still looking only at the ground. I see. Well, what efforts have you made to finding him? Dumbledore asked. A sudden thought pierced his mind. He couldn't have been kidnapped, could he? Dumbledore now asked, jumping at the possibility. While Harry most likely didn't have any information that could put the light side in jeopardy, if a dark family got hold of him, there was no telling how bad it could be, especially since children tend to remember quite a bit subconsciously. This suggestion also seemed to jolt Lily and James. You don't really think that could be possible, do you, Professor? James asked, regaining some of his voice as he suddenly filled with doubt. It is entirely possible. If a dark family got hold of him, there's no telling the damage they could do. Not only that, but Harry has roughly around the same potential as Arthur, if I remember correctly. Should he be raised by the dark, the damage this could cause if they teach him dark magic could astronomical. Dumbledore said as he thought about the situation more. Why would they train him in the dark arts? James questioned. It would be the perfect revenge against Arthur to force him to fight his own twin. With the dark arts, it would be easy to mold a child into a weapon. Dumbledore said. Of course, this is still just a theory. There is no guarantee that is what actually happened. Harry might have not been pleased with his home life and decided to leave. Children don't usually have much control of themselves, so that is also possible. Either way, we must find him as soon as possible, just in case and before he's put in any more danger. I assume you have already tried the tracker spell to try and locate him? Dumbledore asked. Lily nodded in response to him. That does not bode well, but perhaps a more powerful variant that has an increased range will do the trick. Dumbledore said as he pulled out his wand. He raised his and made a few complex motions before whispering the spell. Inveniat eam, he said clearly. His wand hovered in his hand before pointing in a direction. He was about to smile at the success of the spell until it did something unusual. His wand changed into an entirely different direction every 3 seconds. First north, then southeast, and so on. This is most unusual, Dumbledore said out loud. What? Did the spell work? Lily asked impatiently. Strange. It has locked onto the target, but something seems to be causing its signal to be constantly thrown for a loop. Most interesting, Dumbledore said, truly fascinated by this turn of events. So you're saying you can't find him? Lily said, starting to sulk again. Not immediately, I can't, but rest assured I will get in touch with all my contacts until Harry has been found and brought home safely. Dumbledore said as he tried to reassure both Potters. In the meantime, perhaps you should tell young Sirius and Remus about this so they can help you with your search. Dumbledore offered politely. Both Potters nodded before they left through to fireplace and went presumably back home. Well, that was interesting, thought Dumbledore as he slouched back into his throne-like chair. We must find and bring that boy back at all cost. Should he fall in the hands of the dark, he could become a real threat to our side, Dumbledore thought. He sat up and got up from his chair and moved to the fireplace. He reached out and grabbed a hand full of Floo powder and threw it in the fireplace. He had a few places to drop by tonight. I know this one is a little shorter than the last few, but bear with me. Needed to get this up so you guys could understand what was happening on the Potter front. Before anyone asks, Harry won't just forgive his parents for what they did. In fact, I'm thinking about making it so he never forgives them. At the same time, he isn't going to waste his time and effort hating them, either. So that's it. Make sure to leave reviews. Love all you guys. Peace. Chapter 5. Alright, here we go, Chapter 5. Just so people know where I'm going with this. I'm splitting this story into 3 arcs. The first arc is pre-Hogwarts. Second arc is going to be Hogwarts arc. The last arc is going to be Avengers arc. I'm not going to have Harry even start meeting Avengers till at least the Hogwarts arc. This chapter is going to have quite a few time skips, so we're going to see Harry start to mature and come out of his shell. Alright, on to the story. January 13th, 2002. It had been 8 months since Harry had decided to commit his talents and life to being Nick's partner in crime. He could honestly say nothing had changed much since then. Except the traveling. When they had finished their mission to kill the rich asshole in London, he thought they would head back to the forest and continue his training. Apparently that wasn't going to be the case. Nick told him the only reason he chose that forest was because he wasn't sure if Harry would fully commit himself to the lifestyle at the time and didn't want to compromise any of his safe houses in case he didn't play ball. Harry wasn't going to lie to himself. The fact that Nick hadn't trusted him that much back then had slightly hurt. He got over it though, realizing the logic behind doing such a thing since Nick, essentially, had just picked him up off the street one day. Still didn't make him happy though. Since then, however, Nick had said his true training was going to start. Now, instead of just cardio training, he was teaching him how to fight and protect himself as well. Listen, Harry. When in a fight, you have to use your strengths while protecting your weaknesses. You are small right now and therefore harder to hit. You are also very fast as well. You need to use these 2 major things to your advantage. You have almost no true strength, at least not until you get older. Until then, you have to use hit and run tactics. You go that? Nick finished as he looked at Harry expectantly. Yeah, I got it. Harry responded excitedly. He had been waiting to start being able to spar. Nick smirked back at him. Good. Let's get started. Now the way to fight that I'm showing you will capitalize on your strength and medical knowledge. You will launch quick jabs at pressure points to take down opponents bigger and stronger than you. Nick said. He threw a few fast strikes at the air to show Harry the correct form. After he looked at Harry to see if he understood. Alright, now you try. Nick told Harry as he took a step back. Harry gave a few experimental jabs like he saw Nick do a sec ago. No. You're moving your wrist too much when you throw the jab. You have to do it more rigid and quick. You need to commit more to the strike once it's thrown. Nick said as he grabbed Harry by his arm and fixed his movements. Now try it more like this, Nick said. As Harry looked at Nick and saw the effort he was putting in to correct him and show him the correct way, he did something he hadn't done in years. He smiled. April 14th, 2002, Berlin. Harry was running as fast as he possibly could. You may be asking why? Well, he was currently on a mission. Mission was pretty simple in his opinion. All he had to do was hang around outside of a warehouse and wait for a black market arms dealer to come out after he was done with whatever illegal deal he was currently in, and then simply take over him and make him appear to go crazy. He would pull out his gun and started shooting everyone until one of his guards put him down to protect himself. This in itself was no problem at all. He never even had to come down from the window of the warehouse, adjacent to theirs. Soon as the job was complete, he radioed in to Nick and told him the job was complete. Nick congratulated him on his first solo mission and told him to get back to their base ASAP. That was exactly what he was doing. That was until halfway there and felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand. He was instantly alerted to his tail that he must have picked up. He ducked into a nearby alley and sprinted as fast as he could to get as far away from whoever was tailing him as possible. Just when he got to the other end of the alley, he heard someone yell behind him. "Hey!" his stalker yelled at him. He glanced over his shoulder to see if the man was closing in. It looked like the man had taken off into a run, but he didn't appear fast. Harry was sure he could outrun him with ease. That isn't what worried him, however. What worried him was the stick the man had whipped out of his sleeve. Harry's eyes widened before he fully faced forward again and took off with renewed vigor as he realized it was a wizard chasing after him. He didn't stop until he was at the current hotel they were using after he was sure he lost the man. He went up the elevator and knocked on the door and waited for Nick to verify it was him before letting him. Nick swung open the door and quickly ushered Harry into the room. "Are you okay? You look windowed?" Nick asked, concerned. "About halfway here, I picked up a tail. It was a wizard. Didn't get a good look at him, but I think he had brown hair and was definitely carrying a wand." Harry rushed out quickly. Nick immediately tensed up and put his hand on the pistol he had tucked into the side of his pants. "Were you followed?" Nick asked seriously, preparing himself in case someone burst through the door.
No.
Harry shook his head. "I lost him about half a mile back. Plus I purposely lead him the wrong way before doubling back," Harry said as he watched Nick relax slightly. "Good. We don't know if they are tracking you, so we need to leave now. Should be fine since the mission is already been completed. Start packing," Nick said. Harry nodded and got to work on packing before he asked his question. "So where are we going next?" Harry asked. Nick smiled at him. "Hong Kong. Same time. Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I couldn't catch him. He was way too fast for me. By the time I pulled out my wand, he was way too far ahead of me." The man said. "That is okay, Diggle. You did your best. You are sure it is him, though?" Dumbledore said at the now identified man. "Certainly. Black hair. Looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. It's the eyes that truly give him away. They're as green as lilies, if not greener. Pure luck that I walked by him in Berlin. Funny thing was, I wasn't even looking for him. I had just gone to see a friend," Diggle said, getting slightly off topic. Dumbledore sighed. "Thank you, Diggle. That will be all. It seems I have to go to the Potter's house to give them the news," Dumbledore said as he stood up. "No problem, Headmaster. Give Lily my best. I hear she's due any day now," Diggle said as he prepared. "I will. I shall hopefully see you soon," Dumbledore said as he disappeared through the flue to go deliver the news of Harry's current whereabouts with one thought on his mind. How in blazes did that boy get to Germany by himself? July 31st St. 2002. Japan. Harry was turning 7 today. He wasn't really happy or sad about it. For him, it was just another year under his belt. Nothing truly special about it. Nick himself was 28. He was currently reading up on mental defenses that wizards could make through a process called occlumency. They could also look through memories through a process called legimancy. Harry made a mental note to make sure he didn't try to use his mental prowess on a wizard, since there was a chance that not only could they block it, but they could reflect it right back. He would have to look into finding a different way to use his mental power on wizards. For now, he closed the book and was going to go train in the courtyard. Harry wasn't sure what they were doing here actually. They didn't have a mission here, and Nick had taken them to this old compound-looking place in the middle of the mountains. Harry made it outside and went to the middle of the courtyard and started throwing jabs. Harry didn't get in fights very often, well, not until recently anyways. After that wizard incident, Nick didn't let him use his magic on missions just in case that's how they found him in the first place. It honestly made missions for him harder, but more, should he say, exciting? He had done 3 missions since then by himself, and it was exhilarating. He knew that he couldn't use magic to get himself out of trouble anymore, and that forced him to make sure that he double and triple checked every move he made before he made it. Nick had him practicing stealth when they were in Hong Kong for a few weeks and how to blend into a crowd. This was easy for the most part since he was a child, and most people didn't expect him to be up to anything bad, but it wouldn't always be that way, and like everyone, he was growing up and couldn't always rely on the fact that he was a child. So he practiced for a week while in Hong Kong until Nick had said he was at least decent enough but that he would still need work. You need to be a ghost in the crowd, Nick had told him. Harry sighed as he finished his first set of jabs. Hey, said a voice from behind him. Harry spun around fast to come face to face with Nick, who was smiling down at him. Come here. I got something to show you, Nick said as he turned around and headed back into the living quarters of the compound. Harry followed him but kept on his toes in case this was one of Nick's stupid jokes again. As they made it to the living room, Nick pointed to the sitting pillow on the floor. Sit down and close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you, Nick said with his smile turning into a grin as he saw the tenseness he was causing Harry. Why? You're acting suspicious again. Last time you did that, you dropped me in a lion's den at the zoo. You said we were just going to visit, Harry said, now glaring at Nick's innocent smile. You're complaining, but did you die? No, so what does that tell you? Nick asked innocently. That you're probably trying to finish what you started then. Harry responded with a slight bit of sarcasm. Nick just looked at him surprised. Did you just use sarcasm? Nick asked. Maybe. I guess you're a worse influence than I originally thought, Harry said, semi-serious still with a hint of a smile on his face. Just close your eyes and sit down, smartass, Nick said, and was back to smiling, though this time he clearly showing his amusement. Fine. But if you slit my throat while my eyes are closed, it'll haunt you till you join me in death, Harry said as he sat down and closed his eyes. He could hear Nick chuckling behind him. Then all went quiet. It stayed that way for a few minutes and Harry didn't hear a single noise. He was starting to get concerned. Just as he was about to call out to Nick to see if everything was okay, he felt something fall into his lap. You can open your eyes now, Nick said, now in front of him, if he was hearing correctly. He opened his eyes and confirmed that Nick was indeed standing in front of him, smiling at him. He looked down and saw a small box that was wrapped in a Japanese newspaper and topped with a bow. Harry's eyes widened as he realized what was sitting in his lap. Happy birthday, Harry, Nick said. Harry looked back at him, eyes still widened. How? Harry asked, confused. You told me it last January, right before we started sparring, remember? Nick said before he smiled down at him and patted his head. I figured that it was time for you to have one. Hurry up and open it, Nick said impatiently. Harry's eyes started to water, but he sucked it in because he didn't want Nick to see him cry. He tore open the packaging and looked at the card box in his hands. He continued on and opened it up. He took a breath at what he saw. It was a knife. It seemed to be a flip-up knife with hilt being around 4 to 4.5 inches long. He flipped it open to see the blade extend at least 6 more inches. The hilt and blade were both black. Right above the hilt and imprinted on the bottom part of the blade was a golden smiling skull that had little horns poking out the top of its head. Harry chuckled at the sight of it. I love it, Harry said simply as he continued to eyeball the blade that was now his. I thought you might. The blade is made of titanium, so it should be pretty durable. I thought we can incorporate it into your fighting to make you a little more lethal. I got a holster that you attach to your leg so you can put it there, Nick said as he looked at Harry with a pleased expression. And you know, Nick started, but before he could finish, Harry jumped at him and gave him a big hug. Thanks, Nick, Harry whispered. Nick was surprised but nodded and returned the hug, if a bit awkwardly. When Harry finally let go, Nick started to explain how they would implement into his fighting. Before I teach you how to use it, Harry, let me tell you something important. Never pull a weapon on someone unless you plan to kill them. Weapons are not toys. They are tools used to kill. You understand? Nick asked before he started the training with Harry. Yeah, I understand, Harry said as he smiled again. He seemed to be doing a lot of that recently. He decided that he liked it. Good, well, we'll get started in the morning then. I'm going to sleep. Night, Harry. Don't forget to turn off the lights, Nick said as he departed into the next room. Night, Harry said as he watched him depart. Harry decided he would go to bed soon too. First though, he wanted to go outside. As he stood outside and looked at the night sky, he felt something pass over him. A rush of different emotions meshed together. He couldn't identify all of them, nor did he try to. All he knew for sure in that moment was one thing. He felt happy. Same time, billions of miles and countless galaxies away from Earth. A creature was making his way up a desolate mountain. This creature was covered in a hood that was dark as night itself. He continued to walk up the stone mountain in total silence. It was as if the shadows themselves stayed quiet in this place. As he made his way to the top of the hill, he reached what appeared to be a throne made of some unknown metal material. The creature kneeled on the ground in front of the throne and waited. "Speak," a heavy deep voice said from the throne, which was facing the opposite way of the kneeling creature to hide its master. "My lord," the kneeling creature said. "The plans are coming together perfectly. Our spies have reported the boy has left his home and attached himself to another human male that appears to be an adult. This human does not wield magic and weak in the scheme of things, just as the plan requires." "Excellent." The voice from the throne spoke again. "Now all we need to do is wait, and the board will be set with all the pieces in their rightful spaces." "As you say, my lord, but if I may," the creature said, waiting for permission to continue. "Speak," the voice said once more. "Would it not be better to kill the boy before he becomes a threat? After all, the prophecy clearly states." The creature tried to continue but was silenced. "Silence, you fool. I care nothing what some old fools once spouted. There is no human, no, there is no being in the entire cosmos that had the power to face me. Now be gone from my presence before I feel the need to have you replaced." The voice hissed at the creature. "Yes, my lord. My apologies for speaking out of turn. I shall take my leave." The creature bowed once more and then hurriedly left the throne and went back down the mountain. Once he left, the voice spoke once more. "Soon all the pieces will fall into place and no one will dare challenge me. I will crush my enemies underfoot one by one, and I'll start with you, Harry Potter." Silence. Well, that is a wrap for Chapter 5. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Harry's starting to pick up a little more skills now. I would like to thank everyone who followed / favorited / and reviewed. I would like to give a special shout out to Big Eric 1982. I'm glad someone showed me the mistakes I was making so I could fix it and better myself and my story with the knowledge. Thank you so much. Anyways, I'll post the next chapter real soon. Promise. Until then, peace. Chapter 6. It's that time of day again where I get up and post a chapter for all you guys to enjoy, hopefully. Thank you so much to everyone who is reviewing this story. It really means a lot to hear what you guys are thinking and such. I like hearing the good and bad about my story, so if you see something wrong, just drop in a review or PM me about it. This so far is the longest chapter that I have written, and it took about 5 hours to write. I hope you guys like it. Now on to the story. November 3rd, 2003, Los Angeles. Harry was not in a good mood. In fact, this was probably the most annoyed he had felt in his whole life. Why, you ask? It was simply the fact that Harry was in a confined space with his legs tucked in all the way to his chest. This confined space, to be specific, was a suitcase. Why was he confined in a suitcase? Because a U.S. senator was about to board his private jet and take off towards Washington. Harry wished he could just walk up to him and just quickly stab him with his knife, but sadly the man seemed to know there was a hit out on him and quadrupled his security. So here Harry was, hidden in a suitcase and about to be loaded onto the senator's private jet. All he had was a pound of C4 and a parachute on his back. Oh, and of course the earpiece in his ear, so the last voice he could hear was Nick's. How lucky he was. "You're going to be fine. If you start freaking out, just take a deep breath and play the Mission Impossible theme song in your head," Nick said through Harry's earpiece. Harry gritted his teeth in anger. "Really? Don't freak out? How about we have you put in the luggage, plant the C4, and then jump out of a plane at 8,000 feet? Harry quietly spat back.
Osmond Harry.
"We both now. I wouldn't be able to fit in the suitcase. Now stay quieter. I had to pay those customs people to allow that luggage not to get checked before being loaded onto the jet. If your cover is blown, then all that money will have been for nothing," Nick said. Harry could just picture the jackass smiling in his head. "Glad to see my safety is your top priority," Harry said. "Now shut up. I think they're about to load me into the plane. After that, they want on comm silence." Harry felt someone grab the bag he was in and lift it. "Jesus, this weighs a ton. What the hell is he packing in here?" a man's voice said from the outside. Probably a bunch of expensive suits bought with taxpayer money. Another man grumbled from a little farther. Well, whatever. Let's just load all this stuff on the plane already so we can go on lunch break. The first man responded as he set Harry's bag down in what he presumed was the plane. I hear you, man. The wife made me. The voice was cut off by a loud thump which assumed was the luggage hatch. Then all was quiet. Harry waited a few minutes before he heard the engines boot up. All right, the plane just started up and is making its way towards the runway. Harry said, updating Nick on his current status. Excellent, all right, the hard part is over. All you need to do is wait for the plane to get high enough and then plant the charge. Remember to not click the detonator until you have left the plan. We do not need a repeat of Moscow. Nick said, exasperated. Hey, I told you that the switch was broken. Had nothing to do with me. Harry responded back. The plane stopped moving, so he assumed they were now at the runway about to fly off. We are at runway about to take off. Make sure you tell me when we get to 8,000 feet so I can jump. Harry said as he started to unzip the luggage he was in. Got it. Just make sure you are ready to go. Nick said, and then went silent so Harry could do his thing. Harry crawled out of the luggage and let his eyes adjust to the darkness for a moment. It was clear he was in the bottom storage of the plane. Once he fully got his eyes adjusted, he pulled out the C4. He planted it in what he guessed was around the middle of the plane, then moved back to the luggage he was hiding in. He pulled out the small backpack with his parachute in it and put it on. All right, C4 is in place. Now how does this chute work? Harry said and waited. All right, good. Now to activate the chute, there's a blue lever on your right shoulder. When you pull it, your parachute will activate. Before you do that, though, look in the front pocket of the backpack. There should be a small rebreather that you need to put on. Be careful with your breathing out there. That thing's only got a few breaths in it due to its small size, so if it runs out, you won't be able to breathe until you pull your chute. So make every breath count. Nick said, Great. Thanks for telling me that now. Harry responded sarcastically while he pulled the rebreather out of his bag and put it around his head. He made his way over to the service hatch and got ready to pull the latch. Okay. You're about to hit 8,000 feet in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, Nick yelled. Harry threw open the latch and was literally sucked out of the plane into open sky. Once he gathered his bearings, he flipped over on his back so he could see the plane as it got farther away. He quickly pulled out the detonator and clicked the button before the plane got out of range. At first nothing happened and he got concerned that the plane was already out of range. Then before he could try clicking the button again, a bright flash filled his vision followed by a loud bang. The plane was alit in flames as it went into a flaming nosedive. Harry smirked and flipped back over and started to see how far he was from the ground. All right, Harry, according to your tracker, you are at 6,000 feet and descending. At 4,000 feet, you are going to have to pull your chute. Don't answer me. Conserve your breath. Nick said. Harry didn't answer as he listened what Nick said. Harry was already on his second breath and wasn't sure how many he had left, so he kept just trying to hold it in. You're at 6,000 feet, Harry. Just hang in there a little longer. Nick said over the earpiece. Harry tried to take another breath, but it seemed the rebreather was out of oxygen. He just kept holding his breath. His vision was starting to get a little fuzzy. He couldn't see the ground that well anymore. You're at 5,000 feet, Harry. Just hang in there, Nick said. By now Harry's vision was starting to go black. He just kept trying to concentrate, but his thoughts seemed to be becoming mushy as well. 5,300. 5,200. Nick said into Harry's ear, but his voice almost seemed to be miles away. He felt so weak. He felt like taking a long nap. Har. Har. Harry, pull the chute. He suddenly heard Nick screaming in his ear. The fog in his mind cleared for a split second, which he used to grab the lever on his shoulder and pull as hard as he could. The parachute opened, immediately slowing his descent. He whipped off the rebreather and took a gulps of oxygen as fast and as much as he could in as little time as he could manage. Harry, you okay? Nick asked, finally hearing breath on the other end of the mic. Yeah. Harry said, still trying to suck down air. Just had a minor asthma attack is all. Harry said, trying to calm Nick down. Nick laughed in relief. Jesus kij. Don't ever scare me like that again. Nick said with a more jovial tone. Sure, as long as you promise to never sneak me onto a plane like that ever again. Harry shot back now that he had regained his breath and started to continue his annoyingly long descent down to the ground. Sure, kid. Not like we could fit you in a luggage for much longer anyways. Nick said back. Harry grit his teeth. Was that a crack at my height? He loudly demanded since no one was no longer around. Of course not. Nick said back innocently. For some reason, Harry didn't believe him. I'm sure. How far out are you from my landing zone? Harry asked since he did not feel like waiting around in some random field. Don't worry. I'll be there when you land. Until then, have a safe flight. Nick said as he went silent so he could drive out to where Harry would land. Right? Harry said to himself. He looked out to how far up he still was and how slow he was descending. Well, bugger. February 18th, 2004. New York? New York. Harry was currently leaning against a telephone pole. He surprisingly did not have a mission. He was just out on the town relaxing. He was actually excited since right now he was going to see the America version of Diagon Alley. While he was doing this, Nick had gone on a solo mission to meet one of his associates. He called her Black Widow and said she was way too scary for Harry to come with him. So Harry had taken his time to find out where American wizards bought their supplies. Nick had given $50,000 in spending money, which surprised Harry. When he asked why he was giving him so much, Nick just smiled at him and told him that it was his money. When Harry questioned him about it, Nick had simply said, Come on. You didn't think you were getting a cut from the missions? We're partners, Harry. That means we split whatever is made on missions we are both on. On missions you did by yourself, I gave you all of the cut since you did all the work. This honestly surprised the hell out of Harry. He did kinda wish Nick had told it to him earlier though. He hadn't realized he was loaded. Nick had told him he would have to go find a wizarding bank to change it wizarding money though. Now all Harry had to do was find the biggest source of magic in the city. Not hard since he could now sense magic. This was an ability he developed to counteract whenever the random people who were after him would chase him down. It was hard still for him to sense individual magic, but large areas of it like a magically marketplace in the middle of New York City kinda stood out. So he made his way towards the largest amount of magic he could sense. It wasn't even close to hard. America, unlike England, had close to 2.5 million wizards living in it. England had around 70,000 at most. So the marketplace stuck out like a sore thumb. Getting in was the problem, however. He eventually had to just wait around for a wizard to come by and open the pathway for him. The entrance was in an alley, it seemed. Normal people didn't seem to even notice its existence, so he assumed there was some charms on it that made it only accessible to magical beings. He would have to learn how to do that eventually. He continued down the alley and walked past what appeared to be a fake wall. As he walked through it, his widened. He immediately could tell that this place was built to have as much size as possible. There were shops everywhere in what looked like an outdoor plaza setup. There was all kind of different creatures bustling around. Goblins, wizards, he could even see the occasional centaur. There was some kind of shop that seemed to be some sort of relaxation center for mere people. Harry wondered how they even got them in there. He shook his head. As amazing as this all was, he had work to do. He walked up to a man that appeared to be looking at clothes through a window. He tapped him on the shoulder. Excuse me, could you tell me where the bank is? It would seem I have got terribly lost. Said to the man how had turned around and looked at him. Of course, young man. Go straight down that direction and it will be a big white building on your left. The man said back to him as he pointed down to a pathway on Harry's right. Harry thanked him and headed off down the pathway. When he got to the building the man had described, he took a look at it. It seemed a pale white and slightly stuck out in the rest of the plaza's bright, jovial atmosphere. He went inside and immediately looked for a teller to help. He saw an assortment of goblins and wizards around the room who appeared to be the tellers. He walked up the closest wizarding teller and got his attention before talking. Hello, I have some money that I would like to exchange to currency. Harry said politely to the teller. Of course the teller responded back as he gestured to the seat across his desk. Will you be exchanging US dollars or a foreign currency? The man asked as he got out some documents and a pen. I have 50,000 US dollars I would like to exchange for galleons, Harry said without missing a beat. He had no time to waste today. He was simply here to get new materials to advance his magic. The teller looked at him in surprise for a second before regaining a look of composure. As you wish. The current exchange rate for dollars is 10-1, and that's dollars to galleons. You will need to put your name on here for record keeping. Harry nodded and took the pen before signing the sheet. The man looked at the sheet to confirm before gaining a confused look. I'm sorry, but you have to put a last name as well as your first, the man said as he slid the paper back to Harry. As soon as I get one, I shall be sure to do that. Harry responded with a slight chill in his voice, insinuating the man had just insulted him in some way. The man took the contract back with some awkwardness. I see. Well, I suppose it can slide this once because you are a minor, but you should get a last name as soon as possible, young man, for future situations like this, the man said as he took the contract back, looking uncomfortable. I'll keep that in mind. Harry responded back, his voice getting colder. Yes, well, I'll be right back, the man said as he took Harry's never-ending pouch full of money with him to the back. A few seconds later he came back with his pouch and another pouch. When he gave back Harry's pouch, he put the other pouch on the desk. All right, here is your pouch. Contains your pouch full of galleons. If you find any discrepancies with the amount given, please come back immediately and we will have some get it fixed for you, the man said as he gave Harry the other pouch. We hope your business today was satisfactory and that you come again, the man said as he offered Harry a polite smile. Harry, for his part, just nodded and grabbed the pouch before he walked out. As soon as the man couldn't see his face. Nick was right, it was super fun to make people unnecessarily uncomfortable. He would have to remember to do this again. He walked of the bank with 5,000 galleons. He walked outside and back out into the plaza. The first thing he did was locate where the bookstore was. He needed to get more ideas for his own magic, not that he really needed it. Over the past 2 years, he had developed some pretty brutal magic, like having super hot chains come out of the earth, surround his victims and watch them slowly burn to death, or forming a blade of super compressed magic and shooting at anyone dumb enough to get in his way. Nick, however, told him those were only for absolute emergencies. The less magic he used, the less likely it was that someone could track him down. He shook his head to clear his thought. He had to get to the bookstore. He approached what he assumed to be the bookstore based on all the books inside. It wasn't too packed inside, which was good because he was less likely to be bothered for being some 8-year-old alone in a store. He browsed mainly charms and magic used for attacking and defending. Once he had picked a few books that had piqued his interest in that category, he moved on to look for books about magical creatures and finally for books won the mind. Once he had gotten all the books he needed, he brought them to the front counter so he could buy them. Hello there, young man. Are you trying to purchase these books today? A perky young woman asked him at the front desk. He looked at her as she looked at him, expecting an answer. He said nothing back and decided just continue to look at her until she decided to ring up his purchases. Are you lost? She asked, wondering why this boy was looking at her like she was a rock.
No.
Are you? Harry responded back seriously. What? No, I work here. The woman tried to explain to the boy. Excellent. Then you can ring up my purchase for me instead of looking at me like I'm a cute little puppy that you just happened to find on the street, Harry said joyfully, as if he was actually happy to find out she worked here. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, she said, a little confused about the boy's attitude, as she started to ring up his purchases. Believe me, you would know if you had offended me. The last person who did was torn to pieces by metal chains from hell, Harry said smoothly, as if talking about the weather. The lady looked startled and stopped checking his books. What? She said, shocked. I said that it's absolutely spiffing weather we are having, isn't it? Could you hurry with those books? I have to be somewhere soon, Harry said, still talking as he normally could. The lady looked confused but continued to scan the books, now looking at Harry oddly. Harry himself had decided there was invisible speck of dirt his nail and was trying to clean it off. As the lady finished checking the books and putting them in the bag, she wondered if she was going crazy or if there was simply wrong with this child. Your total is 1,380 galleons. Shall I wait for you to go get your parents? The lady asked as she tried to continue as normally as possible. Oh no, that's quite all right. I don't feel like raising the dead today. Here's your money, Harry said as he dumped 1,400 galleons on the counter. Feel free to keep the change, Harry said over his shoulder as he grabbed his books and headed out the door, leaving a completely befuddled woman behind him. As soon as he got out of the store, he ducked into the nearest alley and laughed. God, this was fun. Was this what it was like to be Nick all the time? Man, he had truly been missing out. This was the most fun he had in years. After getting himself under control, he decided to leave the alley the same way he came. When he exited back into the Muggle world, he started walking back to his and Nick's current safe house, which was for once an actual house. When he got there, Nick was already home with a somber look on his face. Hey, what's with you? Harry said, as he walked over and finally got Nick's attention. Oh hey, nothing, just thinking, Nick said back to Harry with his trademark smile coming back on his face. Don't hurt yourself. Harry shot at him as he put his books down and dropped the bag of galleons on his backpack. Ah, you're hilarious. Nick laughed sarcastically. TSH, whatever. So what happened with you and your acquaintance? Everything turn out non-lethal? Harry questioned. Yeah. Everything went fine. I guess some organization was chasing her and she wanted to know if I knew anything about it. Nick said. Did you? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. If there was one thing he learned, it was that Nick had spies everywhere. In fact, over their travels, Harry had been acquainted with many of them. He would be surprised if there was an organization out there that could slip under Nick's radar. Yeah, a little. I told her what I knew for old time's sake and we parted ways. Nick said back. This doesn't sound right. Where's the part where you get yourself somehow caught in a shitstorm that you then drag me into? Harry said, amused. Nick pouted back at him. That was one time, Nick said, trying to defend himself. 3, Harry said back impassively. Those other 2 times don't count. Nick said, still trying to defend himself. The hell they don't. Harry yelled back at him. Whatever. You're just a hater. Nick said, apparently satisfied with how he concluded the argument. So did you get all that you needed? Harry smirked as the memory of the fun he had come back to him. Oh, I got so much more than what I needed, Harry said with a creepy smirk. Nick backed at him, suddenly weary. Did you go freaky changes on someone again? Nick said with a clear accusation in his voice. Why, Nick? Would I ever use my power over magic to harm somebody simply for my personal amusement? Harry said with a faux innocent voice. Well, there was that rapist from Singapore. Nick trailed off. Now it was Harry's turn to pout. That was one time, Harry said back mockingly. Anyways, I'm pretty tired, so I'm gonna sleep. Alright, good night, Nick called out. Good night, Nick. Alright, and that is it for chapter 6. I hope you guys liked it. I'm trying to have Harry to open up more and become who he is going to finally end up being. In other news, there is only 2 chapters left of the pre-Hogwarts arc. For those of you waiting to finally get to the part where Harry takes over Hogwarts, the wait is almost over. Also want to thank everybody who has been following and favoriting this story. It's so awesome to see people liking the story enough to put it on their watch list like. Anyways, please drop a review if you can't, I understand. I hope to see you all next time. Until then, peace. P.S. Just want to give a shout out to my brother, who has been looking over my story to make sure there isn't a bunch of obvious spelling mistakes all over my chapters. Thanks a lot, bro. Chapter 7. Okay, time for the second to last chapter before Hogwarts. So glad people are liking this story. This story has officially reached 10,000 views, which is just amazing. Want to thank everyone who gave support by reviewing / favoriting / and following. You guys are all awesome. Now on to the story. June 24th, 2005. St. Thomas, British Virgin Islands. Harry was currently lounging in a hammock reading a book on runes and their applications, which he had discovered was his new favorite topic. Him and Nick were currently taking a break from missions and had gone into hiding because apparently all the constant mission taking they had been doing had gotten the FBI's attention, which annoyingly meant that they need to hide away for a while so they could lose some of their heat. Lucky, they hadn't caught on to the fact that Nick had an accomplice, which meant Hay still weren't looking for Harry. But he still refused to leave Nick's side, although it would probably be safer. He continued to lazily turn the pages as he read more and more about these runes. He had already started practicing the basics months ago, but any time he had tried to make a runic change, the combination would literally blow up in his face. He was getting pretty annoyed with having to continuously regrow his eyebrows and of course having to hear Nick's laughter on the matter. He decided to put the book down and go walk into the town that was a few miles away. "Nick, I'm going to take a walk to town. I'll be back later," Harry called out into the bungalow next to the hammock he had been residing on. "Okay, don't be out too long," Nick's voice called out from inside. Harry didn't respond to this and started walking. Nick would know he had heard. He started his trek down the dirt road that lead back to one of the few towns on this island. Man, he loved it here. Nick did, too, which also turned out to be the reason why he had decided to hide out here. It was basically like a vacation which they both needed. For the past couple of years, they had been doing missions almost non-stop. Most of the time it was pretty fun. They got paid by criminals to kill other criminals. What was not to love about that? But it was nice to take a break like this once in a while. Harry briefly wondered what it would be like to live here on a warm Caribbean island for the rest of his life. Probably pretty boring. Harry stuck his hands in his pockets and pulled himself from his thoughts. He started to remember those annoying pesky wizards that had kept tracking him down. They only appeared when he was in Europe, so he was assuming they couldn't go farther than that for some reason. He no longer saw them that often due to his ability to sense others' magic, as well as now being able to suppress his own in case that was how they kept finding him. They were nothing if not persistent though. He was pretty sure that they just saw him randomly and tried to make chase at this point. Sadly for them, Harry was extremely fast, especially for his age. Harry finally made it into town, it seemed. He checked his watch and saw that at 3:30 local time. He decided to see what the locals had to offer. Many of the shops appeared to be for tourists, but there was plenty of regular places that more of the natives seemed to be occupying. He briefly wondered if there was a magical center here as well. He spread out his senses to check but found nothing. There was currently no magical presences on this island, but he could sense one farther away, most likely on another island. He made note of that presence before continuing to walk around. He didn't have too much cash on him, so he resigned himself to just look around instead of shopping. He kept walking for a few hours until the sun had finally sunk under the horizon and bathed the sky in a lovely orange color. He decided that he should probably start heading back before it got too dark. Before he could start heading off, his well-trained ears heard a noise. The noise was muffled, but it sounded suspiciously like someone was trying to scream. Harry sighed. Goddamn his hero complex. This would be the third time this year that it got him into a situation that had nothing to do with him. He leisurely walked over toward the alley that the voice came from. As he went deeper into the alley and turned the corner, he immediately saw the problem. Some dude seemed to be trying to force himself on a young woman. He had pinned her against the wall and had one of his hands covering her mouth and shoving her against the wall while the other was struggling to get her blouse off. Harry smiled. It would seem that tonight he would get to have some fun. He ran up to the man as fast as he could and dead-legged him as hard as he could straight into his thigh muscle. The man immediately let go of the woman and fell to the ground. The man gripped his leg, which was paralyzed in pain, and groaned. Harry looked at the woman who was trying to fix her partially ripped blouse and regain her composure. He smiled at her. You should probably get out of here. What I'm going to next is not something you're going to want to watch. Oh, and I would love it if you never saw me here, if you catch my meaning, Harry said nonchalantly to the scared woman. The woman nodded. Thank you, she said, looking at Harry before she took off away from the scene. Harry looked back down at the man who was still groaning in pain on the ground. He smirked. He lifted his hand and pointed his index finger at the man. As if following some unheard command by Harry, black chains exploded from the ground all around the man and wrapped around the man's different limbs and stretching them until he was in an X formation. The man looked terrified throughout the whole time as he found the chains incredibly strong. He looked back at Harry with clear amounts of terror in his eyes.
El diablo.
The man whispered in fright at Harry, who he was now convinced was Satan hiding in a child's body. Harry closed his eyes and smiled a big smile at the man, giving him a truly insane look. He decided to play along with the man's fear. Oh my, It seems you have me at a disadvantage of knowing who I am while I don't have a clue of who you are. Not that it matters. I won't be here long, Harry said, still smiling with his creepy smile as he pulled out his flip knife and slowly approached the man, adding even more to his creepy aspect.
No, por favor. No, por favor.
The man kept chanting as he recognized the danger he was in. Harry continued to smile at him. Don't worry, this won't hurt much. What comes next, more so? Harry said down to the terrified man as he brought the knife down. Same night, 3 hours later. Harry walked back into the bungalow and immediately headed to his room after a long night. Harry, where you been? Thought you were going to be here a few hours ago, Nick said as he looked at Harry suspiciously. Oh, you know me. I got held up by a few things, Harry said dismissively, trying to see if he could get Nick to let it go. Harry, is that injury all over your jacket? It's ketchup. Harry, that is clearly this ketchup, Harry finally yelled as he ran into his room and plopped down on the bed. He took off his ketchup-stained jacket. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was asleep. July 1st St. 2005. Same place. Harry was currently on a beach practicing some magic and having some difficulty. He was trying to create a shield that could deflect all tangible objects like bullets or anything else shot at him. He didn't know why he was having so much trouble with it, especially since he could already create a blade by condensing magic. He had Nick shoot in his general direction with a pistol several times already, but after a few shots, the shield would break and leave him exposed. He figured it myself be his concentration. If there was anything he learned about magic, it was that all that really mattered was your intention and concentration. That's all he ever used for his magic, at least. Maybe he had to think of something on how tough he wanted the shield. When he made the blade, he had known how sharp it needed to be because he had felt blades for years and knew how sharp a good blade was. With that thought, he went into the house to look for some sort of metal object that he could really observe the solidness of. He found a metal pole that looked like it once was a support for something. He picked it up and started his close observations of it. It was hard. No matter the pressure he put on it, it would not bend or break. It felt incredibly solid and tough. He put it down and went to go look for Nick so he could help him with his shield. Nick, where you at? I need your help with my shield again, Harry yelled into the bungalow. Yeah, I'm coming, Nick said as he appeared in the doorway of his room with a pistol in hand. They both walked outside. Harry moved to one side while Nick moved to either. Better watch your shooting this time. You almost nicked me last time, Harry said as he glared at Nick. You were fine. Bullet wasn't even close to you, Nick said, trying to wave off Harry's concerns. He readied his gun and pointed it slightly to the left of Harry so it wouldn't hit him. Okay. Start off with 3 shots first on my go, Harry said as prepared himself. Nick nodded and turned off his safety. Harry concentrated. He remembered what the pole metal felt like. He remembered how solid it was under his touch. How no matter how much pressure he put on it, the pole wouldn't even bend. He concentrated on inducting the same feeling and strength into his shield. He erected his shield with those thoughts in mind. He could see the transparent blue shield spring to life in front of him. Okay, go for it, Harry yelled at Nick. Nick nodded and before Harry could blink, pulled the trigger thrice. To Harry, the bullets looked like they were coming in slow motion. As soon as they hit, they didn't even dent the shield as they bounced off harmlessly. Yes, Harry yelled out. All right, let's fire 7 bullets at it this time. Nick then fired 7 bullets at it before he reloaded. All 7 bullets bounce off harmlessly. All right, this is perfect. Now for the final test. Go get the M2010, Harry said. Nick smirked at him. You're that confident in that shield of yours? Nick said as he started to walk back to the bungalow. Doesn't matter if I am or not. Still need to test if it can take it, Harry said as he waited for Nick to bring back the rifle. Nick came back with the rifle. He walked about 100 yards away from Harry and set up the gun under a palm tree. He put a silencer on it even though they were far enough from civilization that no one would probably hear them. He aimed and waited for Harry to give him the thumbs up. Harry erected his shield and gave Harry the thumbs up. Nick took aim and fired. As soon as the bullet hits, just like the pistol bullets, It got crushed when it came into contact with his shield, although this time there was a dent in his shield. Harry gave the thumbs up to Nick that it worked and that he could come back. When Nick was done packing and came back, he asked how the shield held up. The bullet caused a slight dent, but it held up for the most part. Harry said back with a smile, happy with his accomplishment. Well, good. I'm sure it will come in handy for you, Nick said, as he looked at Harry with a little bit of pride. The boy had come far from the snot-nosed little polite brat he used to be. He was glad he could help in making Harry the person he was today. He would always view that as his biggest accomplishment. July 30th, 2005. Same place. Harry was currently out on the patio sharpening his knife as he relaxed on the patio. It was a nice, quiet, peaceful night in the Caribbean. They had a bit of a rainstorm a few days ago, both those come and go out here. There was an annoying helicopter in the distance which was slowly giving him a headache, but he would let it go for now since he was in such a good mood. Nick had decided to go to sleep early since he had done some training today and was tired. Harry looked in the distance. That annoying helicopter was getting louder and louder as time went on. Probably meant some annoying millionaire was about to fly over in his private helicopter. He continued to sharpening his knife and tried to ignore the annoying helicopter. Just then he also thought he heard cars coming from the distance as well. He stood up suspiciously. Who would be coming down this way at 10 at night? Just then the helicopter finally made it to where their bungalow was located. Instead of flying past it though, it hovered above it. As Harry looked up at the helicopter, he was hit by a giant bright light coming from it. This is the FBI. You are under arrest. Don't move, booming voice for the helicopter said. As it said that he could hear sirens in the distance approaching fast. Harry bolted inside as fast as he could. When he got there, he saw Nick already dressed with a gun out. We need to go, Nick yelled at Harry. As they escaped out the back exit of the bungalow and headed to the forest. They both sprinted into the forest. The helicopter tried to follow them, but the forest obstructed its view. They could hear the ground units getting out of their cars as well as barking. We'll have to sprint back to town and get on a plane, Nick said as they sprinted in the direction of town. Harry said nothing in return so he could save his breath. They had a few miles to go and the people behind them had K9s. They ducked and weaved through the shrubbery as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Harry was panicking. As long as he had been with Nick, they had never been this close to getting caught before. Not only that, but the FBI chopper clearly saw him and now knew that Nick had a young accomplice with him. Plus, they had left all their supplies back at the bungalows. All they had was Nick's Glock and Harry's knife. They stopped running after 2 miles so they could regain their breath before continuing for the last mile toward the town. You okay? Nick asked out of breath. Yeah, how did they find us? Thought we covered our tracks? Harry asked between breaths. Not sure, but I will find out as soon as we leave. Get out of here. Nick said. We're gonna have to go purchase new equipment. They are going to have both our fingerprints now. Harry said. Nick smirked back. Don't worry about that. I got that place rigged to blow as he pulled out a phone. He entered a few numbers and then clicked send. In the distance, Harry could hear an explosion going off and smiled slightly. Well, that takes care of one problem. What about getting out of here? Harry asked. As long as we can get to the airport, we should be fine. I got a small plane stashed that's full of gas. We can take it and it has enough gas to get us to Mexico. I have contacts there that will get us to somewhere remote. Nick said as he got up and prepared to run again. All right, let's go before they catch up to us. Harry said as they started running again just when they heard dogs in the distance barking again. They started to run again. For some reason, time seemed to slow down for Harry. He heard a loud bang and next thing he knew, Nick was falling to the ground. He skid to a stop before running back. Nick, are you okay? Harry yelled in fright. This could not be happening. They were just about to get away. Ugh, they got me in my chest. Looks like they got me in an artery. Nick said as Harry sat him up against a tree. Don't worry, I'll heal it. Harry said as he pulled on his magic and watched as a green glow wrapped around his hands as he put them on Nick's chest. Nick grabbed his hand. Harry, you got to get out of here now. There is no reason they have to get both of us. There isn't enough time for you to heal. Nick said solemnly as he looked at Harry. Harry felt tears start to pool in his eyes.
No.
There's no way I'm leaving you. We're partners, remember? Harry said as he tried to pump more magic and watched as the wound started to close. The dogs were going to be real close now. They would be on them any second now. But there was no way Harry was going to leave Nick. He was the only family he had left. Nick looked like he was going to argue before his eyes widened. Harry, watch out. He screamed as he threw Harry off him and onto the ground just as several more bangs went off. For more injury spouts appeared on Nick's torso where Harry had just been a second ago. Harry looked on in horror as Nick slumped to the ground and didn't move or speak. Nick, please answer me. Harry whispered in horror as tears freely fell from his eyes now. Please, Nick, you're all I have, please. You can't die. Harry screamed. Harry. Nick suddenly whispered as his eyes cracked open. Injury was flowing from his mouth and covered his teeth in a disgusting injury red as he spoke. My last name. It's Wolf. Nick said as he looked at Harry. Figured. You of all people should know. Nick said as he smiled at Harry for the last time. Harry watched the light fade from his eyes as he passed on to the next world with his trademark smile on his face. Nick's time of death was at exactly 12 a.m., July 31st, 2005. Harry sobbed even harder as his only family, friend, and mentor passed onto the next world. He touched his forehead with Nick's, begging Nick to come back. His magic swirled around him in a bright white light. The FBI, who had by now surrounded them, looked on in awe at the beautiful light show. Harry finally looked up and screamed into the sky. His magic that was surrounding him seemed to implode with Harry and Nick being at the epicenter. This caused a bright flash, forcing the FBI to cover their eyes. When the light faded and they looked back, Harry and the body of Nick Wolf were gone. Well, I'm sorry guys, but it had to happen. Many of you, I am sure, liked Nick, but he played his role and he of course was going to die after that. Please don't hate me for it. I hope that this chapter stirred some emotion within you guys, as that was what the point was. Alright, once again thank you all for supporting this story. See you next time for the last chapter before Hogwarts. Chapter 8. Alright, this is the last chapter of the pre-Hogwarts arc. Hope you guys enjoy. Thank you to everyone who has so far favored and followed. Big thank you to all of those who reviewed. A few of you have mentioned pairings so far. I'm not sure who I will be pairing Harry with yet. Leave your suggestions on the review page and hopefully I will be able to figure it out. Now on to the chapter. July 31st, 2006, London. Harry was currently sitting in a cafe by himself pretending to read a newspaper. He was getting a few strange looks, but he did not care. Today was the day that he would take out a constant thorn in his side. On the chair across from him, he had a cup of tea set out in wait. He had felt himself be followed here by a magical signature just as he planned when he came back to London. The magical signature confirmed that it looked like he was staying at the cafe for an extended period of time before popping away with whatever way wizards seemed to teleport. He hated their way because it was so sloppy. It wasn't even teleportation and more like moving really fast through the air. The person soon popped back with another magical signature. This one seemed to be a lot more powerful than the other was. The original person that had been trailing him popped away as soon as he led the more powerful one to the cafe he was currently residing at. The person who he was assuming was a man walked over to the doors of the cafe. Hello, Harry. You are a very hard child to find, Dumbledore said as he looked down at the person who he had been trying to track down for years. Harry didn't look up from the newspaper he was pretending to read. You gonna sit down or are we gonna go straight to the part where we're at each other's throats? Harry asked, unconcerned about the supposedly very powerful wizard in his presence. Dumbledore looked slightly confused before he took a seat across from Harry. I'm afraid you might be misinformed why I came here, Harry. You see, I'm here to take you back to your family as well as welcome you to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said with a grandfatherly smile as he pulled out a letter and slid it across the table to Harry. Harry finally set the newspaper down and looked at Dumbledore. That is literally 10 times worse than the reason I thought you were chasing me for. Seems I was right to avoid you, Harry said as he looked Dumbledore right in the eye before sliding his gaze down to the letter in front of him. Not sure what Hogwarts is, but I'm not going there and I'm most definitely not returning to Lily and James. Harry continued as he started to sip his tea now that it had cooled down. Dumbledore frowned slightly before speaking again.
Harry, I'm afraid you ho.
Dumbledore tried to start before he was cut off. Look, old man. I don't know who you are or why you so insistent on trying to get me to return to those people, but I'm not going to do that, so if you try and force me to, I swear I'll make this get really ugly real fast. Harry said as he leaked some of his magic out. Dumbledore looked startled at Harry, not because of the magic he was releasing, although it was a very impressive amount, but because Harry's eyes had turned injury red. He hadn't seen such eyes since he last faced Voldemort. He quickly considered the possibility that somehow, Voldemort was possessing Harry and had been hiding in him since he was a child. Your eyes, Dumbledore said quietly as he continued to gaze at them in shock. Harry looked at him and smirked. If being able to change my eye color is all it takes to scare you, old man, then you're gonna shit your pants when you see the rest of the things I can do to you, Harry said before turning his eyes back to green. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was having an internal battle. He needed to get Harry to Hogwarts now more than ever, especially if there was a possibility that he might be possessed by Voldemort. Harry, I'm afraid I must insist. Hogwarts is the only place you can learn how to control your magic. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement about your living conditions, but we will have to do that at a later date, Dumbledore said back in his grandfatherly, all-knowing voice with the customary twinkle, trying to regain control of the situation. Learn how to control my magic? Let me explain something to you, Harry started. Just as he said that, all conversation in the cafe stopped. Every person at the exact same time stood up and stared ahead blankly as Harry took over every single one of their minds. Dumbledore looked around in horror. He had never seen someone able to take over so many minds at once. It was like watching someone perform 40 Imperios at the same time on 40 different people. A god does not need to learn anything from peasants. That is why he is a god. I do not need to learn anything from a man who, since this conversation started, has been trying to manipulate me, poorly I might add, into going to his school where I will be directly in his sphere of influence. As soon as Harry said the final word, he let go control of the other people in the cafe and watched as they all sat down and continue whatever they were doing, not being any the wiser. So why don't we cut the bullshit? I really don't care why you are trying to get me to go to your stupid ass school, but I'm not going there, and I'm not going back to the Potters, Harry said as he finished his last sip of tea. Dumbledore sighed. This was not how he was planning for this to go. The boy was being extremely difficult. He would have to play his trump card. I'm afraid, Harry, that you don't have a choice. You are bound by a magical contract created in after your birth by your parents to go to Hogwarts. Should you continue to be stubborn and choose not to go, you will lose your magic, Dumbledore said as he pulled a copy of said magical contract from his robes and handed it to Harry so he could look over. Harry read it over with suspicious eyes. This sounded awfully convenient to him. He read it over and confirmed what the old man had said. For a while, Harry just stared at the contract. Then all of a sudden, he threw his head back and laughed. This, of course, gained the attention of the entire cafe. Dumbledore looked surprised. Was it possible that the boy had found a loophole in the contract? His fears were put to rest a second later. All right, you old turd. You win. I guess I have no choice but to go to your school. Just remember that you were the one who forced me to go. I hope you don't live to regret that decision, Harry said as he got up, dropping the contract and picking up his letter. Oh, and I'm still not returning to the Potter household, Harry said as he started walking towards the door. Dumbledore got up and tried to follow him out the door. Wait a minute, Harry. You need to, Dumbledore started to say, but as soon as Harry exited to the cafe, he seemed to absorb into air with a white flash and was gone. Dumbledore blinked. He had never heard of that kind of mode of travel before. Another mystery to put together with Harry Potter, it seems. Dumbledore pulled out his wand. It seemed he would need to go inform the Potters of this latest development. With that thought, he pulled out his wand and apparat away. Same time, Potter Manor. All was quiet in the Potter household. The family was up and about, but Lily was watching to make sure little Rose ate all her food, while Arthur was currently reading a book on spells he would learn this year. Much had changed since the Potter household since we last visited. For one, James and Lily had told Arthur about his brother's disappearance. Arthur confessed that he already knew about it. While he rarely spent much time with his brother before he left, he did see him enough to know around the time he had left home. Arthur, however, in his childlike mind, believed that Harry had simply gone on a trip of some kind and would be back soon. As soon as his parents told him otherwise, he got confused. Why would Harry try to leave home permanently? Sure, he didn't seem to ever play with him and his parents much, but he was still family, and he was told that family never abandoned one another. So Arthur made his goal in life to find his brother and bring him home. Lily and James were proud of their son for having such a noble goal. Another big change around the household was the birth of Rose Lillian Potter on April 22, 2002. Rose was an adorable little girl that seemed to take after Lily in looks but seemed to have James's ability for troublemaking, much to Lily's dismay. She was a sweet little girl, though, who liked to question the world around her a lot. Lily, however, had to watch her every time she ate because she liked to throw away her vegetables' rare cases, simply making them disappear. As she was watching her daughter finish the last of her food, she heard the fireplace roar to life, signaling someone's arrival. She walked into the living room and saw Dumbledore dusting himself off. "Hello, Professor. What brings you here today?" Lily asked as she greeted him.
"Ah, Lily.
I find you well. I have brought news about young Harry," Dumbledore said to her, gaining a serious expression. "Harry? Is he all right? Did you find him?" Lily said as she started to ask questions rapidly. "I have good news and not so good news," Dumbledore said with a solemn expression. Lily looked at him expectantly. "The good news is that Harry will be attending Hogwarts this upcoming year. I had to resort to using the contract to force him to go, sadly, but he is still going, so that is good. The bad news is that he has refused to return back home. I had tried to stop him, but he seems to be able to access his magic without a wand. It disappeared in a flash before I could stop him," Dumbledore said, seeing how Lily would react. At first Lily looked delighted to hear that Harry would be attending Hogwarts, but then her face got sad to hear that he wasn't going to come home. Hearing this, she got teary-eyed.
I'm sorry, Lily.
"I tried, but he was too fast for me. While at Hogwarts, I swear I will do all I can to convince him to come back home," Dumbledore said as he looked at the woman with sadness. Lily nodded silently as she tried to control the tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, but I must depart. I have business to attend to at Hogwarts. I'm sure I will see you soon," Dumbledore said as he left the Potter household, leaving a crying mother in his wake. August 15, 2006. Diagon Alley. Harry was not going to lie to himself and pretend that he wasn't a little upset by the situation he was forced in. He had dealt with enough dirty politicians to know that Dumbledore wanted him at his school for a certain reason. Not that he cared too much about that. He wasn't one to let himself be manipulated so easily. He wasn't planning to take this school seriously either. There were a few loopholes that Harry could exploit in the contract given enough time to analyze it and make plans. Sadly, he did not have that time. He was simply going to go with the most obvious loophole. He was going to get himself expelled. He read up that the ministry broke your wand when you were expelled. Not that he cared, since he didn't even need a wand. All he had come to this alley for was books. He had lost all his books in the accident a year ago. After going to all the safe locations that him and Nick used, Harry had quite a bit of weapons and a hell of a lot of cash. Him and Nick's combined cash was around $20 million. The first thing that Harry did with that money was buy a private island in the Caribbean. Cost $5 million and left him with only 15 left, but he was happy with the purchase. After much practice and time, he had finally been able to put an illusion over it so no one could find it. If anyone, including wizards, got too close, then they would simply get lost and be turned around and forget what they had been looking for. That had been a tricky procedure that he had to actually use runes to accomplish. Once he got there, the first thing he did was bury Nick. Nick loved the Caribbean, so Harry figured that it was the perfect place to lay him to rest. He named the island Wolf's Cove after his mentor. Coming back to the present, Harry walked into the magical bookstore and immediately began perusing the aisles. There wasn't much stuff, to be honest. The government seemed to block way more things here than they did in the U.S. for whatever reason. He did find a book on different obscure magic, which seemed to be a reasonable price. That, along with some different potions books and a book about herbology, was all he decided to get since there was such a lack of quality books. He walked up to the counter and saw a middle-aged man at the counter. "Hello, young man. Off to Hogwarts this year?" he asked. "Sadly, it would seem so. The next 7 years of my life seem doomed to be dreadfully boring," Harry said as he looked down and pretended to be actually sad by the fact that he was going to have to attend the school. "Oh, cheer up, lad. Hogwarts is fun, I promise. It's where you get to start to learn how to use magic. Aren't you excited about that?" the man asked Harry, seemingly trying to make him feel better as he checked the book prices. "I already know how to use my magic. Only reason I'm going is because an old lecherous man backed me into a corner one day and forced me to go," Harry said as he shivered. "It was awful," Harry said as he dropped the necessary coin on the man's desk and grabbed his books, while the man looked at him dumbfounded with a slight look of concern on his face. That was until he saw Harry walking out. "Wait, young man. Don't you need to get your Hogwarts books as well?" he yelled after Harry. Harry didn't even look back as he answered, "No thanks. I shan't need them," Harry said as he left the bookstore with his purchases. Harry said, now back in the alleyway, Harry had one last stop to make before he was on his way. The pet store. He was told the most people brought owls, cats, or toads as pets. Harry wanted to see if that was all that was available. He had been researching animals all his life after all. He wanted to have one for his own. As he walked in, the first thing he smelled was poop. As he looked around at all the animals crammed into the shop, he wasn't surprised. There was quite a lot of birds in here, and not all of them were owls. Not that they interested Harry. He was after something a little more exotic. He looked around the shop until something caught his eye. He finally came to the back of the store where there was many glass cages. That's not what attracted him to this area, though. What attracted him to this area was the quite hissing voices he could hear. As he made his way there, the voices got louder. When he finally arrived, he saw that the hissing was unsurprisingly coming from snakes. He briefly wondered if these were magic snakes that could speak somehow. As he approached, the snakes focused their attention on him and started hissing among themselves again as if he weren't there. "Ugh, another one of these annoying 2 legs. Wonder if this one thinks he can tame one of us to bring to school. Dibs on the first bite of his flesh should he come near my pan." Harry's sweat dropped at the last remark. "I can hear you, you know," Harry said snidely. With that sentence, all the conversation between them stopped. After a second, all pens were filled with whispers that all said the exact same thing for the most part. "A speaker? A speaker is here." Harry looked at them strangely. What did they mean, a speaker? Was that another name they called humans? No, because they had already called him a 2-leg earlier and grouped him in with that category which he assumed was normal humans. Was he part of a special kind of human and the snakes could somehow tell? This seemed more likely to him. He decided to ask before their annoying whispers grew out of control. "What is this speaker that you keep speaking of?" Harry asked at the snakes. You are a speaker of snakes, or what the humans call a parseltongue. It is a very rare and unique gift," one of the snakes said in response to Harry. Harry thought about that for a second. What a rather odd ability to have. "I see. Well, I am here to purchase one of, if that is all right," Harry said. Not that he cared whether it was all right or not. These were random snakes he had just met. He couldn't give 2 shits about what they thought. As soon as he announced that he was purchasing one, all of them started hissing and asking him to purchase them. Harry sighed and started to zone the snakes out since they were being pretty disruptive and annoying. He perused through the snakes and looked for any that stuck, and only one did. A black snake that looked to be about a meter long. The snake seemed to be resting while trying to ignore its brethren who were all trying to clamber for his attention. Harry shrugged and flicked the cage, getting the snake's attention. "Hey, do you mind if I take you with me, bud?" Harry said as he talked to the now awake snake. "I'm not your bud. I'm a girl, dipshit. I could care less what you do, human," the now identified female snake said to Harry. Harry smiled. He liked this one. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "Don't have one." The snake hissed back. "Mind if I name you Samuel, or Sam for short? It means poison of God," Harry said, looking at the snake expectantly. The snake just looked back at him. I suppose that's fine as far as human names go, the snake said. At this point, you were supposed to go get the store owner to retrieve the snake for you. Harry of course didn't do that. He popped the top and put his arm in the tank. Hop on so we can get out of here, Harry told to the snake. The snake regarded the arm for a brief second before slithering up his arm and around his neck. Harry closed its container before heading to the front desk. He grabbed the salesman's attention before gesturing to the snake wrapped around loosely on his neck. I would like to purchase this snake, Harry said. The man paled as he looked at it. Son, the salesman started before Harry cut him off. Black Mamba, yes I know. Will you sell it to me or not? It seems she likes me well enough, Harry told the man. The man just shook his head and said something about crazy youths. He rang up the purchase and brought some which consisted mainly of dead rats. As Harry finally purchased the snake and left the shop, he smiled. Come Sammy. I'm going to show you your new home. With that, he flashed away. Well, that was the last chapter of the pre-Hogwarts arc. Hope you guys liked it. Next chapter will most likely be out tomorrow unless I'm swamped with homework. If it isn't, I ask you guys to bear with me. I will always try my best to get chapters out as soon as I can. Until next time. Peace. Chapter 9. Guess who's back with another update? Why, it's little old me. This is the 9th chapter in my story. As always, I would like to thank everyone for their support. Couple of things before we start. Some people have PM'd me about getting a cover picture. I suck at drawing, so if anyone wants to shoot me an email with a drawing they created for this story, I would be extremely grateful. Now this is the first chapter of the Hogwarts arc. Not sure how long it's going to be, so sorry if it seems like it's dragging along slowly at some points. Now on to the story. September 1st, 2006. King's Cross. Harry was walking with his hands in his pockets through King's Cross Station in search of platform 9 3/4. This would have been annoying for anyone who could not clearly sense the magic barrier between platform 9 and 10. Once he walked through that, he came face to face with a train. He sighed in exasperation. Those dumb asses really are going to make us stay on a train for 8 hours without any adult supervision. Oh well, can't blame me if it becomes too much and I kill one of these annoying twerps, Harry thought as he boarded the train. It looked pretty empty since he got here around an hour early. He found a random empty compartment and plopped himself down. He closed all the shutters at the door so everyone couldn't just look in while he wasn't paying attention. Remind we again why we had to come back to this country, and you couldn't simply kill the old man instead. Sammy hissed from under Harry's shirt. Harry sighed. It wouldn't have done me any good. The contract is tied with Hogwarts, not the old fool. Harry responded, annoyed. Humph. So you are willing to just waste your time at this school? You could be using this time training. Sammy continued. Harry smirked. You just want to laze around the island more. Harry shot back at her. You're damn right I do. It was warm there, and I got all the free prey that I could ask for. What's not to like? Sammy shot back at him. Harry conceded that point. He would rather be spending his time at Wolf Cove, but sadly for him, life seemed to have other plans for him. Think of this as a necessary evil, all right. Who knows, there might be a benefit to this. Harry said doubtfully as he looked out the window and noticed more people starting to arrive. Whatever you say. I'm going to nap. Wake me if you need something important, Sammy said as she dozed off to the land of dreams. What a troublesome snake I got, Harry said with a smirk. He glanced at the clock on the platform and saw they would be leaving in 20 minutes. He wanted to hurry up with this already. His time was money after all. As he scanned the station again, he noticed a certain family that has lingered on for a second. They seemed vaguely familiar for some reason that he couldn't quite put his finger on. The group was comprised of a bespectacled man who he guessed had a roguish handsomeness to him. Standing next to him was a red-headed woman that, like her husband, could be considered attractive. As his eyes turned to the third member of the family, his memory finally clicked into place. A boy, brownish-red-haired boy with eyes seemed to be made of gold, stood next to his parents. On his head was a lightning bolt scar. Well, if it isn't the famous Potter family. Harry thought sarcastically as he stared at the family he once considered his own. He took another second to look at them before he looked down by Lily's leg and was surprised to see another child that looked very similar to her mother. Seems they had another kid. Harry thought, frowning slightly at this new piece of information. He turned away from the window and closed the curtains. He didn't want to have to continue staring at their faces. He threw on the hood of his hoodie before leaning against the now covered window. He closed his eyes and rested. He could still hear what was going on around him, but chose to ignore it as he continued to rest. He at one point heard his door slide open and someone enter and sit down, but he didn't bother to even lift his head to acknowledge their presence. He continued to just go on and pretend he was asleep. He decided to pay attention to how Sammy shifted in her sleep while wrapped around him. Cool feeling over scale actually felt nice. He would have to figure out a way to enhance her somehow. Her venom was already some of the most venomous in the world, but it wasn't the most venomous in the world. Harry seeked to change that. Her scales were also a little too weak for Harry's taste. He would have found a way to make them impenetrable against weapons and magic. Just as he was about to move on to another thought to keep himself occupied, the door to his compartment opened. "Hey Neville, I've been looking for you since I got on the train. How have you been?" A voice said, presumably to the other person that had been sitting quietly in his compartment. "Hello, Arthur. I have been good, and yourself?" The now identified Neville said shyly back. Harry froze. Arthur, as in his brother Arthur. What a freaking coincidence that his brother would come to the one compartment he was trying to hide out in. Well, whatever, not like he had to talk to the brat or anything. "Who's this?" Arthur asked quietly as he finally noticed the other occupant in the compartment. Harry did not say anything. He just continued to pretend he was asleep. "Don't know. He's been asleep since I got in here," Neville said back quietly. "He looks like a muggle-born, doesn't he?" Arthur asked Neville. "Yeah, I guess. Haven't ever seen one to compare him to though, so I couldn't tell you for sure," Neville said back. Harry silently gritted his teeth. God, these kids were annoying. Why didn't they either shut up or get out? Well, most of the other compartments are full, so do you mind if I join you?" Arthur asked politely. God damn it, Harry thought. Sure, no problem. I'm sure he won't mind when he wakes up. Neville said as he presumably was speaking for Harry. "You presumptuous brat. I will make sure I get you back for this," Harry thought as he smushed himself closer to the wall, so he wasn't so close the Potter offspring. He decided to go to sleep before he did something he would regret. He slept silently for a few hours before he was woken up again by the suspicious murmurings coming from the other side of his compartment. "Think is under his hood," he caught Arthur saying. "I would assume hair and a face, Arthur," Neville said back as he tried to stop Arthur's thought process before he could even get to it. Sadly, Neville wasn't so lucky. "Let's pull it down and see what he looks like," Arthur said. Harry felt the boy edging his way up the seat where he was. This boy seriously thought he could pull a fast one over him? What an idiot. "Arthur, don't, he probably won't like that you're touching him," Neville said, worried. "Just a quick peek," Arthur said as he reached out for Harry's hood. Before his fingers could touch even a stitch of cloth, Harry snatched his hand from the air before either of them could even blink. "Try that again and you're not going to like what I do to you in response," Harry said coldly as he squeezed Arthur's wrist tighter for emphasis. Okay, I give. Won't do it again. Please let go," Arthur spat out quickly. Harry let go of his arm and went back to leaning against the window and ignoring their presence. "Hey, I'm sorry about that, mate. I was just curious on what you looked like. No hard feelings?" Arthur asked as he smiled at the quiet boy tentatively while rubbing his now sore wrist. "Very much hard feelings," Harry responded back, emotionless. "I see. Well, I'm sorry either way. What's your name?" Arthur asked politely. Harry debated on what he should do. He could stay silent, but he felt that would just encourage the boy to try harder to find out. He could lie, but that could backfire if he was ever called by his real name around Arthur. He decided to just tell him the truth. He didn't feel like going through the effort to try and hide who he was. "Harry," he responded, emotionless again. That piqued Arthur's attention as he immediately tried to get a good look at Harry, who was sadly looking the other way and wearing a hoodie. "Harry what?" Arthur asked with slight excitement slipping into his voice. "Just Harry." Harry responded back as he continued to look out the window bleakly as he resigned himself to this fate. Why don't you have a last name? Arthur asked with a slightly prodding look in his eyes. Because I chose not to have one. We done playing 20 questions? Good. Harry snapped at Arthur. Okay, he needed to get out of here and cool off. He stood up and made for the door. As he opened up the door, he ran into a bushy-haired girl. Oh, hello. I'm looking for Arthur Potter. He's the boy who lived, you know. I read he even once fought a dragon. The girl sped out. Harry simply looked at her like she was mentally retarded. When's the last time you had a single original thought? Harry asked. The girl looked confused. Huh? She responded. That's what I thought. Have a nice day, said Harry as he pushed past her and into the hallway. The girl gained a look that suggested that she wasn't sure she had been insulted or not. Harry walked off towards the other side of the train. He needed a new compartment. He saw a group of 3 young children leave theirs, so as soon as they exited he entered. They seemed to take offense to this. The smallest of the 3 glared at him with his nose in the air, as if he was trying to look down on him. What do you think you are doing? This is our compartment. I suggest you leave now before you regret it. The blonde boy said arrogantly. No thanks. I've had a long day and I need to get some R&R before I give in to my base desire to kill every living creature I see so I can gain the quiet atmosphere I so desperately need. Harry said back seriously. Do you know who I am? I am Draco Malfoy, heir to the most ancient and noble house of the Malfoy, you peasant, and I demand you leave my compartment before I decide to tell my father about this incident. Go ahead. Write it down and take pictures for all I care. You should leave, brat, before I decide you need to have that silver spoon in your mouth, shoved 10 inches deep in another hole in your body. Harry said back quietly as he sat down and found the most comfortable position he could and stayed in it. He could practically feel the steam coming from Malfoy's face as he stared angrily at Harry. Crab, Goyle. Show this peasant that he should respect his better. Malfoy half yelled angrily. Harry sighed. Was there something about his face that said he wanted to have a confrontation with everybody? Okay, maybe there might be. Still, that didn't mean that everyone should do it. As the 2 hulks of flesh approached him, Harry pondered how he should deal with this. He couldn't let them touch him because they might damage Sammy. It seemed the quick route would be best. He stood up and waited for Dumb and Dumber to approach closer to him. As soon as he came in range, Harry performed a lightning-fast high kick straight to the boy's chin. It was like watching a movie. The boy's hole lifted half a foot off the ground before he fell on the ground, instantly knocked out. The other mass of flesh and Malfoy seemed to be shocked. Their attention soon returned to Harry as they heard crack noise and turned to see him cracking his neck and stretching his arms before he looked at both of them with a friendly smile that didn't match the voice he used next. Which one of you little shit for brains am I gonna open a can of whoop ass on? Harry asked in a voice as cold as death as he let release some of his magical presence. The remaining henchmen and Malfoy took a step backwards before they hit the wall of the corridor. Now you two. Real men take responsibility for the problems they cause. So choose. Which of you is next? Harry asked as if H was scolding a child. His head was tilted to the side as he still smiled, a totally innocent smile that clearly did not belong with the situation.
Sorry.
Malfoy stuttered as Death slowly walked closer to him. Oh, you're sorry. Where did that cocky child who had the balls to call me a peasant go? Geez, all you politician types have in common. Soon as you're confronted with real power, you clam up like a shy little schoolgirl. I haven't even used any magic yet. You're pathetic. Next time you get in my face, make sure you have the power to back up your words or I just might end up dealing with you permanently. Harry said to the Malfoy who was practically pissing his pant as he shook with fright. He nodded quickly back to Harry to show he understood. Harry smiled and suddenly all the pressure and demonic aura being released from him vanished. Excellent. Now scurry away, little Malfoy. We shall play another time. Harry finished as he entered the compartment and left Malfoy to pull himself together. That was satisfying. Okay, maybe this place wouldn't be so bad after all. A few hours later, Hogsmeade Station, first years over here. A giant of a man yelled with a lantern in his hand. He went over with the other first years towards the man and waited for all the others still getting off the train to follow suit. Once all of them had gathered, the man led them to a lake. On the lakeshore where many boats were waiting, Harry loaded onto the closest boat to him and waited. A few people got into his boat with him. One of course had to be Arthur Potter. "Hey Harry, why didn't you come back to the compartment? We were waiting for you," Arthur said when he entered the boat. "I know, that's why I didn't come back," Harry responded nonchalantly. "You're such a cold guy, Harry. You should lighten up more," Arthur said, chuckling off Harry's comment. "Humph," Harry said as he ended the conversation. This kid was annoyingly persistent in trying to get along with him. He might have to kick his ass to get his point across. That might be fun. Kicking ass usually was a fun activity for him. As the boats moved around the final turn, the first years got their first look at Hogwarts. Many of them gasped out loud in surprise. That was a little much in his opinion. He had not heard anyone gasp in surprise his whole life. These kids and their weak bloodlines would not survive the winter. As they finally got to shore, they exited the rowboats and walked up towards the castle. The huge man told them to wait by the big double doors to enter the castle, and that a woman would soon be by to let them in. As soon as he left, some of the first years broke into excited chatter talking about what they thought the way to get sorted was. He could honestly care less. He didn't care for any of the houses. He heard some kid mention dragons and groaned silently. Why did all 11-year-olds have to be complete idiots? Why could one not have intelligence higher than an infant? An old woman Regal finally put a stop to all conversation when she opened the doors. She welcomed them to Hogwarts and briefly explained the house and point system. Harry then immediately tuned her out. It was just more trivial stuff that he could care less about. She finally finished and looked over the first years before finally coming to a stop on Harry, and she frowned deeply. "Mr. Potter, where are your robes?" she said in a clearly disgruntled voice. Harry ignored her. He knew of course she was talking to him, but he wasn't a Potter, so he figured he would nip this problem in the bud. Arthur spoke, thinking the professor was talking to him. "What do you mean, Professor? Is there something wrong with them?" Arthur asked, confused, as he looked down to look himself over. "Not you, Mr. Potter. Your brother," the woman said as she looked back at Harry. This got everyone whispering. They were quite loud and not the least bit subtle about it either. Many seemed to not know about the lost Potter twin at all. After a few minutes of staring at each other, Harry tilted his head and pointed questioningly towards himself. The professor nodded as he finally seemed to understand the situation. "I'm sorry, Professor, but you seem to be incorrect. I am not a Potter. Haven't been for a long time. I shall excuse you calling me that name only once, but should it happen again, I will simply ignore whatever you are saying," Harry said breezily, as if casually talking about the weather. The professor looked like she had to swallow a lemon whole. Albus warned her that the boy did not seem to view himself as a Potter any longer, and not to push him if he acted in this exact way. "Fine then, Harry. Why are you not wearing your robes?" the woman asked sternly. Well, robes restrict almost all movement of my body, therefore I refuse to waste my money on something like that," Harry said back nonchalantly. This caused all first years to again break out in whispers on what would happen to him for already breaking the rules. McGonagall gritted her teeth. "Wearing robes is not a choice, Harry. You have to wear them while at Hogwarts," she said angrily. "Well, that sucks because I'm not going to wear them," Harry said as he leaned against the stair railing. "We will be talking to the headmaster about your refusal to obey Hogwarts rules, Harry," she said while her face turned red. Harry shrugged, not really caring. Ms. McGonagall turned and stomped into the Great Hall and led the first years forward. Harry continued forward as well, mainly to get away from Arthur before he tried to ask him any questions. As they made their way in, Harry noticed the 4 tables that seemed to represent the 4 houses. They were all staring at the new students. Harry paid them no mind. None looked even mildly interesting. The professor grabbed a stool with a hat on it and put it in the center of the room. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat so it can sort you. Is this understood?" she asked. All the first years nodded. She then started to call names one by one. It was pretty boring if Harry was honest. They seemed to be going by last name. Arthur was called and seemed happy that he got into Gryffindor and seemed to be looking at Harry expectantly. Harry ignored that look. He knew one house he could cross off the list of going to.
Harry P. Yeah.
The woman fumbled as she realized she couldn't call his last name. Harry rolled his eyes. If you need to use a last name for me, then just use Wolf. Harry said, exasperated. These people were all such idiots. He never had so much trouble with using just his first name first. Right, Harry Wolf. McGonagall yelled. Harry walked up and put the hat on his head. He immediately heard a voice in his head. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Quite an interesting mind you have here, Mr. Wolf, was it? The voice said. Harry did not panic. He expected something like this as soon as he saw the hat sorting others. I would be careful about any information you find in my head. If I find you compromised me in any way, well, I'm sure you can see what I've done to beings who have crossed me. Harry said with a slightly threatening tone. Indeed I can. What a hard life you have lived, Mr. Wolf. I find it a miracle you came out of such circumstances as sane as you are. The hat responded. Yes, well, I have a much stronger will than most. Now hurry and finish this. This stool is very uncomfortable. Harry said back. As you wish. Let's see here. Plenty of bravery. You are quite blunt and straightforward as well. You would do well in Gryffindor. Yet I also sense cunning, ambition in you as well. Not very loyal. Extremely smart, however. You would do well in Ravenclaw and Slytherin as well. What to choose, what to choose? What's this? You also own a snake and a very potent snake as well. Well, that settles it. It ought to be Slytherin. Phew. Another chapter finished. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Thank you for all the reviews, favorites, and follows. Means a lot to me to see so many people like my work here. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 10. Alright, here comes Chapter 10. Pretty excited to get Harry's Hogwarts years started. Hope you guys like this chapter. Thank you everyone for all the reviews / favorites / follow. Now on to the chapter. September 2nd, 2006. Hogwarts. It was official. Everyone at this school was retarded. Harry had this thought while walking to his first class of the day. Being a Potter previously didn't seem to sit right with many of the upper year Slytherin. They seemed to think he wasn't meant to be here. A few of them tried to sneak into his room at night and do something to him. He didn't find out since as soon as they came in he knocked them out and punished them. The next morning the rest of Slytherin found them chained to the roof of the dungeons covered. No one had bothered him since then. Mainly because he had apparently traumatized those fifth years and they now seemed way too scared to even be in the same hall as him. Harry mentally scoffed. His motto was do unto others only what you are willing have done unto thyself, which he took to mean that if you killed someone, you yourself should be prepared to get killed. Of course he doubted any students in this school could even land a scratch on him, but still, he wasn't going to underestimate them just because he was almost positive he was stronger. First class of the day was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors. As he arrived to the class, he saw that most of the class was already there. They must have been excited for their first day because they were all chatting quietly in excited tones. He saw a cat on the table and after extending his senses, found that it had the same magical signature as Professor McGonagall. He looked the tabby dead in the eye and it looked right back. He smirked at it and sat down. The tabby looked back surprised, which was an unusual expression for a cat to have. He sat down next to a girl with hair that appeared to have golden, blonde hair and blue eyes that were as cold as ice. She seemed to be regarding him, but he stopped paying attention to what she was doing. He laid his head on the desk and closed his eyes as he waited for the class to start. The class starting time had already passed, so he assumed they were just waiting for people that were late on their first day. Soon as that thought crossed his mind, Arthur, Neville, and a red-headed boy rushed in. Good she isn't here yet, the red-headed boy said in relief. As soon as he said that, the tabby on the table jumped and halfway to the floor, morphed into the tall, regal professor that she truly was. Every student besides Harry gasped in surprise. Seriously, with the gasping again. God, how cliché could these kids get? I think not, Mr. Weasley. See that you, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Longbottom arrived to my class on time. Should this happen again, there will be deduction of points, and should the problem persist, you will be issued detentions. Is that clear? She asked. Yes, Professor. All three of them chorused. They sat down on the other side of the room, but not before Arthur looked right at him with an expression that clearly said he wanted to say something. Harry ignored his gaze and waited for the lesson to start. McGonagall explained her class and how it was to transfigure things. She demonstrated by turning her desk into a pig, which seemed to excite the first years. Harry didn't care for it. He himself was already proficient at conjuration, which is turning nothing into something. Turning one thing into another was as easy as breathing to him. She explained the first lesson and how they needed to turn a matchstick into a pin. She passed around the matchstick and let them get started. Harry didn't even pick up the matchstick. He simply stared at it and watched it change from a matchstick to an extremely sharp pin. He decided that he had completed the lesson and turned it back into a matchstick. He laid his head on the desk and went to sleep. He wasn't asleep for long before he felt a slight shocking pain. He didn't jolt like most students would. He simply opened his eyes and calmly looked up at the woman. What can I help you with, Professor? Harry asked calmly. She looked at him sternly. Do you find my class boring, Mr. Wolf? She asked, looking down at him sharply. Well, since you're asking, then yeah, I do. Harry said as he pretended to look pleased that she asked him such a question. Oh? Then you should have no problem turning the matchstick into a pin. She stated angrily. That is correct. Thanks for understanding, Professor. Harry said with perfect-sounding sincerity as he laid his head back on the desk. Then could you perhaps show it to the rest of the class? She asked louder. By now, the entire class had stopped practicing and looked at Harry to see what he would do. Harry sighed. Fine, he said. He looked at the matchstick and used his magic to turn it into a perfect pin and then turned it back. The rest of the class looked shocked as well as the professor. Mr. Wolf, you can do wandless magic? Professor McGonagall asked, stunned by what she just saw. Of course. I've never used a wand in my life and I never plan to. Harry said to her. You don't even have a wand? She asked, even more stunned. I just said that. Harry said in a bored tone. I see. Mr. Wolf, I think you should go see the headmaster since you are apparently done with the exercise. He should be expecting you to come to his office sometime today. Harry sighed again. Whatever. Guess I'll see the old goat then. Harry said before he stood up and walked to the door. Mr. Wolf, you will show the headmaster proper respect. Professor McGonagall yelled after him. Harry waved his hand behind him dismissively as he continued to walk up to the office. It was pretty annoying to get to as well because of all the twists and turns along the way. Plus, he was pretty sure that the stairs were trying to purposefully piss him off. When he finally got to a giant gargoyle, he looked up at it and it moved and stared back down at him. Headmaster is expecting me. Harry said, bored. Do you have the password? The creature asked back as it smiled condescendingly down at him. As soon as he said that, Harry smiled back. He formed a lance of condensed magic and pierced it right through the creature's right arm, calling it to yell out in pain as its arm fell off. Yeah, it's get the fuck out of the way before I tear you to pieces. Harry said as he continued to smile at the statue who was looking back at him in fear. All right, go right ahead. The creature grunted out in pain. Its pedestal turned and moved out of the way as stairs appeared from the wall, leading up to the headmaster's office. Much obliged, Harry said as he pretended to tip an imaginary hat at the statue and passed him to go up the stairs. As he finally made it to the top, he walked right into the room, not even bothering to knock. He saw the headmaster sitting there waiting for him with a cup of tea. Why are we here? Sammy hissed slightly. Harry turned so that Dumbledore couldn't see him. Well, look who finally decided to wake up. Stay quiet, will you? I need to talk to the headmaster and don't want him to know of your existence. Harry whispered in parcel tongue. Sammy hissed in irritation but stayed quiet. Harry turned back around and walked up to the headmaster's desk and sitting down across from Dumbledore. How you doing, old man? Harry asked as he slouched in his chair. I'm fine, my dear boy. How are you? Enjoying Hogwarts, I hope? Dumbledore asked. Truth be told, not really. I'm far past most school curriculum to enjoy the experience, and plus there is the fact that I was forced to come here. Still, I guess it could be worse. Not for me, of course. Had it been any worse for me, I would have simply gone with plan B and thrown everything I had at this castle until it either turned to ashes or I passed out from exhaustion. Harry said as he reached over and grabbed a lemon drop and proceeded to suck on it. I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Dumbledore said. I'm sure you're just torn up inside about it. Harry said nonchalantly. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. Anyways, the reason you're here is a few things. The first is that Professor McGonagall has informed me that you chose to not buy any robes. Why is that? Dumbledore questioned in his grandfatherly tone. Robes are currently the worst clothing for combat I have ever seen. They restrict all movement and they are dreadfully uncomfortable. I refuse to buy something that, under no circumstances, I would ever wear. Harry said as he looked Dumbledore in the eye. Dumbledore was tempted to try and use legitimacy on the boy, but remembered that he had at least some experience in mind arts based on how he took over all those people in the cafe with just his magic. Regardless of your personal feelings, Harry, robes are the mandatory uniform at this school. If you refuse to get them yourself, I will get them for you. Dumbledore said seriously. Get what you want. It won't change the fact that I'm not wearing them. That's the end of the discussion. Harry said as he sucked the lemon drop, unconcerned with the tense atmosphere around him. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Why did this boy have to be so stubborn? He always seemed to do the opposite of what he, Dumbledore, wanted. If only he was more moldable. No matter. Dumbledore was patient. Even if it took a few years, he could get this boy back firmly on the light side. The power he displayed would make him perfect for counter-attacking Voldemort while his brother finished him off. Dumbledore sighed out loud. He would have to allow this boy this concession. He needed to appear lenient. Very well. You may continue to go without robes for now. Now, is there anything else that you wish to discuss with me? Dumbledore asked kindly. Why, yes, there actually is. Do you mind telling me what that item you're hiding on the third corridor is? Harry asked with a wide smile. Dumbledore frowned as soon as he said it. How did he know there was something be hidden there? I'm afraid. I'm not sure what you were talking about. Dumbledore said smoothly back. Harry smiled even wider. So you have no knowledge of it then? Excellent. Thank you, Headmaster. That will be all. Harry said as he got up and left the office without looking back. Dumbledore looked at him suspiciously. It was obvious the boy was up to something. Hopefully he wouldn't cause trouble. Or at least not more than he had. Harry smiled as he walked away from the headmaster's tower. It was now lunchtime since he was sure Transfiguration had already ended. He headed straight to the third corridor. What are you so happy about? Sammy asked as she was now free to speak. Dumbledore, the foolish man that he is, just basically told me that whatever is hidden under the third corridor is anyone's as long as they get it. Harry said as he sped up a little. Oh? And what is there that has you so excited? Sammy asked.
No idea.
But it is radiating quite a bit of power. Not only that, but it is extremely condensed. Whatever it is, I'm sure I can put it to use. Harry said as he entered the third corridor, which was totally empty since everyone was either at their common rooms or at the Great Hall eating lunch. He opened the locked door. No magic seemed to be placed on it, so he just broke the lock on it and opened it. He wasn't quite prepared for coming face to face with a giant three-headed dog, but he would manage it. As soon as the dog saw him, it started growling. Harry wasted no time and summoned close to 100 chains from every surface to restrain the dog. By the time he was done, the dog was tied up on the opposite side of the room, struggling to break free. He smirked and moved to the next room. He immediately fell into some kind of plant material that seemed to want to suck him into the ground. He decided to just burn the plant away, but as soon as he summoned some black flames, the plant seemed to retreat from him immediately. That was a pretty weak-ass plant. The next room seemed to have many keys that it looked like he was supposed to fly up and chase. Harry decided that, instead of doing something stupid like that, he was going to simply light the room ablaze. The room was soon consumed in black flames, with Harry being the epicenter. He recalled his flames with much effort. Damn. Still don't have enough control over that technique yet. He sighed as he looked around for the proper key now that all the wings had been burned off. He looked for any key that looked different than the rest and found an old-looking rusty key. His sweat dropped at the obviousness of the keys. Whoever made these traps/riddles were horrible. The next room was a giant chessboard. It deduced that he probably had to win a chess match to continue on. Or did he? Did it work by having win a game of chess match or by taking a king? He looked at the black king and decided to test his theory. He again summoned his hell chains and had them wrap around the king piece before having them constrict like a snake, crushing the statue to thousands of pieces. A hidden door opened at the other end of the room. Harry sighed. These were so boring. He would need to find himself a true challenge soon before he went insane. In this room he found potions and a flaming doorway. I'm guessing one of these potions lets me pass through. Harry didn't have time to figure out which one it was. He chugged down every potion on the table before hopping through the fire. As soon as he did, he felt pain course through his body and he fell to the ground and started to thrash in pain. Harry, what's happening? Sammy asked as she slithered out of Harry's clothes so she wouldn't be crushed. Don't worry, just the potions. I'll flush them out of my system, Harry said as he gritted his teeth in pain. Sammy continued to slither around him nervously. After a few minutes, Harry had finally managed to flush the potion's harmful effects out of his system. He shakily got up and reached his hand down so that Sammy could slither back into his clothes. You idiot! Don't do something that you know will cause you extreme pain. Sammy scolded him. Harry smirked. I knew you cared about me, Sammy, Harry said jokingly back, walking slowly to the center of the room. Shut up and grab whatever you're looking for so we can get out of here. Sammy hissed out angrily. Harry sighed. Who knew he had picked up such a bossy snake? He began to wonder if he was really the one wearing the pants in their relationship was really him. He looked at the mirror and was truly shocked by what he saw staring back at him. It was him and Nick. Nick was smiling down at him as he ruffled Harry's hair while Harry looked at him annoyed. Harry couldn't breathe. He hesitantly reached out as if to touch the mirror. He stopped right before he touched it. A single tear fell from his eye as he continued to look at the picture. The Harry in the mirror turned to look at him before smiling and raising his palm to show a red stone in it. After he showed it to Harry, he put it in his pocket. At the same time, Harry felt something materialize in his pocket. Harry, what's wrong? Are you in pain again? Sammy said, concerned, when she felt tears fall down onto her scales. It's nothing. I got what we needed. We're leaving, Harry said as he turned towards the exit. He began his trek back up to the main corridor. Third floor corridor. 30 minutes later, Harry exited into the corridor as soon as he had the chains fall away from the Cerberus, who immediately tried to chase him down and kill him. He shut the door before it got even close. Now that he was safely out of there, he finally pulled out the stone and took a good look at it. It was a fire red and unimaginably round. He could practically feel the power wafting off of it. He had never seen such an item before, nor did he even know such a thing existed. Harry smiled happily. All right, maybe this wasn't so bad. Second day here, and he had already gotten a sweet gift for himself and right under the headmaster's nose. He would have to do intensive research to see what it did, but still. Overall, he would say this was a pretty successful trip. And cut. That's a wrap on Chapter 10. I honestly can't believe I even made it this far. I thought maybe only a few people would get into this story when I first wrote it, and I would only make it a few chapters long. To see it come so far make me really happy. Hope you guys enjoyed this chapter. For those of you who fear that I'm going to write a 100 chapters per Hogwarts year, fear not. I shall only write a few per year, especially since I still have another arc to write after this. Alright, see you guys next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 11. Alright, Chapter 11. Sorry for the wait, but school is starting to pick up and I also had to study for the ACT. I still will continue to post as fast as possible, but it might be every few days now instead of every single day. I'm sorry. In other news, I'm still trying to find a beta for this story if anyone is interested. Just PM if interested. Now on to the story. October 31st, 2005. So the stone apparently was a worthless piece of junk. Harry had soon found out that what he had was known as the Philosopher's Stone. It could apparently make infinite amount of gold and the elixir of life, which was cool, but Harry didn't want any of those things. He had tried to see what would happen if he tampered with its power and see if he could change it somehow, but it was too compressed to change, it would seem. Well, I guess my little adventure was a waste of time. Suppose I will keep it for sentimental reasons. Harry thought to himself as he walked off to dinner. Harry had been in this castle for 2 months now, and he had been pretty bored. All his classes were extremely boring, and he hardly paid attention. Most of the teachers had already deducted points from him and gave him detentions which he never went to. He had hoped that his lack of obedience would get him expelled, but it seems holier than thou Dumbledore had to step in. He had apparently explained to his teachers that he under no circumstances be expelled unless he endangered the children's lives. After he left from spying on that particular spying activity, he was left in a little predicament. He didn't hurt innocents. At most he would scare the shit out of them, but he left it at that. So unless some students did a major fuck-up in his eyes and became a bad person, he was going to have to stay at this annoying place. Harry sighed as he entered the Great Hall and sat in his seat. Immediately, every Slytherin moved away from him. Oh yeah, and apparently he had scared the shit out of every Slytherin. He assumed it had something to do with tying up those 3 fifth-year boys up and hanging them from the roof of the common roof cupboard. Little Draco was especially scared of him. Every time Harry approached him, he would pale and try to walk the other way. Not that Harry had a problem with this. This way they weren't bothering. Sadly, because of this, he was now being called the Prince of Slytherin. He wondered what people would say when they found out he had a black mamba as his familiar. Probably say he was the next Dark Lord or something. As Harry chose what food he wanted, he did a light scan of the table to see who was there. Most if not all of Slytherin was here, probably because it was a holiday feast. He only saw one pair of eyes looking back. Blue eyes as cold as ice. Harry sighed internally. This girl had been watching him from day one and seemed to spend an unusual amount of time observing. He couldn't remember her name despite having almost identical schedules with her. It was clear she wanted something from him, but he wasn't sure what. He doubted it had anything to do with any form of affection, since the girl's expression was always cold. He decided to stop thinking about it and eat his food. Food here sucked too. All of it was the same every day. Harry had been thinking about set up his own kitchen in an abandoned classroom and just cooking his own food. While he was thinking about this, he saw a man come screaming into the hall yelling something about a troll and then fainting face first. That was Professor Quirrell, if he remembered correctly. A fool of a man that taught defense against the dark arts. Needless to say, Harry didn't trust him one bit. He had 2 magical signatures, and one was a dark foul magic that Harry had thought might have been some type of demon. Having run into before, he knew how foul those creatures felt. This was slightly different though. Whatever was attached to Quirrell was evil, yes, but not quite to the level of a demon luckily. The headmaster stood up and told the prefects to escort the younger years back to their common rooms. Harry stood up with the rest of the students and started to walk out of the Great Hall. He sensed the troll down further in the region of where the dungeons are. He also sensed a girl in one of the rooms down there, as well as his brother and his friends running straight for the troll. He hoped Sammy was safe. She usually went out to the forest to hunt during the days, since she viewed his classes and school life as a waste of time. If that troll had come from the Forbidden Forest, then it might have run into her. Harry tried not to think of that. He quickly turned a corner and headed down another pair of stairs to where he sensed the troll now entering the room where the girl was. He wasn't sure who the girl was, but he knew that the chances of his brother being able to handle a troll were low. He would intervene if need be. He made it to the hallway where the troll was currently at and peeked into the room where he saw his brother and friends trying to grab the girl who turned out to be the bookworm girl he met on the train. Couldn't remember her name either. He sighed as he watched his brother dodge the club from the troll. I really need to start to remember these people and their names. Might bite me in the side later. Harry thought as he continued to watch as his brother kept trying to dodge the troll. Harry decided to intervene before the troll killed. Troll skin, he knew, was extremely tough against magic and physical attacks. Their insides, however, weren't so durable. He formed a single lance of magic and took aim. He waited for the troll to line up perfectly, but it was still paying too much attention to his brother. Harry got fed up of waiting and finally just whistled loudly. Every creature's eyes, including the troll's. As soon as it turned to face him, he shot the spear at the troll. It entered through his nose and exited through the back of his skull. The creature's eyes immediately rolled into the back of the creature's head as it fell down dead. Harry walked up to it and stared down at the creature. "Sorry, bud, but until I leave, I'm the only one who is allowed to cause mass terror to its inhabitants. There was no room for the two of us," Harry said as he looked down at the troll sadly. "Harry, you killed it," Arthur said as he looked with slight relief at the boy, who he still considered as his brother. "Thank you," Arthur said as he bowed his head slightly in gratitude. "Whatever," Harry said as he looked at them with an uncaring expression. Just then, the teachers entered the bathroom, wands drawn. "Professors, what excellent response time you have. I'm so glad you came just in time to stop the troll before it killed these 4 students," Harry said, clapping slowly and with much sarcasm. "Mr. Wolf, what happened here?" Dumbledore said as he lowered his wand. "Troll tried to kill them, so I killed Troll. Simple as that," Harry said as he tried to walk past the teachers and leave. He was tired. He was gonna go to sleep. Before he could continue, Dumbledore reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Harry, in response, grabbed his wrist, spun around, and untwisted it, causing the old man to give out a cry in pain. "Do not ever presume that you may touch me again." "Go that old man?" Harry asked as he continued to hold the twisted wrist. "Understood." Dumbledore gritted through the pain he was feeling through his arm. Harry let go of him and continued on his way back to his room. This time, no teacher got in his way. When he stepped into the common room, all the Slytherin appeared to still be up and waiting for an explanation for what was happening. As soon as he stepped in, all conversation stopped and everyone's eyes turned to him. "Oi, Wolf, what's happening out there?" One of the older years called out to him. Harry regarded him for a second. "You can go to sleep. I have dealt with the troll," Harry said finally before continuing on to his room. "Wait, what do you mean you dealt with?" another older year asked. This time Harry ignored them and kept on going to his room. He was too tired to deal with people right now. He opened the door to his room and closed and locked it. He then laid on his bed and went to sleep. December 21st, 2006. I was the first week of the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts and most people had already left home. The weeks preceding it had been long and annoying in Harry's personal experience. For one, he had continued to watch Quirrell's pathetic attempts to get past the Cerberus, which were all pathetic. He had researched about the dog after his own little escapade and found that music could charm it to sleep weirdly. Quirrell, however, seemed to either be too stupid to open a book or seemed to think he could just overpower the huge dog with his meager power. The man was clearly not a good person and seemed to know what was at the other end of the traps. Or at least what used to be at the other end of the traps. He would most likely kill him before the year was over. Enough spying on Dumbledore revealed that the man seemed to know what the man was trying to do and clearly didn't trust him. If that was the case, Harry didn't understand why he didn't just kill him or at the least, kick him out of the castle. It seemed Dumbledore was conducting some sort of test, but he wasn't sure what kind. Another perhaps even bigger annoyance was his brother. The boy had been persistently seeking him out every chance he got with his sidekicks Neville, Ron, and Hermione. He seemed to want him to come with home to Potter Manor for Christmas. This was, of course, never going to happen, and Harry made that clear from the start. Over the past few months, Arthur had been pretty tolerable too. Ever since the troll incident, he had been extremely thankful and would go out of his way to not bother Harry. Seemed that time had ended. So here Harry was, sitting in the library alone and reading a book on runes. He liked runes. They complemented him very well since he could use them anywhere by simply using his magic to draw on any surface and hopefully in the future, no surface at all. As he continued to read, he noticed one of the few remaining students at this school approach him. He glanced up and saw that it was the blonde girl with the cold blue eyes that he always saw staring at him. She stopped walking and stood in front of his chair. He raised an eyebrow at her but didn't say anything. He didn't want to ask what she wanted because he honestly didn't want to know, so he just stared at her and hoped she would go away. She didn't, and what's worse, she had started to speak to him. "Wolf, may I speak with you for a moment?" she asked. As she said this, he felt Sammy wake up under his clothes. She seemed to be paying attention to what this girl wanted in case she needed to kill her for some reason. That depends. If I say no, will you continue to speak anyways? Harry said as he looked down and continued to read his book. Yes. The girl said, still looking at him. Harry sighed. This better not be some confession bullshit. Fine. What do you want? He asked her, still looking down at his book. I will get straight to the point. First, I am not sure if you know or not, but my name is Daphne Greengrass. Pleasure to meet you, she said. While the sentence was polite, her tone was still cold, so it contradicted with what she said. Okay, Harry said, waiting still for her to get to the point. I would like for you to train me in wandless magic, she said as she stared at him while he continued to read his book. Harry stopped his reading and looked at her. He stared into her eyes and saw a familiar spark. A spark he recognized well. No, you don't. What you truly want is something else entirely. So tell me, who are you trying to murder and why? Harry asked as he put down his book and continued to stare at the girl. He watched as her eyes widened before regaining their regular cold and indifferent look. What are you talking about? I just want to learn wandless magic, she said persistently. Girl, I don't have time for you half-assed denials. Some of us have other things to do today besides talking in circles. You obviously want to learn my brand of magic so you can kill someone. You may have been able to hide that fact from others, but you can't hide it from me. So spit it out already, Harry said as he crossed one leg over the other and continued to stare at her. Daphne was now biting her lip and looking at him uncomfortably. He simply continued to stare at her. My father. I'm trying to kill my father, she finally said quietly. At this admission, Harry stood up and looked at her at eye level. Lift up your sleeves, Harry ordered. Daphne looked at him confused. Just do it, Harry ordered again. She still looked confused but lifted up her sleeves. Harry hovered his hands over both her arms and did a scan to see if he could find any past injuries. He did. Quite a bit of scars that had been healed and previous breaks on both arms. He squinted his eyes angrily as he discovered on her arms alone. He dropped his hands and gestured to her to put her sleeves back down. He's abusive, Harry said quietly while he looked at her. She nodded back meekly, which looked strange for a normally strong and upright girl like her. He looked at her before holding out his hand and summoning a piece of paper. Pull up a chair and sit down, Harry said as he sat down in his chair. Daphne nodded before she grabbed a chair from a nearby table and sat across from Harry. Harry handed her the piece of paper and a pen. He didn't have any quills owed him and he hated them anyways. What you have in your hands is an assassination contract. You give the name of the target on the top line and at the bottom you sign your name. Usually we would also work out a fee, but I'm feeling generous, so I will do this one for free, Harry said as he looked across at her seriously. Daphne looked at him and then down at the contract with much scrutiny. When she was finished reading it, she looked back at him. How are you going to be able to get to him? He spends almost all his time in our manor. It's covered in old, powerful wards. You would need a team of ward breakers to get through it, she asked confused. You leave the how to me, Harry said as he reopened his rune book and continued to read through it. If I sign this, can you still train me in wandless magic? She asked as she looked over at him. Harry looked at her and sighed. If you truly wish, after this is over, I will train you to protect yourself from threats. Is that acceptable for you? Harry asked as he looked back at her. She nodded and signed the contract before handing it back. Harry folded it in half before tucking it away in his inside jacket pocket. He stood up and she followed. Our house is to the northwest of a town called Hereford, I believe. It's hidden behind trees on all sides and warded so muggles stay away. My sister and mother will also be there. Please make sure they don't come to any harm while you are there. Harry nodded. As you wish. I will be back sometime late tonight. I will see you tomorrow, Harry said. Okay, but how will you get of the castle? Daphne asked. Harry smirked at her before disappearing in a quick flash of white light. Daphne looked surprised at the space where Harry was a second ago. She shook her head and left the library to wait for tomorrow and hopefully for Harry's success. London, UK. Harry was currently looking for a bus that would take him to Hereford. When he finally found a bus that would, he got in and decided to take a nap. Normally he would be planning how to do this, but since it was a wizard, it would most likely be super easy, especially since he didn't even know there was a hit out on him. As he slept for an unknown amount of time, he had a really weird dream that Santa Claus was a creepy old man that was trying to pedo all over him. He had to give Santa an axe to the face. Multiple times. When they finally got to the town, it was already late afternoon. He started doing short-range flashing until he got close enough to the manor to be able to sense it. At that point, he just walked through a forest until he ran into the wards. As soon as he hit the wards, they immediately pushed him back. He looked at the wards before flashing onto the other side of the. He loved his super unknown mode of travel that no one knew defenses for. He continued to walk up towards the house, and by now, it was already dark. He looked at the house as he saw a few lights on. He looked and saw one of the rooms upstairs were still dark, so he climbed up the wall so he could peek in. It seemed to be a spare bedroom, so he flashed through into it. He started to walk around the house. He couldn't seem to find the mother or sister of Daphne, but he found the father sitting in the study. "Evening, Mr. Greengrass." "Lovely evening, isn't it?" Harry asked as he sat down across from the man. The man in question looked up and immediately scrutinized him. "Who are you? Did my wife let you in?" he asked as he looked down at the boy. He found no threat in. "No to your second question. Haven't seen any of the rest of your family since coming here. I'll get straight to the point. I am here to fulfill a certain contract. Would you mind coming with me to an appropriate setting?" Harry asked politely.
Listen, brat.
"I don't know who you are and I don't care. So if you don't get out of my house now, you will not like the consequences," Mr. Greengrass said threateningly. Harry clicked his tongue. "No can do. Have to complete my contract. Shame that we have to have this get messy now, but I suppose it was bound to happen. You should clench your side cheeks because this ride is going to be a little scary for you," Harry said as he flashed away before Lord Greengrass could respond. Greengrass looked around surprised before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Before he could turn around in surprise, both him and Harry flashed away. Unknown location, 8:30 p.m. As soon as they appeared in what appeared to be a dark abandoned shack, Lord Greengrass immediately collapsed to the floor from the travel. "Welcome to my humble abode. About the contract I was talking about. It's an assassination contract. So I'm going to kill you. Make peace with that, or don't. I could care less. Before I kill you though, I'm going to break every bone in your body and tear every muscle in you as well," Harry said as he looked down at the man he planned on torturing. Greengrass reached for his wand but found nothing. "If you're looking for your wand, I already destroyed it as soon as we landed, so don't bother," Harry said at the man. Greengrass looked at this boy who he thought would be not threat when he first saw him in a whole new light. He was scared. This boy planned to kill him very painfully. Harry smiled as chains slowly came out of the ground around them. "Don't worry. This will only be the most painful experience you ever experienced, you child-abusing piece of shit," Harry said as he smiled at the man. "Wyatt, this is a misunderstanding. Let's talk this over a little. I can pay you. Name any price and I will pay it," he said with a scared stutter. Tempting, but sadly I already made a contract and can't go back on that. If I did, my reputation would be ruined. I have never not completed a contract I'm in, and I can't start now. Prepare yourself, Mr. Greengrass. This is your end," Harry said as he had the chains wrap around and restrain the man. Greengrass screamed.
Hogwarts, 3 Uhr nachts.
Harry just got back to Hogwarts and immediately collapsed on his bed. What a long day, and that's the end of that. Hope you guys liked it. Thank you to everyone who had reviewed / favorited / and followed. It definitely means a lot to me. I don't want everyone to assume that Daphne is the pairing. Not sure if I want her to be that or just a friend, so don't assume that's what this story pairing is yet. At the same time, she might become it in the future. It all depends on where I go with this. Remember to PM me if interested in beta ing this. Alright, that's all for now. I will see you all next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 12. Alright, ch12. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Took longer to make because I accidentally quit the program before saving half of it like a retard. Still, it was worth it. Thank you to everyone who reviews / favorites / follows. Means a lot. Now unto the story. April 22nd, 2007, Hogwarts. Harry was frustrated. Why he was frustrated had a lot to do with the annoying boy in front of him. It seemed Arthur was back at trying to convince him to give the Potters one more chance. Harry at this point was just ignoring him and trying to read his book.
Small Harry, please.
You have to come back. Mom and Dad just aren't the same with you gone. Little Rose has also been told about you and is very excited to meet you. I know that we all screwed up in the past and you have every right to be angry, but at least let us try to make it up with you. Arthur pleaded with Harry in a secluded corner of the library. Sorry, did you say something? Harry responded without even looking up from his book. Arthur's face immediately drooped down in disappointment. He sighed and prepared to leave. Harry, no matter how long it takes, I will never give up on you. I will always wait for you to rejoin our family, Arthur said before he left. Harry looked up from his book and looked at the spot that Arthur had been a second ago.
Troublesome brat.
He mumbled under his breath. Apparently during Christmas break he had told the Potters all he knew about Harry, and since the Potters could not just randomly come to Hogwarts except for an emergency, they had had to rely on Arthur to try and convince him. Knowing this, Arthur's efforts to get him to go back to the Potter Manor had tripled from before break. That wasn't all that had changed either. Harry had also had to keep his promise to Daphne and train her so she could learn how to take care of herself. If he were to be honest, the girl was terrible when it came to any sort of physical activity. She excelled with magic, but Harry hadn't relied on magic in years, and that is what often gave him an edge over his opponents. He was strong in physical and magical aspects. He had to start with the ground up with her. He had made her run around the lake. She couldn't at first, so Harry had to give her a little push. He found an acromantula and lured it to her before having it chase her around the lake. That got her motivated to run faster. She wasn't happy and expressed the fact to Harry after. Harry had just shrugged at her and told her that she could quit anytime she wanted to. She didn't though. She at least trusted Harry enough to know that all the training he gave would pay off. And it did. By the beginning of April, she was running like an athlete and had the stamina to keep up with any other 11-year-olds that played sports. Sure, Harry had to encourage her progress once in a while, but it paid off. He had just gotten her started on learning how to free run. She was terrible at it now, but she would eventually get used to the feeling of the constant motion required to be able to do such a thing. She still had a long way to go before she was acceptable in Harry's eyes though. May 1st, 2007, Hogwarts. Remind me again what the hell you are doing. Sammy hissed in a demanding tone. Harry sighed before answering. The simple Sammy. I am engraving runes on your scales to first give an artificial core and second to be able to absorb some of my magic to give your core a jump start. Harry said back to his friend. But why? I don't need magic. I am already dangerous enough. There is no animal I can't kill with a single bite. Sammy responded back with a hint of condescending pride in her voice. Don't get too cocky, Sammy. There are in fact certain animals that you fangs can't pierce, or at least, not yet. Dragons and nundus are a good example of such animals. Besides, this will give you a boost in strength in not only your scales but also your poison will most likely gain some magic properties. It's a win-win no matter how you look at it. Harry responded calmly back. Fine. Just hurry up with this. I want to go kill some mice. Sammy hissed grumpily. Harry let out a small chuckle at his companion's attitude. What a troublesome familiar he had picked. He continued to draw the runes on her when she spoke again. You know, I often hear that brother of yours when I make my way around the castle. He and his group have figured out what used to be hidden in that room. They think that oiled-up flesh bag that you have as a head of house is trying to steal it. Sammy said, trying to gauge what Harry's reaction would be to the news. Harry just shrugged. It is of no concern of mine what they do, though I am curious what they will do when they find out that it is Quirrell who is trying to steal the stone. Harry said back slyly. You confirmed it was him then? Have you figured out what that foul evil stench is coming off him is? Sammy asked. Harry nodded as he finished one rune and moved on to the next. I have a strong suspicion, yes. Harry said. So what are you going to do about it? Sammy asked. Nothing. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I already have that worthless stone. No reason for me to get involved if I already have the price. Harry responded back nonchalantly. You would abandon your kin to his fate? Sammy asked again, not showing if she was offended by the notion or not. Haven't considered a Potter one of my kin in years. You know that. Whatever messes that boy gets himself into, he should be able to get himself out of. Harry said back as he finished the last rune. My, you seem so cold to the Potters. Don't tell me you still feel anger to them after all these years? Sammy asked somewhat mockingly. Not at all. I just feel indifferent to them at best and annoyed with them on occasion at worst. Harry said matter-of-factly as he put away his engraving tools. So when will I be able to start being able to use magic? Sammy said as she stretched then coiled her body before slithering back into Harry's clothes. Depends. The next point of my plan doesn't come into effect until Quirrell makes his move. Until then, I'm afraid you will have to do without. This works out fine anyways. Your body needs to be able to adjust to the new energy source it has before it can use it. Harry said as he left the room. So what you're telling me is that I can't do anything. Sammy said more as a statement than a question. Harry smirked. Yes, Sammy, that is what that means. Harry said back as if he was talking to a 6-year-old. Humph. Sammy hissed back. Harry wasn't sure how she could make that noise with just but he thought it best to not question it. June 3, 2007, Hogwarts. Harry had woken up and the first thing he heard when he got to the common room was how Potter had spent the night in the hospital after supposedly killing a teacher. Harry smiled. It seemed his plan was to finally be put into effect. He had little doubt in his mind that the person dead was Quirrell. He did a quick magical scan and confirmed his suspicions when he could no longer feel Quirrell or the foul evil that was attached to him. Harry felt it was time he had a little visit with Dumbledore. He hadn't talked to him since the beginning of term when he pretended the stone wasn't there. He waited till lunch so everyone else would be in the Great Hall. He knew that Dumbledore would be in his office plotting since he most likely thought that Voldemort stole the stone since it was no longer with Arthur or the mirror. He walked up the stairs and through the many passages before he came the gargoyle that resided in front of the headmaster's stairs. He smiled at the creature. Hello. I need to go talk to the headmaster. I hope my last password will be enough to let me in? Harry questioned as he looked at the gargoyle with an innocent smile. The gargoyle looked back at him before moving out of the way without saying a word. Harry continued to smile at it. Thank you so much, he said as he made his trek up he got to the door he simply barged in. It seemed that he interrupted something important because both Snape and McGonagall were saying something in worried tones to the headmaster before stopping when they saw Harry. Evening, headmaster and professors. I have something vital to discuss if you don't mind, professors. Boy, we are in the mid. Snape tried to snap back at him before he was cut off. It is all right, Severus. We shall continue this conversation another time, Dumbledore said. Snape glared at Harry before swooshing his cloak and leaving swiftly. McGonagall left as well but not before giving Harry a curious look. When they left, Harry sat down in the chair in front of the headmaster's desk. Afternoon, headmaster. Trouble in paradise? Harry asked politely with a soft smile. The headmaster smiled back although with much strain obvious in his face. Nothing to worry about, my boy. Just some misfiled paperwork and such. He responded back in his grandfather-like tone. Harry's smile turned into a wicked smirk in the blink of an eye. So how's the stone doing? I do hope nothing untowardly has happened to it, Harry said as he took a lemon drop and popped it in his mouth. Dumbledore's grandfatherly smile instantly dropped from his face before he recovered quickly. I'm afraid I haven't, Dumbledore stated before he was cut off. Yes, you do. You know exactly the stone I'm talking about. Should I be a little clearer to jog your memory? It's the Philosopher's Stone I am talking about. How is it? Harry said, still with the smirk on his face as he sucked on a lemon drop. Dumbledore looked at him with a slight look of suspicion behind his grandfather facade. Harry still saw it though. I'm afraid I'm going to ask you how you know of that, Harry, Dumbledore said as if Harry actually had to tell him. Harry chuckled internally. He loved the way Dumbledore operated. It honestly amused him to screw with the man. I'm afraid I can't tell you. I only came here to make a deal with you, Harry said as he continued to look at the man. The man looked at him curiously. What kind of deal? He asked apprehensively. I will get the stone back for you if you do something for me, Harry said. He could see that he immediately caught Dumbledore's interest. You know the stone's location? Dumbledore asked earnestly. Harry simply continued to suck on the lemon drop in his mouth. That depends on if you agree to the deal's terms, Harry said simply. Dumbledore looked at him seriously. Harry, I don't think you understand the power of the stone in the wrong hands, it cooed. Dumbledore tried to say. I'm not going to say any more until you agree to my terms, Harry said as he continued to suck on the candy. Dumbledore looked at him conflicted. He didn't know what the boy wanted, but it was most likely something not good. What are your terms? Be aware that I will not expel you from this school, so if that is what you want, then I'm afraid we have nothing to talk about, Dumbledore said as he tried to control the situation. That had crossed my mind, but I decided against it for several reasons. Now on to what I want. I want 3 books in Parseltongue that teach Parcel magic, Harry said as he reached over and took another candy. Dumbledore looked at him frozen in surprise. Why do you wish to have such books? Dumbledore asked wearily. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you agree to the terms, Harry said as he now looked directly into the old man's eyes. Harry, such books are... Dumbledore tried. I don't care. How you get the 3 books is up to you. Do you agree to the terms? Harry asked as he continued to look directly into the man's eyes. Dumbledore stared back at him and tried to figure out why Harry would want such books. Is it possible that Harry was a Parselmouth? He did in fact have a few such books in his personal library in Gringotts, but he did not wish to give them up since they were quite rare and had been taken from various hideouts that Voldemort used. On the other hand, if he didn't give it to Harry, Voldemort would most likely be trying to revive himself as they spoke. He decided that Voldemort was his primary concern. He would worry about Harry after that. Fine. I agree to your terms. I will get the books and bring them to my office, and we will create a magical contract so no party can lie, Dumbledore said, and watched Harry's face to see if any part of what he said had been a lie. Harry just nodded back as if he expected such a result. As you wish. I will draft the contract. I will meet you back here after dinner then, Harry said as he got up and walked to the door. The entire time, Dumbledore looked at Harry's back until he disappeared behind the door. He sighed as he got up from his chair and headed to the fireplace. It seemed he would be losing some of his prized personal collection today. Then he was gone in flames. Dinner same night. Harry was eating some rotisserie chicken next to Daphne and her friend Tracy. He didn't move to where they sat or anything. Daphne felt like that now that she was being trained by him. They should eat together, or at least that's what Harry thought. Honestly, who knew for sure what women were thinking? He couldn't help be slightly happy about the fact that Dumbledore fell for his little trap. Hook, line, and sinker. He presumed because he felt that he didn't have a real choice in the matter. He had already sensed the old man's return to the castle. He watched him give a speech about Slytherin winning. He then made a big show of awarding 500 points to Arthur and his friends for fearlessly defending the castle from all enemies. Harry scoffed. From what he heard, Arthur didn't do too well against the Dark Lord and his servant. It was only because of Quirrell's own inadequacies that he even survived. He saw his fellow Slytherin groan at the loss by Gryffindor no less. He couldn't honestly see the point of caring. These points did nothing except give them a temporary trophy that they could marvel at for one day. They were so blind to the fact that they looked to be well-trained sheep. They were all slaves to their views, and that made them ever so weak. Harry stopped paying attention and simply sipped his juice. Something wrong, Wolf? Daphne asked politely. No, in fact I would say that this is the best day of the entire year that I have been here, Harry said as he continued to sip his drink. Daphne looked at him. Oh? And why would that be? She asked, slightly interested. Nothing for you to worry about. Just a pleasant business transaction. But enough about business. Let's talk about you. You must be excited to go home for the first time since he has died, Harry said as he shifted the conversation to Daphne. Daphne herself could hide the slight smile that came to her lips. Yes, I am. I'm not sure if I told you, but I wasn't the only one he hit. He also beat my mother. From our letters, she is happy he is gone. Daphne said as she bit into her piece of chicken. What about your younger sister? Harry asked. He never hit her. Mother and I made sure to get in his way if he tried. We couldn't bear letting him touch her. Daphne said, looking sad at the bad memories. Harry nodded back. Very noble for you to sacrifice yourself for someone you consider family. That is something I can respect, Harry said. Just as he finished, Dumbledore stood and announced that it was time for bed. All the students stood and were escorted back to their rooms. I shall see you in the morning. I have some business to attend to, Harry said to Daphne. Daphne nodded and continued walking as Harry went down a different corridor. He went straight to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle didn't even let him say anything before moving out of the way. He walked up the stairs and opened the door. He saw the headmaster along with Snape and McGonagall. Evening, headmaster. I was not aware that we would also have guests, Harry said smoothly as he continued his approach. Dumbledore nodded slightly at him. They are simply here to act as witnesses for the contract and make sure both sides give the agreed objects or information, Dumbledore said to Harry so he wouldn't be worried. My oh my. One would think that you didn't trust me to complete my end of the deal. Well, no matter. Here is the contract. Let's get this done, Harry said as he turned serious and pulled out the contract out and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded before he looked over the contract and confirmed that if he gave Harry the books that Harry would tell him the location of the stone immediately after getting payment. He signed it and magically bound himself to it before handing it back to Harry. Harry picked up the quill and signed it himself. All right, here are the books you requested, Dumbledore said as he pulled out 3 very old-looking books. Harry opened each and every one of them to confirm what was inside. Once he did, he nodded back to show he had gotten what he wanted. All right, you have your books. Now please tell us where the stone is located, Dumbledore said without his usual grandfather charm. Sure. Soon as your lackeys leave, I will tell you exactly what you want to know, Harry said as he waited. Both Snape and McGonagall looked before Dumbledore raised his hand to show them to keep silent. Severus, Minerva, please leave us, Dumbledore said, wondering what Harry was up to. They both left but didn't look happy about it. Now the stone location, Harry, Dumbledore pressed. Sure, Dumbledore. Now need to push so hard. The stone's location is in my right pocket, Harry said as he crossed his legs and waited for Dumbledore to get over his shock. Harry, this is no time for jesting. Every moment you waste, Voldemort could be bringing himself back to life, Dumbledore said, trying to gain some urgency in the boy. Harry simply reached into his pocket and pulled out the red stone in question. As soon as he saw the stone, Dumbledore's mind went blank. Don't know why you keep bringing up Voldemort and saying he has the stone, Harry said as he rested his arm on the armrest and continued to show off the stone. But how, when? Dumbledore stuttered out. I have had it since the 2nd day of term. As soon as our conversation finished that day, I went to retrieve it. Also destroyed quite a few of your traps. It was quite the annoyance, especially Snape's. You had it this whole time. You tricked me into thinking Voldemort had it so I would irrationally agree to almost any demand you made, Dumbledore said as he looked at Harry as if fog had just left his eyes. Dear Dumbledore, what a wild imagination you have. How could I possibly have planned out such a scenario that worked perfectly in my benefit? Normally I would just tell you where it was and keep it, but it has no use for me, Harry said as he tossed the small stone on to Dumbledore's desk. Thank you for these books, headmaster. I can't continue my training without them. Oh, and next term I think I will introduce you to my snake, Harry said at the dumbfounded Dumbledore. He picked up his things and headed out. You have a good summer, he said before leaving the office. Well, that was something. Hope you all liked this latest chapter. That is the official end of year 1 for Harry. Next is going to be his summer before we go on to year 2. By the way, still looking for a beta if anyone is interested. Just PM me and let me know if you are. I'll see you all later. Until then, peace. Chapter 13. Well, here's the 13th chapter. Finally got a beta, so I want to thank Sire Rules for making this chapter look great. Hope you all like the story so far. Probably only going to put one more chapter of summer before going back to the school year. Now on to the story. June 3, 2007 Hogwarts Express. Harry was a bit grumpy if he was being honest with himself. When they had finally been let out of the castle to go home, Harry had wanted to just flash out of there, but Daphne had asked him very politely to accompany her on the train. Of course, he immediately refused her request. He wasn't one to bow before one's request just because they wanted him to. Daphne, however, seemed quite persistent. She just kept talking and reasoning to him about why he should do it. His ears felt like they were bleeding until finally he just told her enough and that he would go with her on the train. She seemed pleased by this and skipped away to go and finish packing. So here he was, sitting on a train that he shouldn't even have to take because an 11-year-old girl had almost literally talked his ear off. How far the mighty had fallen. As he sat down in a compartment next to her and her friend Tracy, he remembered that he had another reason for not wanting to depart by train, but for the life of him, couldn't remember why. Oh well, probably wasn't important. He thought to himself as he prepared himself for an 8-hour sleep. Why did you let the female flesh bag convince you to take this infernal contraption? We could have been on the island already and I could be feasting on rodents. Sammy said indignantly. She wouldn't stop talking, Harry said back, totally ignoring the fact that he had company who was now looking at him oddly. You should have ignored her then, Sammy hissed back angrily. Perhaps. Now be quiet, Sammy. I've had a long week and need to rest up before we get home, Harry said as he tried to go to sleep. Harry, why are you hissing? Daphne asked carefully. Harry looked at her and suddenly registered that others were indeed here. He sighed and hissed for Sammy to come out. When she slithered out, he introduced her to the stunned girls. This is Sammel, or Sammy as I call her. She is my snake and familiar. She is a black mamba, so don't touch her fangs. Feel free to touch her and say hello. Now I'm gonna sleep, so please keep it down, Harry said as he turned over after introducing Sammy. Sammy knew not to kill them, so everything should be fine. Oh, and lock the door and close the blinds. Don't want little Arthur to come knocking, Harry said. He heard the lock click before he closed his eyes and dozed off. The next thing he knew, he was being shaken awake. He opened his eyes and saw Daphne standing over him with Sammy wrapped comfortably around her neck. He raised a single eyebrow. We are 30 minutes away. Thought I should wake you, she said. He looked at her strangely. You're telling me that I slept 7.5 hours? Harry asked as he looked at her. She nodded back. That's exactly what I'm telling you. You must have been quite tired. She responded back. How long do you normally sleep for? Tracy asked. I suppose I usually sleep for at most 5 or 6 hours before I get up and start training, Harry said as he cocked his head to the side thoughtfully. How are you not tired all the time? She said back to him with a baffled expression on her face. Harry shrugged. I am used to it after so many years, he responded as he looked out the window and waited for the train to arrive at the station. When he finally felt the train start to slow down, he got up and unlocked his compartment to leave. Daphne and Tracy followed. Harry, it's been bothering me for quite a while now, but do you not have any more clothes? You wear the same thing every day, Daphne asked. Harry just looked at her. Of course I have other clothes. I just don't change often since I can clean my current ones over and over again at any point. Besides, when I first came here I was hoping not to have to stay at Hogwarts long. Seems Dumbledore is really committed to making sure I don't leave, Harry said with a sigh as the train came to a full stop. They were among the first to get out and Daphne immediately started to lead them to the farthest right corner. When they got there, Harry saw 2 people. A woman that looked like Daphne's older sister and a younger girl that had the same face but differently colored eyes and hair. Harry immediately deduced who they were, but decided to grab some brownie points. Daphne, you didn't tell me you have an older sister as well? Harry said with a confused look on his face. The older lady immediately smiled in delight as she looked down at Harry. Oh, I like your friend already, Daphne. My name is Angelica Greengrass, Daphne's mother, she said with amusement as she held out her hand to Harry. Harry took it and bowed to kiss the back of it smoothly. My dear lady, I'm not sure I quite believe that last part, but I'm charmed to meet you, nonetheless. And who's this young lady? Harry said as he turned to the younger girl. She immediately eeped and hid behind her mother's legs to hide her embarrassment. It seems you have charmed both my daughters, Harry. Although, seeing what a gentleman you are, I am not surprised. Angelica responded. Daphne yelled with a red hue on her face, looking everywhere but at Harry. Harry catalogued that for later. He coughed politely in his hands. Yes, well, I actually have to go somewhere. I'm late because someone decided I needed to ride the train. So I must say farewell for today, Harry said as he did an over-the-top bow to them. Daphne gave him a slight glare before telling him that she would write to him. Harry nodded before reaching around her neck and taking Sammy and letting the snake slither back into his clothes. He then bade them farewell before walking away and leaving them. He was just about to step into the portal so he could flash away without anyone watching when he heard someone call out to him. He turned around, wondering where the call had come from. Immediately, he saw a red-headed woman trying to make her way towards him through the crowd. Harry immediately turned back around and continued walking. Nope. Fuck that, Harry said as he continued through the exit. As soon as he came out the other end, though, hands reached out and grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back in. He prepared himself to counterattack the person who was touching him, but was immediately pulled into a hug and into what he assumed was the chest of a female or at least a really fat guy. He would have hoped for the first if he didn't have a good idea who was hugging him. Woman, cease your infernal hold upon my body, Harry exclaimed as he struggled to get loose. After a few seconds, he finally broke free and immediately backed up. He then glared at the woman who was looking at him with hurt in her eyes. Harry, she tried, but he cut her off.
No.
Whatever it is you want, the answer is no, Harry said as he once again debated on what the quickest method out of here was. He didn't want to show his flashing technique here and have everyone know that he could perform such a technique. Harry, please just listen, she begged. By now, Harry had noticed that James and Arthur were behind her, a few feet away with the little girl in their arms. I'm not coming back to live with you, and that's final. No amount of begging and pleading will change my mind, Harry said as he regarded Lily coldly. She looked heartbroken. At this point, James stepped in. Harry, we can't just leave you to fend for yourself on the streets, no matter how much you dislike us, James said, trying to get Harry to see reason. You keep talking like you have a choice in the matter of where I stay in my free time. Let me assure you that you don't. The only reason I'm even going to Hogwarts is because I have to. I'll be damned if I have to go live in a stranger's house as well. By this point, James had put the girl down so he could approach Harry. Harry immediately took several steps back. Don't come close to me, Harry said coldly. Before James could respond, Harry felt a tug at his side. He looked down to see the little girl that was with the Potters looking up at him curiously. Are you my other older brother? She asked in an innocent, childlike voice. Harry's eyes softened when they met the little girl's. I'm sorry, but I am afraid you were mistaken, Harry said as he tried to tear his eyes away from the adorable little girl. No. Mommy and Daddy said you are, so you must be, Rose said to him. Harry regarded the little girl for a second as the whole Potter family watched quietly. What's your name? Harry asked her finally. She smiled up at him. Rose, I'm 5, she said as she held up 5 of her fingers. Harry couldn't help the twinge of his lips in an upward motion as he saw the cute display. Indeed you are. Well, Rose, believe me when I say that the situation is most complex, Harry said, trying to get the little girl to go back to her parents. She just looked up at him with a confused expression. Huh? She said, confused by Harry's vocabulary. Harry sighed. While, yes, we both have the same parents by injury, I don't recognize them as part of my family any longer, meaning that in my eyes they are no longer my parents and I am no longer their son, Harry said, trying to explain the situation more clearly to the obviously too young girl. How come you don't want them as parents anymore? She asked with a confused expression. They were already my parents once and it did not end well, so they don't get a second chance, Harry said, now taking a knee to talk at eye level with the girl. So they're not your parents anymore? She asked, trying to clear her confusion. Harry nodded at her, glad that she was finally understanding. Okay, but you're still my brother, she said as her expression changed to one of determination that only a child could pull off. Harry looked at her with a hint of surprise. How do you figure? Harry asked, tilting his head to the side while looking at the girl. Well, I still recognize you as my brother, so you're my brother, she said with a nod to herself at her, in her mind perfect logic. Harry chuckled quietly. What a strange little girl you are, Harry said as he stood up and patted her head. Rose pouted in return. Hey, I'm not weird, Rose said in protest. Sometimes being weird is a good thing, Harry said with a smile. Now go back to your parents. I really do have to go, you know, Harry said as he prepared to leave. Rose latched back onto his leg. No, I don't want you to go, she said angrily. Harry sighed. This adorable girl was fun to talk to, but he did really have to go. He had an appointment to make after all. Fine. How about I come and visit you sometimes? Harry asked, trying to appease the girl. She looked at him and held out her pinky finger. Promise? She said, giving him puppy dog eyes. Harry gulped. He absolutely did not break promises he made. He really didn't want to go back to the Potters or ever just set foot on their property, but it seems if he wanted to get this 5-year-old off him without resorting to violence, he would have to agree. He held out his pinky and wrapped it around hers. Fine. I promise, Harry said solemnly. Rose beamed up at him instantly and let go of his leg before running over to her mother and waiting to be picked up by her. Lily did while looking astonished by the turn of events. She never thought Harry would agree to such demands. Maybe Harry had a soft spot for children? Or did he want to make a connection with the one family member who never betrayed him? It was hard to tell while looking at Harry's face, which had returned to being blank and emotionless. It seems that I will be visiting sometime this summer. I will not stay, so don't expect me to. I do, however, keep my promises, so I will visit her every once in a while, Harry said, before turning around and leaving through the portal and disappearing from the Potter's sight. All three of the older Potters looked dumbfounded at these change of events. Daddy, can we get some ice cream on the way home? Rose said as she threw the puppy eyes at James. James looked at his daughter and gave her a bright smile. Of course, Rose, in fact, today you can have as much ice cream as you like, James said as both Lily and Arthur finally exited their stupor. Yay! Rose exclaimed. Later that night, New York City. Harry was extremely angry and confused. He got tricked into going to the Potters by a little girl who didn't even know she was doing it. He would need to cover this up as best he could, lest his reputation be ruined. He, Harry Potter, defeated by a 5-year-old. He sighed in annoyance as he reached his destination. It was a sports bar and quite a loud one at that. The host was waiting by the front. May I help you? She asked when she saw an 11-year-old walk in the doors by himself. Yeah, I need a booth if you don't mind, and make it fast. I'm expecting a guest any minute now, Harry said as he slid the lady a $100 bill. The lady's eyes widened before she cleared her throat and gestured for him to follow. She left him in a nice corner booth, away from all the idiots that were crowding around the TVs watching whatever sport was on. He immediately opened the menu to find anything that might interest him. A few minutes into this, he heard someone draw near the seat across from him. You are a hard person to find, a smooth feminine voice said from the other side of his menu. He didn't even put the menu down as he addressed her. Only to my enemies, he responded coldly. We only just met and you are already deciding we're enemies? The woman said softly, in a sweet voice. You are most definitely someone I should consider my enemy until proven otherwise, Harry said as he finally put down the menu and calmly looked over the table at the woman sitting across from him. She was extremely beautiful, with curves that other women would die for and a face that looked as if it was carved by angels. Of course, what stood out most was her beautiful red hair. What is the infamous Black Widow doing, looking for little old me? He said calmly as he stared at her. The now identified woman smiled back. Oh, just curiosity, mostly. I had heard someone was using Nick's old contacts and taking contracts, using the same methods as him as well. I figured it must have been the partner he mentioned. Never figured you would be so young, though, she said with some amusement. I don't know why you find that surprising. From what I hear, you started just as young as me, Harry said back, now looking down at the table and drawing imaginary circles on the wood. That's true, but that was a time of war. Things are different now, she said. Oh, are they? We both know that isn't true. The politicians just got better at disguising the wars by using people like us to fight them, instead of armies, Harry said nonchalantly. The woman nodded. I suppose you're right, she said. She might have said more, but a waitress came up to ask them what they wanted. Harry ordered just a Sprite while she ordered nothing. So, what's the other reason you decided to seek me out? Harry said as he looked back at the woman. What makes you think I came for something else? She asked with a raised eyebrow. The fact that you are now part of a secret government organization whose focus is world security, and that, since you have only been recruited recently, there is no way they would let you come here without them wanting you here. So, do I need to ask again, or are you just going to tell me what you really came here for? Harry said in a bored tone. Natasha's eyes widened for less than a split second before returning to normal. This boy was good to have such information on her, especially since she only agreed to join a year ago. He had obviously taken Nick's contact system to the next level. Alright, since you already know about that, I'll be frank. We want to recruit you, she said, holding her hands together in front of her and gaining a serious look. Impossible, I refuse, Harry said, looking away. He started scanning the bar to pick up the hidden people lying in wait to back her up if need be. You won't even consider? She asked after hearing such a quick response. The waitress finally brought him his Sprite, which he immediately started to sip. There's no reason to. S.H.I.E.L.D. has absolutely nothing I want, Harry said back as he continued to sip his drink. No? How about a clean slate? You've done a lot of bad things in your life, Harry. Stuff that can get you locked up forever if not killed. If you accept this offer, then we'll wipe the slate clean and even pay you for your work, she said, trying to convey what type of situation he was in. He seemed to not care at all. I pick who my targets are. I won't have S.H.I.E.L.D.'s BS code of ethics get in the way of me killing a scumbag. I don't care about their rules. I only live on my own. I have a feeling that won't work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to take a piss, Harry said as he got up and started to walk away. That won't work. We have all exits and windows covered, she called after him. You think so, do you? He called back over his shoulder and entered the bathroom. Natasha sighed. There was nowhere for the boy to go, even if he wanted to. He was good, but he wasn't that good. After a couple minutes, she got concerned on why none of the teams had notified of his capture already. Widow checking in. What's the status of the target? She asked into her earpiece. Still in the bathroom. Hasn't left through any exit yet. A voice said back. Natasha shook her head. Something's wrong. He should have been back already. I'm going in, she said as she got up and made her way quickly to the bathroom. She calmly opened the door and looked inside. No one was inside. She fully went into the room and checked every stall and still found nothing. She was about to issue an alert to find him when she saw a paper previously hidden on the back of the door. She walked up to it and read its contents. Guess it wasn't as secure as you thought. Better luck next time, read. I'm sure we will see each other again. Harry. Natasha couldn't help but smirk as she took the note from the wall and folded it to put in her pocket. She then spoke into her earpiece again. This is Widow. Target has escaped. Form a perimeter immediately. As soon as she said it, she heard voices start giving orders frantically on the other end. She turned off her earpiece and leisurely walked out of the bar. That kid is one hell of a guy, were her last thoughts as she left back to her post. Alright, that's chapter 13. Thanks to everyone who reviewed and followed this story. Hope you continue to like it. Until next time. Peace. Chapter 14. Okay, so here is chapter 4. Got some reviews about if Harry will forgive the Potter family. The answer is no. At best, he will tolerate their presence. The only one who he has no ill feelings for is Rose, because she wasn't even alive when he was living at the Potter's house. Another thing would be the pairing. Still haven't decided on one. I was thinking about opening a poll with some options. If no one cares about who a pair Harry with though, then I'm not going to make it. This is the last chapter before going back to school. Now on to the story. July 25th, 2007, Tokyo. Harry scratched his chin in thought. He had taken a contract for a Yakuza boss's life. The man in question seemed to partake in every crime under the sun, and was some of the lowest filth Harry had ever encountered. Unfortunately, he had amazing security. The man had a convey with him at all times of at least 30 men. All of them had SMGs strapped to their side at all times. He could just use magic, but there was absolutely no fun in that. Plus, that would slowly erode all his other skills that he worked so hard to get. Along with the convoy, the man had taken residence in a skyscraper with his office on the top floor. Harry had debated getting a sniper and going at him from long range, but sadly he found out that the windows had been modified for sniper fire a month ago, which put him in a worse position. If he went in loud when the man was with the convoy and didn't have all his men with him, he would most likely die unless resorting to magic. He continued to think, well, I guess we'll just have to do a mixture of the two then. Harry thought as he got up and moved to prepare. Same day, 8:45 p.m. Harry was now walking into a nice fancy office building with a backpack and a huge suitcase. The building had low security, with only about 5 guards patrolling at night. Said guards only patrolled the first few floors unless an alarm went off on a different floor. As soon as he walked in, he looked around for any security. He saw one at the desk, lying against the keyboard of a computer he must have been working at. Harry quietly walked up to him and immediately saw something wrong. Injury was pooled around the man's head. He was dead. Harry shot his head up to look around him to make sure the killer wasn't still there. Once he confirmed there wasn't anyone, he looked back down at the dead man. He then reached down and grabbed the taser from the man's belt and moved to the elevator. If that killer was still here, the rest of the security was probably dead, too, which meant he only had to watch out for one man. It was probably another assassin who had a similar idea on how to kill the target. The contract never said that it wouldn't hire multiple men. He lugged the suitcase to the elevator and clicked on the second highest floor. He then walked over to the stairs and set down the luggage and backpack. He then unzipped the bag and pulled out a Glock that he tucked into his waist. He then took the taser he stole and put it next to the Glock. Harry silently opened up the door to the stairs and started to walk up. When he got to the last floor, he silently opened the door and shut it before scanning the floor. He saw no one yet, but that didn't mean no one was there. He pulled out his Glock and began to move slowly and quietly around the room. Scanning around with his eyes and ears, he saw and heard nothing. He continued on until he saw a barrel poking out from one of the cubicles. After a second of looking at it, Harry quietly made his way to the back of that cubicle. He then stood up on a chair next to it and peeked over. There, he found his assassin. The man had dark skin and looked Middle Eastern if he had to take a guess. The man had a good view of the target's building and was looking down the barrel of a high-caliber rifle, waiting for the target to appear at any moment. Harry got down from the chair and pulled out his taser. He then quietly made his way over to the front of the cubicle and prepared himself. He took a deep breath and ran in as fast as he could. The man didn't even have time to move before he had Harry's taser pressed against the back of his neck and sending volts painfully throughout his body. The man was immediately knocked out. Harry took a breath and looked down at the rival assassin. He then looked at the sniper the man had brought. Amateur, he said to himself. The fool clearly did no research on the building the target was in. Otherwise he would know that a sniper was going to be useless. Harry shook his head and went back down to the previous floor to get his things. When he brought them up, he put his setup right next to the failure of an assassin. He put down the backpack and clicked open the huge suitcase and looked inside. He had brought with him an SMAW rocket launcher, which would draw near the man's glass and kill him. It would be messy and conspicuous, but he didn't have enough options and this would provide him with a way to leave without anyone seeing his magic. Harry opened his pack and grabbed some gloves, putting the Glock and taser away. Then, he picked up the giant rocket launcher and propped it up against the wall. Next, he walked up to the window and smashed it open with one of the office chairs. He looked across to the other building and saw the man in a meeting with what looked to be other Yakuza members, but it was too far to be sure. He picked up the rocket launcher and aimed it at the top floor of the opposing building. He steadied his breath and lined the rocket launcher up before pulling the trigger. The recoil immediately pushed him back, but the shot still flew true. He watched it get closer and closer to the other building before making contact and exploding in a huge ball of fire once it shattered through the window. He put the rocket launcher down next to the passed-out man who had tried to take his kill. He then grabbed the man's hand and put it on the trigger. He packed his bags and took off his gloves. He could hear sirens in the distance. He headed to a small supply closet, just in case someone was watching him, and flashed away into the night. July 27, 2007, Wolf Cove. Harry was sitting and reading the last book Dumbledore had given him. The magic that Parseltongue allowed for him to use was impressive. There were healing spells that could heal diseases with no known cure and curses that honestly freaked him out. One such curse put a snake in your stomach that ate its way out of you. Nasty stuff. He had taught some of the things to Sammy, which was why he got the books in the first place. She could now use her bites to place his curses on people. He had her practice on livestock he had stolen from farms. She could also heal people, but she didn't like learning such things. She was more interested in learning new ways to kill whatever she considered prey. He shut the book, stood up, and looked out the window of the house. It was a beautiful morning in the Caribbean. As soon as he thought that, he noticed a dark speck in the sky that seemed to be approaching his island. He went outside and sat on the patio as the speck got closer. It was a bird, not just any bird, but an owl. He wondered who it could be. Daphne had already written to him, and he already wrote back. That girl was pretty nosy. She was trying to get him to tell her what he was doing this summer. He had simply responded that he was messing around with some stuff and had purposely been very vague, just because he knew she wouldn't like it. He brought himself back to the present as the owl landed in front of him. It was brown and regal looking, or at least it would have been if it wasn't about to pass out from the long flight. He took the note from the bird, and the bird looked back at him looking like it wanted something. "Sorry, but I don't have food, and I'm not sure if I want to waste my water supply on you," Harry said, turning away from the indignant bird and opening the letter it had been carrying. "Dear Harry,
Harry.
It's Rose. You said you would come and visit and you haven't yet. You better come soon. You promised me. Love, Rose." Harry looked at the letter with a pang of annoyance. He still couldn't believe that he had been backed into a corner by a 5-year-old. Sighing, he went back into the house and put on some warmer clothes, grumbling about little devil 5-year-olds. "What the hell are you grumbling about?" Sammy asked from his bed where she was resting. "I'm going to pay a visit to that demon 5-year-old so she stops bothering me," Harry said as he grabbed a hoodie and threw it on. "Do I need to go?" she grumbled as she lifted her head to look at him. Harry sighed. "No, it's fine. Enjoy your relaxation. You've earned it," Harry said, looking back at her. "I'll be back later today," Harry said before he flashed away. Potter Manor. Harry stared at the house he had left 8 years ago. He hadn't thought he would ever have to see it again when he left it. Sighing, Harry approached the door. He knocked twice and waited. Someone's footsteps approached the door and the door was thrown open. Lily had been the one to open it, and as soon as she saw it was Harry, her eyes widened and a giant smile appeared on her face. Harry stopped her before she could say anything by putting a hand directly in front of her face. "I'm just here to see the brat, no one else. Just take me to her, so I can keep my promise," Harry said as he lowered his hands. Lily was still smiling as she nodded. She led him through the house and into the living room, where he saw the rest of the family. Arthur and James seemed to be having an extreme match of chess. Rose was sitting down and coloring, but as soon as Harry stepped in the room, she was immediately attached to his leg. "Hey, kiddo," Harry said as he looked down at her awkwardly. She looked up at him with what was probably the biggest smile he had ever seen.
Harry.
"Thanks for coming. Did you get my letter?" she asked innocently. "Yep. Got it today," Harry said as he looked down at her. Damn puppy eyes. She smiled even wider, if possible. "Yay, let's go and play," she said as she started dragging him up the stairs and to what he presumed was her room. It was right next to Arthur's. As soon as they entered, she immediately went and grabbed some dolls and brought them to him. They were apparently about to play a game called House. The next few hours were probably the hardest of Harry's life. Pretending to play real life with toys really did a number on his sanity. He had tried to escape multiple times, but Rose would just activate her puppy eyes as soon as it looked like he was trying to leave. Harry was convinced that Rose could cast some mental magic when she looked at him with those eyes. There was no other way to explain why he had no defense against such a frightening ability. Perhaps one needed to build up a tolerance for it first? He had promised himself that afternoon that he would develop a defense for it. "Harry, where do you live?" Rose asked in the middle of their game. Harry looked back at her. Why do you ask? He asked back at her. Because you don't live here, Rose said back. Harry contemplated on what to say. I have an island that I bought and live at, Harry said. Rose's eyes widened. You live on your own island? Can I come? Please, 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 she asked, holding her hands together in a begging motion. Harry chuckled at the sight. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Maybe one day. Although, the rest of your family can't come with you, so you would have to ask your parents if that's okay first, Harry said, trying to pacify her. Rose immediately squealed and ran out of the room. Harry could hear her yelling at her mom from the room. Mom, Harry said that I can go to his island if you're okay with it. Can I go? Please, she asked. As soon as Harry heard that, he jumped up and ran down the stairs and immediately went to where he heard the begging. Now hold on, Rose. I didn't mean right now. I said one day, Harry said as he found her next to a slightly amused Lily. Rose immediately turned to him, slightly teary-eyed, using her devastating ocular prowess. You mean I can't go? She said with a heartbroken undertone. Harry had no defense. Well, I mean, fine, Harry said as he looked away from her so he could try to shake off the dazed feeling he was getting from looking at her with teary puppy eyes. God, this girl was good. Yay. See, Mom, he said I could go. So, can I? Rose said, directing her attention back at her mom. Lily looked back down at her with a slight smile. Well, we can't do it today. It's almost your bedtime and we don't even know where the island is. I will talk to your father about letting you go some other time, Lily said patiently as she looked down at her daughter. But I wanted to go today. Rose whined back. None of that, young lady. I didn't say no, I just said not today, Lily said as she looked at her daughter strictly. Okay. Rose said back glumly. Well, I guess I should leave as well, Harry said as he finally saw his chance to escape. No. Not yet, Rose exclaimed as she looked back at Harry. Don't worry, kid. I will be back soon, Harry said. Tomorrow, Rose demanded as she looked at him with a stern expression. Well, I don't know if it will be that soon, but it will be soon, Harry stammered before Rose used her eyes on him. Fine. As long as you come back and play with me soon, she said, pouting and puffing her cheeks. The sight was extremely adorable and forced Harry to turn away. Harry nodded before telling Rose goodbye and flashing out of there so he wouldn't have to say anything to the rest of the Potters. Wolf Cove. Harry landed back into his bedroom and sat down on his bed. He took off his jacket and leaned back on the bed. Before he could close his eyes all the way, he heard a hiss. How was it? Sammy asked as she slithered next to him. Not bad, I guess. The Potters stayed out of the way, which I was happy about, Harry said as he took a deep breath. You know, the girl is a Potter too, Sammy said as she looked at him. I suppose so. But when I see her, I don't feel the need to constantly squash her like a bug, Harry said as closed his eyes. As long as you realize the problems you will have to endure because of her, Sammy replied as she slithered away, most likely to find somewhere to sleep. Harry pondered what she had just told him for a minute. It was true that any affection that he had for her would end with problems. Her parents would always bother him to get him to go with them. If any of his enemies found out about her, they would gladly use her against him. Still, they would have to go through him first. He drifted off into the world of dreams with one final thought. Might not be so bad. Having a little sister. Okay, so we see some character development here. Harry obviously opening to some people. Potters and Dumbledore are probably going to try and take advantage of that. We'll see what happens. Again, if you want me to make a poll for pairing or you just want to give me a suggestion, just drop a review. I hope you all liked the chapter. Thanks again to my Beta Rules for making this chapter look great. See you all next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 15. Alright, here's chapter 15. Most reviews I have gotten have asked to have Harry with someone from the Marvel Universe, so I guess I will probably do that. Also, I'm trying to make this story as long as possible just for any of you who felt it was going to slow in the Hogwarts years. Thank you to my Wonder Beta for making this chapter look great once again. Hope you guys like the latest chapter. August 18th, 2007, Wolf Cove. Harry sighed as he looked out at the sunset from his front porch, stroking the scales of the sleeping form of Sammy. He finally had a peaceful day to himself. Recently, Rose had been coming over and hanging around his island with him. She seemed to love it here. First, the Potters were not okay with just letting their only daughter go alone with Harry, but Rose had pouted and ignored them for a week until they caved in and let her go with Harry alone. That girl had twice the energy he had at her age, which shouldn't even be possible considering all the training he had to go through to even get to his level of stamina. She also seemed to amuse Sammy and was now Sammy's flesh bag pillow, even surpassing Harry himself, which he found himself a little jealous about. As he continued to look out at the sunset, he felt a disturbance around his wards. Something had just tried to enter them, though it seemed that whatever it was, wasn't a human. He tweaked the wards so that whatever animal was trying to draw near them would be allowed through. As soon as he did, a red phoenix flamed into existence next to him. Harry immediately made an annoyed grunt. What does the bumbling old fool want now? Harry thought as he saw the note the phoenix was carrying. As soon as he took the note, he looked back at the phoenix. Scram! Before I find myself in the mood to try flaming fried chicken, Harry said to the bird. The phoenix seemed to squawk at him in indignation before flaming away. Harry looked down at the letter with curious annoyance. If this is secretly a port key, I swear I will kill everyone that's on the other end, no matter who they are or what their reasons for doing it are. He ripped open the letter and started to scan the contents. It seemed that the old man was requesting an audience with him, and he even did it very politely. Harry clicked his tongue in thought and weighed the pros and cons of going to see the old geezer. Pros were that he would most likely get to screw with the old man some more, and that was always fun. Cons were that the old man would most likely be trying to weed him for information the whole time. Well, whatever, if it got boring and Dumbledore started spewing crap about joining the light side, he would just take off on his own. Harry picked Sammy up off his lap and set her down gently on the seat next to him, making sure that he didn't wake her. He then got up and brushed himself off before flashing away. Same time, Hogwarts. Harry flashed straight outside Dumbledore's office and immediately opened the door. He saw the headmaster look at him with total surprise on his face. The man then seemed to compose himself and he offered Harry his patented grandfather smile. Ah, Harry, I didn't know you were here. Please take a seat. I assume you got my letter? He said, offering Harry a seat. Yep. Now, my time is valuable, so hurry and tell me what you want. I was enjoying a rather beautiful sunset, Harry said as he sat, spread like a cat, in a chair. I didn't know you were one for such things, Dumbledore said with slight amusement. To be fair, I really don't think you know any accurate information about me. I also think that it bugs you quite a bit to know there is a variable on your precious chessboard that you can't find anything on, Harry said as he looked amusedly back at the old man. I won't lie and say you aren't correct. I'll be blunt with you, Harry, since I know you would prefer that, Dumbledore said. No mind games this time? Harry asked with a pout. No, not this time. So, will you answer some of my questions? Dumbledore asked politely. Will. Since you asked so nicely, I may answer a few. But only a few, old man, Harry responded back. He was honestly a little disappointed that they wouldn't get to have a verbal match like usual. Though this new Dumbledore had taken him aback. He didn't think that old man still had it in him. He supposed he could answer a few of his questions, just enough for the old man to hunger for more. Thank you. Now, my first question is, where have you been all this time, since you were certainly not with the Potters? Dumbledore asked with an eager expression on his face. Oh, everywhere, I suppose. There are few countries on this planet that I haven't visited. US, Japan, Russia, hell, even North Korea for a time, Harry responded with honesty. I see. And why did you travel around to so many places? Was it to escape wizards? Dumbledore asked. Yes and no. While it was partially because of that, it had more to do with my work, Harry said. Now he looked at Dumbledore with a hard stare. Would he take the bait? What did you do for work? Dumbledore asked, concerned on what this child had been doing at such a young age. Harry looked at him for a second before a huge sadistic smile appeared on his face. You really want to know? Fine, since you amuse me so much, I will tell you. I'm an international assassin. I'm one of the best alive on this planet as well. Does that answer your question? Harry said with the huge grin still plastered on his face. Dumbledore gave him a disappointed look. You didn't have to lie if you didn't wish to tell me. Who said I was lying? Harry said as he continued to smile at Dumbledore. You expect me to believe you are an assassin? Dumbledore asked slowly, now questioning the sanity of Harry. You don't believe me? Perhaps a demonstration? Harry said as he smiled, the hair which covered his eyes giving him a demonic appearance. Dumbledore immediately tensed when he saw Harry's whole aura change before him. Before he could say anything, chains flew from the floor all around him. He tried to reach for his wand, but he was too slow. The chains wrapped around both his arms and his legs and lifted him into the air. Once in the air, another chain wrapped around his neck and started to slowly choke him while a final chain with what appeared to be a blade attached to the end pointed itself directly at his heart. He was now struggling to breathe in midair, completely at Harry's mercy. I hope that was enough to show you that killing isn't something I'm new to, Harry said as he recalled the chains. They immediately dropped Dumbledore into his seat before receding into the floor like metal serpents. Dumbledore rubbed his bruised throat while looking at Harry. What was that? He asked in between ragged breaths. Harry simply looked back. Would you believe me if I said I made a deal with a devil and gained some of his power? Harry asked Dumbledore with a smile. Dumbledore continued to look back at him with fear, not sure if he should believe the boy or not. Now, I have answered some of your questions. How about you answer some of mine? Harry said as he looked at the frightened man. What do you want to know? Dumbledore asked cautiously. Why are you so set on bringing me under your thumb? If I recall correctly, you didn't care nearly as much about me when I used to live with the Potters, Harry asked. It is true, yes, that I focus more on Arthur and his future because of what his fate was, but I always assumed that you would be with your family and therefore on the light side. You always had as much, if not more, potential than your brother, but I deemed it more important to nurture his potential for the greater good. I am sorry if that decision caused you pain, Dumbledore responded honestly. I see. So you all really were just pieces of trash. Although, something still isn't adding up. There's another force at work here, the last part, Harry mumbled to himself. He couldn't shake off this feeling that something bigger was happening on a larger scale than just the wizarding world. This did not make him happy. No one screwed with Harry Wolf, no matter what. He would put whoever tried in their place beneath his boot. Fine, next question. How is Voldemort still alive? Don't bother denying it. Just tell me how he did it, Harry said as he held up his hand to stop Dumbledore's lies before they started. Fine. I myself am not quite sure as of yet. I have a few ideas, but nothing concrete. Why do you wish to know? Do you wish to confront him? Dumbledore asked with a little bit of hope in his voice. Harry scoffed. Keep dreaming, old man. I care nothing for killing him. If he wants to slaughter you all like the weak sheep you are, then I say let him. As long as he doesn't touch a hair on any of my allies' heads, I could care less what he does, Harry said with an uncaring manner. You would willingly let him kill innocents, even when you know you could help stop him? Dumbledore asked with disbelief. Yep. Not my problem, Harry said back immediately. That is disappointing to hear. I had thought better of you, Harry, Dumbledore said, reverting back to his grandfather voice. Don't know why, I never made a claim to being a nice person. I wouldn't even claim to be a decent one. I'm pretty selfish. I only help those I feel like helping. I'm driven by my own principles. That's the difference between wolves like me and sheep like you, Harry said, giving Dumbledore a dark stare. Dumbledore just looked at him sadly. Well, this was informative for both parties, I think. Let's do it again sometime. For now, I'll be off. Hope to see you soon, Harry said as he got up and walked towards the door. Dumbledore didn't say anything in return. He just watched him go. As soon as he closed the office door behind him, Harry flashed away. September 1st, 2007, Hogwarts Express. Harry was sitting in a compartment with both Daphne and Tracy. The girls were happily chatting away about what they did over the summer. This really annoyed Harry, since he knew for a fact that they had spent half the summer together and most likely knew what each other's summers had been like. God, could you two possibly talk about something else that's not so cliché? It's only been 20 minutes and you're already giving me a migraine, Harry demanded loudly. Shut it, Potter. You deserve it for forgetting to write back to me for all of August, Daphne said back with some venom on her voice. Geez, how long are you going to hold that against me? I told you I was busy, didn't I? Harry shot back. I don't believe you were so busy that you couldn't take 5 minutes to write a letter to me, Daphne said, now glaring at him. Harry sighed. It was true that he did have time to write the letter, but it honestly slipped his mind. For most of August, he had been training on a new magical detection system. He may have also been trying to alter the space-time continuum, but that hadn't gone quite so well. He'd decided to put the second project on hold for a while. All right, look, I'm sorry I didn't write. It was wrong of me to ignore you. Now, will you please shut your trap and let me sleep? Harry asked with fake politeness. Absolutely not. A half-assed apology like that would never get me to forgive you. Daphne yelled at him. You're going to be the one who is apologetic when I run your ass into the ground with training, Harry mumbled. Just quite enough for the girls not to make out what he said. What was that, wolf? Daphne asked dangerously. Nothing, Harry said as he tried to close his eyes and go to sleep again. He didn't get 20 seconds of rest before there was a knock on the compartment door. He groaned and turned further into the wall, so he wouldn't have to deal with whoever was at the door. He heard one of the girls open the door and ask what the reason the person knocked for. A distinct, airy voice responded back. Hello. Do you mind if I sit with you? The people in my last compartment kicked me out, the voice asked. Of course, go ahead and take a seat, Daphne said with too much happiness in her voice. He immediately could tell that she just let this person in because she knew it would annoy him. He didn't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing the actual annoyance it gave to him, so he didn't turn or acknowledge the person who was now sitting next to him. He could immediately feel the person's eyes on him. He ignored it for a few minutes, but could not feel them leave him, so he decided to speak. Something I can help you with? Harry asked sarcastically. No, just looking at the hive of nargles in your hair and watching you pretend to sleep. Why are you doing that instead of actually going to sleep? Seems much easier than pretending for the next 8 hours, the girl asked with no sarcasm and what honestly sounded like genuine curiosity. Harry cracked an eyelid and looked at the girl. It was a petite blonde girl. She was looking at him curiously with an expression that reminded him of an innocent child. Harry just stared at her for a second. What's your name? Harry asked. The girl smiled at him.
Im Luna Lovegod.
Nice to meet you, Harry, she said as she smiled at him. Right? Do I want to know how you know my name? Harry asked dryly. She looked back at him with concern. Why, the heliopaths told me, of course, she said as if it were obvious. Of course, how could I have forgotten about the heliopaths? Is there anything else the heliopaths told you about me? Harry asked. Not much else, except to make sure to not get on your bad side, she said as she tilted her head in thought. Wise creatures, these heliopaths, Harry commented. Luna nodded back. Yes, they are some of the wisest. Not quite as smart as Raxperts, but still, they can fool most average humans. They like to play pranks, you see, Luna said, trying to explain the creatures to Harry. Harry just looked at the strange girl. He was pretty sure that no such creature existed, but then again, people in the 14th century were pretty sure that Earth was the center of the universe, so... I see, Harry said as the girl finished her explanation. Of course you don't see, silly, heliopaths are invisible to most, she said like she was talking to a 5-year-old. Of course they are, Harry said, not sure if he should be feeling offended by the fact that someone was talking down to him. He saw out of the corner of his eye that Daphne and Tracy looked to be on the verge of spilling all the laughter they were trying so hard to hold in. He gave them each a slight glare, which only seemed to increase their amusement. Well, if you excuse me, Ms. Lovegood, I think I will take your advice and go to sleep, Harry said as he spoke politely to the girl. Luna nodded back politely. Okay, Harry, enjoy your sleep. The Nargles seem to be happy, so I'm sure you will have pleasant dreams, Luna said with a happy smile. Good to hear, Harry said as he turned back to the wall and closed his eyes. This time he actually fell asleep. While he didn't have any pleasant dreams, he did have a restful sleep, so he would give Luna half credit. When he next woke, it was just Daphne and Tracy in the carriage, and they were already in robes. Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Where did that Luna girl go? Asked Harry. She departed already. We need to go, too, if we wish to get a carriage, Tracy said to him. Harry nodded and continued to get up and exit the train with the girls. They actually got the last carriage back to the castle. They made small talk on the way up, or at least Daphne and Tracy did. He just sat quietly and waited for them to arrive at the castle. When they got to the castle and entered the Great Hall, Harry noticed that they were the last ones to arrive, save for the first years. He grunted and found a seat at the end of the Slytherin table with the girls. As soon as he approached the seat, every Slytherin around it moved as far as they could away from him. He smirked slightly. They were such wimps if they were still this afraid of him. He sat down and waited for Dumbledore to give his speech. After he did that, Professor McGonagall led the first years into the Great Hall and began the sorting. He didn't care about any of the first years, although he did look up when he heard Luna's name get called. She got sorted into Ravenclaw. He clapped for her. He wasn't sure that was the best fit for her. But remembering her personality, he wasn't sure if there was a house that fit her perfectly. When she sat down, she locked eyes with him and smiled. He waved back but decided to not smile. Anyone who saw the motion immediately talked amongst their friends. He could see some of the other Ravenclaws start to question her and saw her politely answer. His reputation better not be ruined by this. Perhaps he should find some pests to put in their place to reinforce that he was still top dog. The rest of the dinner was boring. He finished it quickly and Dumbledore gave the last speech of the night before telling them to go off to bed. As he went back to the dorms and laid back in his old bed, he looked at the ceiling and sighed. Another year at this medieval hellhole? Great! So Harry finally meets Luna. Many of you couldn't wait for that to happen, so I made it happen. He won't have her as a love interest since, as I already stated, he will most likely fall for someone in the Marvel Universe. Hope you guys enjoyed Chapter 15. Thank you to all those who favorited / followed / and reviewed. Means a lot to me even if it seems like a small thing. I hope to have the next chapter out sometime this coming weekend. Until then, peace. Chapter 16. Alright, time for Chapter 16. I decided to make second year into a two-parter and have this be the first part. In this chapter we mainly see some character development as well as some more of Luna from last chapter. Want to thank my beta for looking this over and fixing all of my horrible mistakes. Want to thank everyone who reads / favorites / follows / reviews this story. I find it so crazy how many people like this story. The amount of views and reviews and just everything you as a reader have done to express your liking of the story has just blown me away. Now that I got that little tangent out onto the story. September 17th 2007, Hogwarts. So wait, you purposely revealed yourself as an assassin to Dumbledore, complete with a live demonstration of how easily you could kill him? Daphne asked as she looked over at Harry. That's correct, Harry said as he played with Sammy in his arms. He wasn't even trying to conceal her this year. Multiple students had already reported to the teachers that he had a dark-scaled snake with him. Teachers were not happy about it, but they let it pass since Harry refused to get rid of her no matter what. Why? He could have you thrown in Azkaban for that, especially since you admitted it, Daphne asked. 1. He could try to throw me in prison. He would be unsuccessful, but he could try. 2. It's all about profit. Dumbledore's mortal enemy is a man who is seemingly immortal and he himself cannot kill. He also wouldn't, even if he could. He constantly needs to show that he is the ultimate light lord and an example of what others need to be. So he cannot dirty his hands. This is where I come in. I am a person who is paid to kill important and powerful people. As soon as Dumbledore realizes he can't kill the Dark Lord, he is going to run to the one person who he thinks can, which is me and only me. However, I don't do stuff for free. I'm going to make him pay me a mint for a service only I can perform. That's called scarcity. The third reason is that I really wanted to fuck with Dumbledore some more. His face, when I choked him, was pretty funny to see on the old goat, Harry said. I see. You do know that the Dark Lord is already dead, right? Daphne asked Harry as she tried to convince herself that he wasn't completely insane. I know for a fact he is not, or at least not completely. I know Dumbledore is of a similar mindset, Harry replied. How did he survive then? Daphne asked, slightly frightened by the prospect of the Dark Lord coming back. Not sure exactly. I think he somehow chopped himself into pieces. Not sure how you go about doing it. Not really sure I want to either, Harry responded. If Dumbledore doesn't know that he will use your services in the future, What's stopping him from calling the Oris on you? Daphne asked, trying to piece all this together. He is an idiot and still views me as a pawn on his chessboard. You don't throw away your own pawns unless it puts you in a position of benefit against your enemy. So, Dumbledore is going to metaphorically put me in his pocket for just the right moment. Probably going to bite him in the ass down the road though, Harry said. All right, I think I understand, Daphne said as all the pieces came into place in her mind. About time. Only took you 10 minutes to understand a plan I literally created in 2 seconds while on the spot, Harry grumbled. Daphne glared at him but said nothing. I've been thinking. It's time to start training you in how to fight in hand-to-hand combat. You have built up enough stamina, Harry said as Sammy slithered up his arm and pretended to strangle it. Finally. When do we start? Daphne asked excitedly. I'm thinking of starting tomorrow. Don't know why you sound so excited. My training is gonna hurt. A lot, Harry said as he smirked at her. She just smiled back at him. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, she said back with her smile. He smiled back. Just remember that when you can't move tomorrow, Harry said. September 18th. Daphne was on the ground, groaning and moaning in pain. Harry was smiling down at her. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he said mockingly down at her. Shove it up your ass, wolf. I think you broke something, Daphne groaned. I know I broke something. Your left arm and 2 ribs are broken, Harry said matter-of-factly. He bent down and started healing her arm. After a few seconds, he moved on to the ribs. Finally, he healed bruises that appeared to cover most of her body. So, how did you like your first day of training? Harry asked. I hate you, Daphne responded. Oh, lighten up. I bet if you work hard, you will only need a year of this before you're good enough to just maintain your form, Harry said cheerily as he patted her on the back. Daphne just grumbled something incomprehensible under her breath. Harry smiled and walked back up to the castle with a not-so-happy Daphne. He didn't feel upset that he had beaten her so hard. That's how you learned fast. Nothing like getting your ass kicked to work harder to not get your ass kicked. They entered the castle and went to the Slytherin dorm. They then parted ways so they could go shower in their gender-based bathrooms. As Harry walked into the shower, he saw Draco walk by. When Draco locked eyes with him, he sneered. Well, if it isn't the Potter failure. Come to beg for coins, you pauper? Draco said as he looked down on Harry. Harry just raised his eyebrow. What are you talking about, Malfoy? Harry asked. Don't play dumb. My father looked you up and found out that you used to be a Potter. But you ran away. Now you're likely living on the street, like the trash you are, Draco said with a snobby voice. Harry said as looked back at Draco, who was still looking down at him. Before Draco could blink, Harry gripped his hand into a fist and planted it firmly into Draco's kidney. Draco flew backward and crashed on the floor painfully. He immediately yelled at the pain he was feeling in his abdomen. Harry walked over and crouched down by the boy's face. I don't honestly care if you wish to insult me by calling me trash or whatever other generic insults you want to say. I do care if you associate me with Potters, though. I know you can't respond to me because of the pain you are feeling, so I will just assume that you understand what I said clearly. Have a nice day, Malfoy, Harry said as he stood up and went to the shower. After washing himself off, he went outside and watched as Sammy came slithering up to him. Not sure if you should be alarmed, but there is a giant basilisk roaming around in the castle sewers chanting the words rip and kill over and over again, Sammy said nonchalantly, wrapping herself comfortably around his neck. Harry raised an eyebrow. Well, not our problem. As long as it leaves me alone, I will leave it alone, Harry said. Sammy flicked her tongue gently on his neck to signal she understood. He walked down a corridor towards the Great Hall. He heard a scream from another corridor around halfway. He turned towards the direction he heard the scream. So, who do you think is dead? Harry asked as he started towards the direction of the scream. I don't care one way or another, Sammy said as she adjusted herself slightly before settling down again. When he got to where he heard the scream, he saw a large group of people crowded around a wall that had writing which appeared to be made of injury. There was also a cat hanging from the wall. He then turned around and went back to the Great Hall. Who was it? Sammy asked. Just a stupid cat. It wasn't even dead, just frozen, Harry said in a bored tone. It must not have looked directly at it, then Sammy concluded. Harry nodded in response. I suppose that is a likely possibility. Either way, be sure that you are careful when you go out for hunting, Harry said to her as he entered the hall. He saw it was pretty empty, probably because it was so late and many had classes. He was pretty sure he had Transfiguration, but he figured he could miss some of it. As he picked some food to eat, he looked over and saw Luna. She was reading some magazine upside down. He looked at her for a second before shaking his head and continuing with his own food. December 11th, 2007. Harry was looking at the youngest Weasley. Ginny was her name if he remembered correctly. She had been doing a lot of suspicious stuff recently. Plus, she had been apparently carrying something on her person that had the same Voldemort aura that he felt from Quirrell. He deduced that it must have been a shard of Voldemort that she had accidentally ended up with. Or purposely. Not like he knew what she had gotten up to on her free time before this. Maybe reviving Dark Lords was her thing? He wouldn't judge. The girl seemed to command the basilisk while the shard clung to her and apparently temporarily took over her mind. One student had already been petrified. Harry couldn't remember who it was since he hadn't cared that much at the time. He honestly was surprised that no one had died. He watched the youngest Weasley open a stairway in the abandoned girls' bathroom before disappearing down it. Harry made a grunt before leaving. He had found out all he needed to. No. He made his way back to his room and ended up bumping straight into Luna as he made his way around a corner. Luna fell to the ground, whereas Harry only took a step back before balancing himself. He looked down at the blonde, who was looking right back at him. "Hello, Luna. Nice to see you again," Harry said as he offered her a hand up. She took it and gave him a soft smile. "Hello, Harry. Thank you for helping me up," she said nicely with her trademark dreamlike expression. "It's fine. I knocked you down, after all," Harry said, waving her thanks off. He looked at her again. "So what brings you down to the dungeons today?" he asked. "Oh, I'm just looking for some of my things that have gone missing from my trunk. I suspect Nargles have something to do with it." She got in close and whispered the last part, as if not wanting anyone else to hear her. Harry just stared at her suspiciously. "So, Nargles broke into your trunk and stole your things?" Harry asked with squinted eyes. She nodded back. "I suspect so. They're quite the devilish little creatures, you know," Luna said convincingly. Harry looked at her and nodded slowly. "I see. Tell me, Luna, how well do you get along with your housemates?" Harry asked politely. Luna's expression turned slightly sheepish. "I'm afraid that most of them don't like me. They like to call me loony behind my back," she said, slightly sadly. Harry just stared at her quietly. "Hey, Luna, I have never been to the Ravenclaw dorm before. Will you take me to see it?" Harry asked politely, trying to control the slight anger he was feeling. "Well, I suppose that's fine. There isn't really a rule against it. Follow me," she said as she moved down the corridor. She moved with such a spring in her step, it was almost like she was skipping. After going down some corridors, they finally made it to a hidden door with a talking raven door knocker. "Luna, dear, welcome back. Ready for your riddle?" the raven asked Luna. Luna smiled back and was about to respond before Harry stopped her by putting a hand on her shoulder. Harry smiled at her. "Luna, will you wait here? I need to have a talk with your classmates in private." Luna looked confused, but she nodded back anyways. Harry addressed his smile at the bird. "Now, please let me in. I need to have a talk with your occupants," Harry said to the raven. The raven looked at him for a second. "I have deemed your intentions to be hostile, so I shall not," the raven spoke back. Harry just looked back. Shame with that last word. He threw a wave of concentrated magic at the door and blew it open. He calmly walked in and saw everyone in the common room looking directly at him. As soon as he was in, he used his magic to repair the doorway, so Luna couldn't see what was about to happen. He then looked around the room and smiled. "I am only going to say this once, so please listen closely. Anyone who has taken any of Luna's things will return them back where they got them in the next hour. If this demand is not met in the allotted time frame, there will be consequences," Harry said, the last word taking on a demonic tone. "Is this understood?" Harry asked politely. "Oh, and why should we do anything that you say?" That girl deserves to have her stuff taken away. She is an embarrassment to Ravenclaw, a brave older year said in the back. Harry looked at him and his creepy smile got wider. Immediately, chains blew through the floor, wrapped around the boy, lifted him into the air, and slammed him into the nearest wall, where he made a groan of pain. Most of the girls screamed and immediately backed away from Harry. Harry walked slowly up to the boy he had pinned to the wall. When he stood close to him, Harry spoke. You just said Luna deserved to have her stuff taken away because you felt she wasn't worthy of this house. Well, should I also take away your fucking life since I, personally, feel like you are not worthy of it? Harry asked in a monotone voice. No, please no, I'm sorry. We will give back what we took. I swear. We won't tell anyone about this. Just please let me go. The boy screamed. As soon as he said that, the chains holding him dropped him to the ground, where he landed with a painful thunk. Harry walked next to him and patted him on his head like he was a dog. Good boy, Harry said. He then turned around and saw the whole common room looking at him with fear. Remember, you have 54 minutes and 32 seconds to go. I do hope for all your sakes that all the things are returned. I would hate to come back here and make an example out of somebody. Also, please make sure you all are at least polite when talking with Luna. I shouldn't hear any rumors about her being called Loony anymore. I hope. Harry finished. He didn't even wait for anyone to respond before he left the room. He saw Luna waiting for him. Did you do what you wanted to do? She asked curiously. Yes, I would say it was quite productive, Harry said as he looked at her. That's nice, she said with a smile. Harry wondered if she would still smile if she knew he had just threatened to kill her housemates. I mean, he wouldn't actually kill them, but he didn't need them to know that. They walked to the library at that point and decided to read some books on their off time. Harry couldn't remember what he was doing before he had met Luna today, so he just went to the library with her and helped her with her homework. Harry never did his homework, so it was an annoying new experience for him. Daphne eventually came in with a confused look. He hadn't seen her since their training this morning. Hey Harry. Hello Luna. Have you two been here all day? She asked. No, we got here pretty recently, Harry said after Luna had said hello. Then what were you doing before you came here? She asked. Oh, you know. Stuff, Harry said dismissively. No, I don't know. So would you mind explaining exactly what stuff means? Daphne said, looking at him with suspicion. Well, we walked around, Luna showed me to her common room, and then we came here, Harry said, trying to avoid saying anything about the incident that actually took place in the common room. Harry blew open my common room door so he could talk to my housemates, Luna said informatively. Harry immediately facepalmed. He could feel Daphne's stare burning through his palm and trying to reach his face. He peeked through his hand to confirm and saw that her eyes looked like they were on fire. He slowly closed his hand again and tried to ignore her stare. Why did you break into the Ravenclaw common room, Harry? Daphne asked coldly. Harry sighed. He didn't need this right now. As soon as he was about to answer, Professor McGonagall came into the library and walked right towards him. She stopped right in front of him and looked him in the eyes sternly. The headmaster requires your presence right now, Mr. Wolf, she said as she slightly glared at him. Well shit. Looks like Harry has gotten himself into some trouble. Well, as much trouble as Dumbledore can give him at least. Hope everyone liked this chapter. If you have any questions about the story because you don't understand something, then just drop a review about it and I will try my best to explain without giving you spoilers. Or if I messed up somewhere and you would like me to fix the mistake. Always open to constructive criticism. Thank you for reading this chapter and I will see you next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 17. Alright, ch17, this chapter is my way of apologizing for making you guys and girls wait so long for the last one. I made this my longest chapter by over 1,000 words and tried to get it out ASAP to apologize. Hope you guys like this is officially the end of his second year here, so I hope everyone likes the way I finished it off. Once again, thank you to my Wonder Beta Sci rules for making this chapter look great and fixing all my grammatical and other errors and especially on such short notice. You are the best. Now on to the story. December 11th, 2007, Hogwarts. I presume you know why you are here, Mr. Wolf? Because Ravenclaw is full of whiny lil bitches? Harry responded, not looking up. Dumbledore looked at him from across the desk with Professor Flitwick next to him. Do you not even see what you did wrong? Or do you honestly believe that what you did was justified? Dumbledore asked very seriously. Harry just shrugged and looked up at the professors. I did nothing to anyone that they did not deserve. You threatened to kill the Ravenclaw dorm room, Dumbledore stated bluntly. I wouldn't have actually done it. It was just a scare tactic which at some level they knew. Otherwise they would have been too afraid to snitch. I will make sure to revise my scare tactics in the future, Harry said. Harry, I have been lenient with you since you got here. But this is too far. You cannot just do what you please in my halls. You will be punished for this, Dumbledore said as if stating a fact. Harry looked at him and scoffed. We both know that isn't going to happen, old man. I do not abide by your rules, no matter what the situation. I have said it many times before. If you do not like the way I act, then just expel me and do us both a favor, Harry said. What I want to know is why you did such a thing in the first place. If you had a problem with my ravens, then why not come to me about it? Phileas asked from next to Dumbledore. Simple. I view you all as extremely incompetent teachers. I have never gone to a school other than this one, but I know enough about a regular one to know that this school is constantly an accident waiting to happen, and it's mostly the teacher's fault. I am honestly surprised that Hogwarts doesn't have a higher deaths per year ratio, Harry said back to the small man. Phileas' eyes widened in surprise at Harry's statement. He hadn't talked to Harry much before, so he did not know what the lad's personality was like. Plus, it was a personal matter in the end, and I always deal with personal matters personally, Harry said as he leaned back into the chair he was sitting in. What was the matter? Dumbledore asked. They seemed to think it was funny to bully an acquaintance of mine. Needless to say, I was having none of that. Any who try to bully my allies should expect nothing but pain in return, Harry said darkly at the two men. I had heard nothing of such bullying, Phileas said skeptically. I wouldn't expect you to. Most of your house was in on it, or at the very least, did nothing to stop it from happening, Harry said looking at the man like he was an idiot, which in Harry's eyes he was. Regardless of your reasons, next time something such as this occurs, please inform a teacher to deal with it, Dumbledore said, stressing the inform a teacher part. I'll keep that in mind, Harry said sarcastically. It didn't matter what happened at this point. He would come out of this with no punishment, which would only show the other students that even the teachers couldn't stop him. He doubted anyone from Ravenclaw would pick on little Luna again while he was around. Good. Phileas, would you please leave us? I have something I wish to discuss with Harry privately, Dumbledore requested kindly to his fellow professor. Phileas just nodded. He was a little shocked by the way that the events had played out, but he decided to leave it to Professor Dumbledore. Now, he had to have a talk with his ravens on what behavior was allowed at this school. He exited the office, leaving Harry and Dumbledore to themselves. Dumbledore just stared across his desk into Harry's emerald eyes. The eyes that were once so bright as a child had a more menacing, predatory look to them now. Do you know anything about the attacks that are happening around the school, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Maybe, maybe not. Why? Harry asked, looking calmly back at the man. I wish to have them stopped and was hoping you may have seen or heard something that might have aided me in such a venture, Dumbledore said politely. I already gave you information free once. That isn't going to happen again. So what will you give me in return for the information? Harry asked with a small smirk. Dumbledore sighed. What do you wish for? Dumbledore asked tiredly. A private classroom to do whatever I wish with, Harry said as he pulled out a parchment and started writing on it. When he finished, he put it in front of Dumbledore. Sign and I will tell you information about what you wish to know. It doesn't say how much you will say, Dumbledore said looking back at Harry. No, it doesn't. But you are running out of options, so you will just have to hope that I will spit out something useful or you will have to go chasing empty leads again, Harry said cheerily. Dumbledore looked at Harry wearily. The boy was sometimes worse than Voldemort to deal with. He was sure he had lost 10 years of his long life just from dealing with Harry alone. Fine, Dumbledore said tiredly. He signed the contract. Not like he was losing anything either way. Hogwarts had plenty of empty classrooms. One would not be sorely missed. Excellent, Harry said as he tucked the contract away. The creature that you are looking for is a basilisk that's around 70 feet long and probably around 1,000 years old. Happy hunting, headmaster, Harry said as he got up to leave. Dumbledore looked dumbfounded by the revelation before his face whitened to the color of the parchment he just signed. Wait, a basilisk stare kills, not petrifies, he said, trying to fault Harry. Normally, yes. That is, unless you look at it through something like a mirror or a puddle. Harry finished before exiting the room to leave Dumbledore to his new huge problem. December 21st, 2007. Harry was currently in his new classroom and customizing it to match his taste. He had already removed all of the desks and cleaned the main room. He then cleaned out the teacher's office and replaced the old wooden desk with a queen-sized bed with silk sheets. He had decided to put a couch in the classroom and a table. He also wanted to try and get some electronics in the room, but he would have to research a way for them to not explode around magic. He was also making the other half a workout area with some weights and such. The room also needed some lighting, since there were no windows in the classroom and, therefore, it was naturally dark. While thinking about what else he would change, he heard a knock behind him. He turned and saw Daphne in the doorway. She looked around the room skeptically. "So, this is what you have been doing with all your time, is it?" she asked rhetorically. "Yep. A home away from home, if you would. Since I am being forced to stay here for who knows how long. I figured I should make it so I am comfortable," Harry said with a shrug. "I see that. So you are just going to leave Slytherin then?" she asked. "Yep. Not like I really cared for the house anyway. You were the only one I got along with, and you can just visit me here. I covered the place in rune-based wards, so it's pretty hard to get into for everyone but me, but I guess I can add you to the list of people who can enter," Harry said, smirking as if he was doing her a big favor. "Whatever. As long as this doesn't affect our training," she stated, but it sounded almost like a question. Harry gave her a crooked grin. "Nothing would ever get in the way of your training," Harry said, barely catching his slip-up. Daphne glared at him. "Sounded like you were about to say something else there." "Wolf," Daphne said through gritted teeth. "Nah, must be your imagination. Anyways, are you going home for Christmas?" Harry asked, trying to change the subject. Daphne glared at him for a second longer before nodding. "Yes." "Will you be visiting this year?" she asked politely. "Might drop by if I'm in the neighborhood," Harry said. "Have to go and see Rosie that day, anyway." Is the big sky wolf going to see his ickle baby sister?" she asked condescendingly in a baby tone. "Shove it up your ass, Daphne." Harry responded back with a hint of a smile on his lips. "Just saying. Weird that a 5-year-old, of all things, would be able to get you so easily around her finger," Daphne commented. "It's not my fault. It's her eyes. Pretty sure they have some super powerful hypnotic effect," Harry exclaimed, trying to explain himself. Daphne just laughed while Harry pouted that he was being made fun of. "I can't believe a 12-year-old is laughing at me. I know full-grown men who have put to death hundreds who still wouldn't dare laugh at me. Oh, how I have fallen," Harry thought with a slight bit of depression. "Fine then. We should get ready then. The carriages to the train leave in an hour," Daphne said. "Daphne, you know I don't take the train," Harry said as he continued to walk around and observe his new room. "Too bad for you," was her only response as she walked away, presumably to pack. Harry sighed. "What is with that pushy girl?" December 25th, 2007. "Okay. I just stop and give them their presents and leave. Don't have time to hang about," Harry said as he picked up 2 wrapped gifts and prepared to depart. "Where are you going?" "I thought you were going to practice how to spread your infection, as you call it," Sammy said from his bed. "Yes, well, I just have to drop off some gifts and then I will be back," Harry said as he finished his preparations. "Well, don't stay too long. You have to practice if you want any control over that power before you get back to Hogwarts," Sammy hissed at him. Harry nodded. Recently, he had been working on an advanced magical ability that would let him decompose any living thing he touched at a super-accelerated rate. It was extremely hard to control and use, especially because a lot of times it would hurt him as well. He, however, had plenty of time to master it. With that final thought, he flashed away. Potter Manor. When Harry arrived, he walked straight to the door and knocked. In just a few seconds, Lily swung the door open and looked at him, and a huge smile lit her face. "Harry, how wonderful to see you." Have you come to join us for Christmas? She asked, beckoning him in. He only took one step in the house. Of course I didn't. I just came to drop off Rosie's gift before departing, Harry said. He saw a slight pang of sadness in Lily's eyes, but she recovered from it quickly. Ah, I see. I will just go and get her. Then Lily said, once again smiling as she went to find Rose. 20 seconds later, he heard a loud bang, before something hurled through the house at top speed. Rose did not slow down when she got closer to Harry. If anything, she sped up. As soon as she got close enough, she threw herself through the air and grabbed Harry with a flying hug. If Harry hadn't known such a thing was most likely going to happen, he would have fallen backward. Luckily, he did expect something like this. He hugged her back with a light smile on his face. Hello, Rosie. Did you miss me? Harry asked as he put her down on the ground. Yes. How come you haven't visited me? She asked as she looked into his eyes. Oh God, no. Not the eyes this early, Harry thought as he tried to turn away so he wouldn't have to look directly at her. Well, I had school to go to, Harry said, trying to give her a good excuse. So? You can still visit me with your flashy move, can't you? She asked. Harry knew he could not answer that truthfully. If he did, she would demand to see him every day. Well, I can't use the flashy move all the time, Harry said. It was technically true since he couldn't use it when he ran out of magic. Fine. But you better come and visit me whenever you can, she said, stomping her foot and looking very sternly at him as if he were the 5-year-old. Harry would most likely remember it as the most adorable sight he had ever seen. I promise I will visit you more, Harry said to pacify the little girl. Rose smiled up at him when he showed his compliance with her wishes. Yay! Now, what did you bring me? She asked excitedly. Who said I brought you anything? Harry asked with a smirk. She looked at him with that look again. Hey Harai, she said, pouting. Oh fine. Here you are, then, he said as he gave her one of the gifts he had packed. She squealed as soon as she got it in her hands and immediately tore it open. Surprisingly efficient for a 5-year-old. When she finally opened it and saw what was inside, she squealed again. She reached her hand in and pulled out a stuffed model of Sammy. It was a little different to most stuffed animals since it actually moved, hissed, and would follow some simple directions that Rose gave it. He didn't make it dangerous, though. That would be too much responsibility for a 5-year-old. Rose was squeezing the metaphorical life out of the toy. So you like it, then? Harry asked with a satisfied smirk. He had made the animal himself, after all. I love it, she exclaimed. She looked at the toy with her eyes glowing with happiness. Harry smiled at that. He stood up to his full height. Well, I guess I better go. I have to make some more stops, Harry said as he looked up and noticed that the rest of the Potters had come in and had been watching the scene. Rose immediately latched on to his leg to try and get him to stay. He smiled, lifted her up and gave her a hug. Come on, Rose, I will be back before you know it. I promise, Harry said. Rose buried her face into the crook of his neck. I don't want you to go, she whined. Well, I have to. I will be back soon, though. I told you I would visit, didn't I? He asked rhetorically. He felt her nod into his neck. Good. Then I will see you soon, he said as he put her down. He said bye to her and nodded at the Potters, but before he turned to leave, he locked eyes with Arthur. Before I forget, brat, stop looking into the Chamber of Secrets ordeal. You might die if you do, Harry said warningly. Arthur looked at him, surprised. Do you? I will say no more. Do what you wish with what I told you, Harry said as he gave one last goodbye to Rose and headed out of the house. As soon as he exited the wards, he flashed away to his next location. Greengrass Manor. Harry flashed right to the doorstep this time and knocked. He waited for a few minutes before Ms. Greengrass opened the door. Ah, Ms. Greengrass, how lovely to have you grace my eyes once again. I must be truly blessed, Harry said as he did an over-the-top bow and gently kissed the back of her hand. She chuckled with good humor. Hello again, Harry. Still as much of a gentleman as last time, I see, she said as she welcomed him into her home. Of course, one wouldn't want to fall out of an angel's good graces by being anything but, Harry responded with a smile. This time, Angelica threw her head back in laughter. You are too much, honestly, Harry. I'm sure you will have the ladies swooning over you in the thousands in a few years, she said, trying to get herself under control. Harry smiled and was about to respond, but was cut off by another voice. Harry, stop flirting with my mother and get in here and say hi. Already, said an angry familiar voice from the other room. Harry smiled and looked back at Miss Greengrass. I beg your pardon, my lady, but it seems I must depart from your wonderful company for another maiden in need of my attention. By your leave, Harry said like a true gentleman. Of course, noble sir. Please do give my daughter all the attention she so desperately needs. Angelica responded, straightening her posture and smirking down at Harry. Daphne screamed from the other room. Harry finally let out his laughter as he slowly walked into the other room holding his sides. Oh, Daphne, I love your mother. Definitely the highlight of coming to your house, Harry said, trying to catch his breath. Oh gee, thanks, Daphne said sarcastically. Now, none of that. I did come and visit you as promised, didn't I? He asked her. Sure took your time to, she grumbled in a less than satisfied tone. Do I take that to mean you don't want your gift? Harry asked teasingly. It's the only reason I haven't strangled you yet. Now give it here, she demanded and held her hand out for it. Harry smirked and gave it to her. She opened it in a much more refined way than Rose did. Once she opened it, she gasped. Harry, oh my God, this must have cost you a fortune, Daphne exclaimed as she pulled out a beautiful silver necklace with a snake that had emeralds as eyes. Not as much as you think. Jewelry is cheaper in the Muggle world. I put the enchantments on it myself. It should protect you from any compulsions and poisons, as well as minor hexes and jinxes. It also works as a signal straight to me so I can get to you quickly if you are ever in trouble. Also, it can't be taken off by anyone but you, so keep that in mind, Harry said. Daphne just looked at the beautiful piece in awe. She then looked at Harry with a smirk. Going so out of your way to protect me, should I be concerned, Wolf? She asked with a hint of amusement. My interest in you is purely platonic, I promise, Harry said as he held up his hand, pretending to take an oath of truth. Daphne's smirk grew even bigger. How disappointed my mother will be. And she was so hoping to have you as a son-in-law, Daphne said in a slightly serious tone. Harry shrugged. I will still visit her every once in a while, Harry said. Daphne glared at him. He rolled his eyes. And you too, I suppose, Harry said teasingly. You're a right prat, Wolf, she stated. Harry shrugged. I've been called worse, he said. Of that I have no doubt, Daphne said. Harry just gave her a crooked smile, before checking his watch. It seems I must depart. Before I go, where's your sister? Harry asked. He had planned to tease Astoria as well. She is staying at a friend's till later tonight, Daphne responded, already guessing on why Harry wanted to know. Shame. Well, I'll be off. Tell your mother I hope to have her company soon. I will see you at school, Harry said before flashing away before Daphne could say anything back. Daphne stared at the spot Harry was just at for a few seconds before shaking her head and getting up. Pratt. April 29, 2008. Hogwarts. Harry was chilling in his room, currently reading one of the latest books he checked out from the library. Hogwarts had been boring these last few months. 2 more students had gotten attacked and been petrified. Dumbledore seemed to have no luck finding the basilisk, and Harry had made clear to the man that any more information on it would cost quite a bit. He already knew exactly what he was going to ask for next. Just as he finished that thought, he heard a knock on the door. He looked over to the door and tried to feel who it was. He sighed. Speak of the devil. Come in, old man, Harry spoke out toward the door. Dumbledore came in, grim-faced. Why the long-faced headmaster? Someone finally die? Harry asked with actual curiosity in his voice. Dumbledore shook his head. Ginevra Weasley has been taken to the Chamber of Secrets, and as we speak the Board of Education is replacing me with a new headmaster, Dumbledore said gravely. Harry's eyes sparkled. I see you bring joyous news, then. I wish I had alcohol so we could have a toast, Harry said. This is bad for you as well, Harry. If I am replaced, do not think the next headmaster will just expel you. You will likely be arrested as well. The new person in charge is Lucius Malfoy, and he seems to have something against you. He will make your life difficult if I am replaced. He isn't anything I can't handle. But thank you for the concern, Professor, Harry said back with a smile. How about a contract, then? I will allow you a few stipulations. You may leave the castle whenever you wish, as long as you check in at least once a week. I will pay 10,000 galleons for every year you stay, and I will let you leave after your 5th year, Dumbledore said. This got Harry's attention. He smiled at this. You must be truly desperate to make such a contract with me. Fine, I will bite. What do you want in return? I want you to kill the basilisk and rescue Ginevra Weasley, and make sure no one can use the Chamber of Secrets again. Harry looked up at Dumbledore. He then smiled, and a parchment appeared in his hands from black flames in his palm. This contract looked older and more powerful than any Dumbledore had ever seen before. Deal, Harry said as he handed the contract to Dumbledore. Dumbledore conjured a quill and took one look at the contract before taking a deep breath and signing. Harry chuckled as soon as he did. It wasn't a nice chuckle either. It sounded evil and full of malice. Contract sealed. It will be completed by tonight. When I complete my end, if you do not complete yours, your life will be taken as payment instead. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a basilisk to kill, Harry said as he left the room, leaving a very nervous Dumbledore. Harry immediately flashed to the bathroom where the chamber's entrance was located. He ignored the ghost there and walked straight towards the sink. Open, he hissed at the pipe. Immediately, the entire sink opened up to a giant hole in the ground. Harry jumped down and as soon as he hit the ground, performed a roll to lessen the impact of the fall. He steadied himself and continued to walk on. He passed a giant snakeskin, but ignored it. When he finally got to a giant chamber, he saw 2 people. The first was a tall, handsome boy with brown hair and eyes, but a chiseled face. The other was the red-headed Weasley girl. She looked to be passed out on the ground and very pale. He looked back at the boy who was assessing him. He noticed he felt the same dark presence as whatever Ginevra was carrying around with her earlier. Who are you? The boy asked politely. No one of concern to you. Have you seen a 70-foot-long basilisk slithering around anywhere, by chance? Harry asked the boy. So you are after my pet? Then? The boy asked rhetorically. Well, if your pet is a 70-foot-long basilisk, then yes, I'm after your pet, Harry said. You are not here to save the girl? The boy asked while pointing to Ginny. Harry looked at her and back to him. He noticed a tendril of magic that was connected to both and was slowly draining the girl. He sighed. I suppose I will save her as well. I guess this makes us enemies. May I have the name of my opponent? Harry asked, making a big show of getting into a dueling stance. The boy just smiled at him. It is Tom Marvolo Riddle, he said with a smile that Harry supposed was supposed to creep him out. Ah, I see what you did there with the anagram. Well, shall we begin? Harry said. Riddle just smirked at him. As you wish. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, he yelled half in Parseltongue. As soon as he said that, the giant head at the end of the cavern opened up and out slithered a giant snake. In retrospect, this seems kind of like a bad idea, Harry thought to himself. That was his last thought as he sprang into action against the giant snake. He immediately had chains burst through the ground around the creature and attack him. He knew they weren't strong enough to restrain the creature, but they could slow it down and hopefully take out its eyes. The basilisk did not seem to like the black chains much. Harry tried to heat them up, but because of the creature's magic-resistant hide, it did nothing. He concentrated on getting the chains to poke its eyes out, which was easier said than done. The basilisk kept moving around and struggling. He gritted his teeth and summoned more chains. There were now so many chains in his line of vision that he couldn't even see the basilisk. Truth be told, this many chains were actually quite draining on Harry. He would need a different strategy, which almost made Harry pout. He loved killing stuff with his chains. He lifted his control of all the chains and watched them quickly recede back into the floor. The basilisk looked pissed but otherwise unharmed. This time, Harry tried some conjuration. He created crows all around him and had the swirl around him in a tornado of black so the snake couldn't look at him. He then gestured his hand forward to the snake and watched the tornado of crows leave him and turn into an aerial assault force. The clawed all over the basilisk's face before he heard a loud, angry hiss. He had the birds retreat from the creature and saw that both of its eyes had either been pecked or clawed out. Riddle was screaming commands behind him, but Harry and the basilisk ignored him. Harry because he didn't care what the man was saying, and the basilisk because it was in too much pain. Harry quickly ran right next to the basilisk's face. He was starting to run low on magic, so he needed to end this soon. "Hey!" he yelled next to the basilisk. The basilisk immediately moved to its head toward him and opened his mouth to swallow Harry. Harry was ready, though. He conjured black flames on his right hand and immediately shot them down the basilisk's open mouth as soon as turned to him. The flames went straight down the creature and vaporized any vitals that came in immediate contact with it. The basilisk did not even have time to wail in pain before it laid down dead. Harry took a step back and watched it roast from the inside before he turned to Riddle. "How?" Riddle asked, stunned by the magical display he had just seen. Harry just shrugged. "Fuck with the best and you're gonna drown with the rest, Riddle." Harry shot at him. He then looked at the boy and conjured the black flames once more on his hand. "Now where were we?" Harry asked as he approached the boy. Riddle sneered at him. "You think you can kill me? I am Lord Voldemort. There is no one who can kill me," he exclaimed. "Do you want to know something interesting about these flames? They only burn what I want them to. You think you are strong, Riddle? You don't know true strength. Here, just this once, I will show you true strength," Harry said. As soon as he said the last word, he and everything around him was consumed in flames. The flames spread throughout the chamber in a black flamed explosion that shook the whole room. When the flames cleared, everything was gone but Harry and Ginny. Harry sighed, "And that's a wrap. Am tired. Need to get this done so I can take a nap," Harry said as he picked up Ginevra like a potato sack and flashed away to the infirmary. As soon as he got there, he laid Ginny gently down on the bed. He then called out, "Yo, can I get some help over here?" Harry called out. Immediately, an elder woman came and ran right to him. "What happened?" she demanded. "Had most of her life force sucked out," Harry said as he stepped back and saw the nurse start working. He then flashed away before she started to get to him as well. As soon as he got to his room, he laid straight down and went to sleep for 16 hours with one final thought. Valdi looked like he batted for the other team, but was too afraid to admit it and got pissed and decided to take over the world. So I know that some people are going to be like, "Wait, that doesn't make sense. There is no way that Harry would take that deal over his freedom." Before you say anything, know that in most cases you would be right. However, Harry is now planning to stay around Hogwarts long enough so that he can wait for Voldemort to revive himself and then get Dumbledore to pay him loads of money to finish him off. After that, though, he's gone. I will, however, have him keep in touch with some of his wizarding friends that he makes. Now, I hope you guys liked this chapter. Once again, thank you for reading it and dropping reviews or favorites/follows. You all are amazing. I will give out next chapter hopefully soon. Until then, peace. Chapter 18. Okay, so here is Chapter 18. Hope you guys like it. Sorry for the long wait for everyone who has been asking for me to get this out ASAP. This chapter wasn't edited as my beta was too busy, so hopefully it isn't too messed up. Enjoy. June 1st ST, 2008, Hogwarts Express. Harry was pouting again. He was stuck on this infernal train because Daphne had threatened to tell Rose that he was avoiding her when she go to the station if he didn't. That just wasn't playing fair. Granted, he was the king of not playing fair, but still, it was supposed to be his thing. He sighed once more as he looked out his window. Daphne and Tracy were talking about their summer plans. Apparently they were going to Italy together for most of the summer. Daphne had invited him, but he had declined. He knew he would most likely take some contracts this summer to keep himself busy as well as earn some money. "Harry, where do you live?" Daphne asked out of the blue. Harry looked at her with suspicion. "Why?" Harry asked with squinted eyes. "Just curious." She responded with a face that looked truthful. Harry sighed. Not like humans could find his home, even when they tried. He warded the crap out of it and added new ones every year. "I own an island in the Caribbean that I live at." Harry responded truthfully. Daphne's eyes widened. "How can you afford something like that? Do you make that much money?" Daphne asked. Harry nodded. While I do make more than someone typically does in my line of work, private islands there aren't that expensive, especially if you buy it from the Muggles. Everything seems to be more expensive in the wizarding world for some reason. Harry explained. How much did the island cost then? Tracy now asked as she too was curious about this new tidbit of information. It was around $5 million in price. Although there are some that can get really expensive, especially since you have to get fresh water and food to the island as well as have a boat to transfer yourself to and from it. Luckily magic takes care of most of that, so I live rather independently on my island. Had to introduce some rodents to it though so Sammy could have something to eat. Other than that though, it's mostly all my work with magic. Harry said as he thought about his own little tropical paradise with a smile. What kind of job do you do that pays that much? Tracy asked curiously. Harry looked at her and sighed. Sorry, but that is private. Harry said seriously. Daphne gave him a look and Tracy just nodded in understanding but was obviously still curious. Maybe you could invite us to your island one summer. Daphne suggested, trying to change the subject. Tracy immediately perked up at the idea. Harry gave it some thought before nodding. I suppose that can be arranged. The house is certainly big enough to support a few families, and I'm sure you would like the beach. Perhaps next summer. Harry suggested. It would be nice to have company. He hated to admit it, but he did sometimes get lonely and crave social interaction, especially as he got older, he noticed. That sounds great, I will ask my mother then this summer. Daphne said excitedly. Is it all right if my family comes as well, Harry? Tracy asked politely. She knew that she wasn't as much of Harry's friend as Daphne. They were more of good acquaintances. Yes, that's fine. Harry said with a hint of a smile. The girl appeared to trying to be polite but actually looked nervous about his answer. She sagged in relief when he told her it was fine. The rest of the train ride was mostly quiet. Harry had decided that he was going to take his traditional nap as he always did and slept through most of the ride. When Daphne next woke him up, they were at the station. I hate this infernal contraption. I could be sleeping at home right now with Sammy wrapped around me, but no. I get to be all cramped up and have to see the damn Potters. Harry grumbled to himself. Oh, so I should tell Rose that you actually don't want to see her? Daphne asked. Harry scoffed. Don't make me laugh. Rose might carry the last name Potter officially, but she is my younger sister, and that makes her a wolf. Harry said with a voice full of pride. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Harry. Daphne said in response with a slight smile. This time Harry scowled at her. What helps me sleep at night is not having back pains from riding in a fucking train all day. Harry spat at her. Daphne shrugged. I didn't put a wand up to your head and make you ride the train, Harry. Daphne scared at him as if he were a spoiled child. I would have rather you done that than blackmailing me. Harry muttered. They stepped out of the train and immediately, Harry heard someone screaming his name. He looked at the source and felt something collide with force into his side. Harry wrapped his arms around the object with a smile. Hello, Rosie. Did you miss me? Harry asked with a grin at the little girl in his arms. The little girl nodded frantically as she tried her very best to burrow her face into his stomach. He laughed as ruffled her hair a bit. What, no greeting for me? Said a voice behind him. Harry turned around and saw Arthur step out of the train and smile at the scene good-naturedly. Harry just gave the boy a neutral nod while Rose twisted her head to look at him before blowing him a raspberry. Arthur clutched his chest like he was offended. Rose, you wound me, Arthur exclaimed. Don't be jealous that I'm her favorite. Harry said at him with maybe a little too much pride. In the corner of his eye, he could see Daphne looking at him and making a whipping motion. Harry turned and glared at her and she innocently turned in a different direction. Now come on, Rose, we have to go if we don't want to be late for the party, James said with a smile as he appeared near Harry. Harry inwardly frowned at the man. He had wanted to spend a little more time with his little sister. Rose obviously wasn't so happy either because she pouted at James. Don't wanna, she said. Rose Potter, do not make your father have to tell you again, Lily commanded, appearing next to James. Under her much stronger gaze, Rose wilted slightly and nodded her compliance. Harry found that a little funny. As much as he didn't like her, Lily was the only one who could successfully command Rose to do anything. Must be a mother thing. Harry thought silently as he observed the scene. He said his goodbyes to the Rose as she departed to apparently go to some party with her family. As soon as they left though, another voice appeared from behind him. Well, well, well. It seems the Potters left their trash just lying about, said the voice. Harry turned around and saw a man with platinum blonde hair sneering down at him. Even if he didn't see Draco, grinning triumphantly from the man's side, he still would have known who he was just by his features. Harry simply raised his eyebrow at the man. You must be Draco's father. I'm so sorry to hear that. You have my condolences, Harry said and put a grave look on his face as if he honestly found the news truly saddening. The man sneered at him. Watch your tongue, boy. With a simply word, I could have you put in Azkaban for assaulting my son, you peasant filth, the man said harshly while glaring down at him. Harry just raised his right eyebrow. Is Harry going to have to smack a bitch? He though as he continued to just stare at the man. Not that I expected you to know manners, especially from being born from that mud injury whore of a mother you came from. Honestly, I find it a miracle that Hogwarts has lowered its standards to just let any old trash off the streets in. The man continued. The more he continued, the more Draco's grin got wider. Not that Harry noticed. He was too busy with his thought process. Yep, Harry's going to have to smack a bitch, he thought. Excuse me, Mr. Malfoy, but can you look at my palm for just a second? I want to show you something, Harry said as he raised his palm as if to show the man something. Malfoy was apparently very much like his gullible idiot of a son because he did actually pause his rant to see what was so interesting about Harry's palm. Harry smirked. Before either of the Malfoys could react, Harry reached his hand back and swung it forward in what was clearly a classic pimp slap motion. He hit the man so hard that he instantly fell back and onto the floor where he didn't get up. Harry heard Draco screaming, "Father," in surprise and concern while he watched the man on the floor. Is he actually not going to get up? That actually knocked him out? God, wizards are weak. Honestly, how has a Dark Lord not taken over this country? Harry thought as he watched Draco try to wake his father up, who appeared to not be getting up anytime soon. Draco then glared up at Harry. You will pay for this, wolf, he yelled. By now most of the station was watching in a stunned silence. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Well, you know what they say, Malfoy. Talk shit. Get hit, Harry said as he put his hands in his pockets and flashed away. Time for that nap he had been wanting. June 18th, 2008, New York. Harry was sitting in the back room of a bar waiting for his contact to finish their work and come talk to him. While waiting, he tried to use some healing magic to soothe his headache. Apparently, Daphne was not happy that he left the station without saying goodbye and had sent him a howler to make her displeasure known. It was just 10 minutes of her yelling at him on how stupid he was. It was actually longer, but Harry had decided to burn it before it could continue. So now here he was with a killer headache because girls were big meanies that liked to cause him problems. He finished that train of thought when his contact walked in. Craig Howell was his name. Nice guy. He owned a bar as a cover but really was big into finding information on any underground news. Hey, you seen the news recently? Craig asked, getting straight to the point. Harry just raised an eyebrow at him. Craig knew he did not have a TV, so he already knew the answer to that, right? Dumb question. Anyways, since you haven't seen the news, I'll tell. Tony Stark has gone missing, Craig said. That did surprise Harry. He knew who the man was, but he also knew that the man was most likely very well protected wherever he went. Must have been quite a force to kidnap him. Okay, what does this have to do with me? Harry asked. I'm getting to that. He has an assistant, girl by the name of Pepper Potts. She has been looking for you, Craig said, crossing his arms. Now that was really surprising to Harry. Why? Does she think I took him? Harry asked very curiously. No, they already know it was a terrorist cell who took him. I have no idea why she is looking for you. She doesn't know who you are yet either. She just knows about your character. She has been trying to get a meeting with you from what I hear. The whole situation is being kept very quiet. She obviously doesn't want others to know what she is doing, Craig said. Harry nodded as he thought about the situation for a minute. After a minute of continuous silence, Harry finally sighed. Thanks for the info. Here you go. Harry said as he handed the man his reward in an envelope. Craig smiled as he checked the cash. Much obliged. Come see me if you ever need more info, Harry. The man said with a smile. Yeah, whatever, you greedy bastard. Harry said with a crooked smile. He then flashed away as Craig headed back to his work. Let's go see what this assistant wants. June 19th, 2008, Los Angeles. If Harry were to be honest, he knew he was being a little creepy and dramatic. He had found where this assistant lived and was currently waiting in one of her chairs, in the dark, for her to come home and most likely scare her. After all, what good was being an assassin if you weren't over the top? At around 10 p.m., he heard her enter the house. He watched her come in to the living room absent-minded, without even a thought to the danger she could be in. From his spot in the shadows, Harry took a moment to simply observe the woman. It was clear that she had no fighting experience with how skinny she was and the absence of muscle. She was definitely pretty and had soft red hair as well. Definitely a pretty woman that most men would be happy to come home to. After observing her, Harry decided to speak. Good day at work, Miss Potts? Harry asked from his spot on the couch. As soon as he talked, the woman jumped and immediately turned to him. She reached for the light switch, but the lights didn't turn on no matter how much she clicked. You done? Harry asked politely. Who are you? She asked apprehensively. We'll get to that in a moment. For now, please take a seat. If you try to run, we are going to have problems. Longs as you cooperate, no harm shall come to you. Harry said softly as he watched her slowly take a seat nervously. Good. Now why don't you tell me the reason you have been trying so hard to get an audience with me and all the lengths you went through to make it a secret? Harry said, getting straight to the point. Even in the dark, he could see her eyes widening. You mean you're... She started. Yes. Now please answer my questions. Harry said, cutting her off. She nodded slowly. Okay. I would like your help in finding my boss, Tony Stark, she said as she tried to make herself look more professional. Harry raised an eyebrow, not that she could see it. You do know I am an assassin, correct? We don't usually rescue people. I don't think you did your homework on me well, Harry said to the woman. She shook her head. I know of your preferred services, but I also heard that no matter who or where your target is, you can find them. She replied. Harry looked at her curiously. So you're telling me that you only want meat because of my tracking skills? Didn't even know that I was known for that. Harry said the last part to himself. So would you be willing to do this? I shall pay, of course. Pepper asked him with a hint of nervousness, of course. Harry just thought about it silently. He could take the job even though he didn't really do recovery missions. Generally speaking, it was much harder to keep a target alive than just killing them. However, he was one of the best in his field. He was fairly confident he could keep the billionaire alive long enough to bring him home. He sighed finally. You should be aware that recovery missions cost more than assassinations since they are harder to perform. Harry said at the woman. He could see her straighten and nod vigorously. That will fine. How much do you charge? She asked. Harry thought about that. He wasn't really pressed for cash anymore. In fact, he was pretty sure he could live his life happily with enough left for any children he may have. He decided to go cheaper with the price. I will do it for $1.5 million. That's non-negotiable since I already brought the price down. You will pay half before and after mission completion. Failure to abide by these stipulations will result in your immediate termination. Understood? Harry asked. Of course. Should I make the money out to an account? She asked. Harry shook his head. Just have 2 suitcases with half in each. Easier for me, Harry said as he got up and walked to her door. He saw her trying to make out any of his facial features. This caused him to smirk slightly. I will be back tomorrow for the first half at 8 p.m. Make sure you have it by then, Harry said as he opened the door. Wait, what about my power? She asked. Harry chuckled a little. That doesn't have anything to do with me. Your street is having a power outage. Didn't you notice that there were no lights on the entire block? Harry asked with amusement. Even without the light, he could see her blushing in embarrassment. I see. My mistake then. You have your money here, tomorrow then. Goodbye. she said as she hurriedly closed the door behind him. Harry just made a slight grunt in thought before he flashed away to do some research. June 22, 2008. Somewhere in the Middle East. Harry could honestly say that the Middle East wasn't so bad. Granted that it was pretty chaotic, but still, it wasn't bad. Many of the locals he had encountered were very nice. He had immediately just found a hotel before going out searching. He was just using a variation of the tracking charm. Since he did not have a wand, he had to alter his so he would feel a tug in the direction he needed to go. He was pretty sure his version was better since he could still cast other magic while it was active. He had been flashing around the desert for a few hours now and could feel himself getting closer. It was hot as hell out in the desert, and Harry was glad he had brought plenty of water. Just as he was about to flash away again in an effort to get closer to his target, he noticed a man in the desert walking across the desert with a makeshift turban. As soon as the man saw him, he waved his arms, apparently trying to get Harry's attention. Well, there goes that contract. Oh well, I will only keep the first half since I didn't really have to rescue him, Harry thought as he started to jog over to the man. The man collapsed to his knees as soon as he saw someone coming to help him. As soon as he got close enough, he immediately saw the man smiling in joy. I presume you are Tony Stark then? Harry asked just to be sure. The man nodded in joy, still on his knees. Exemplary, my dear Watson, Tony said back sarcastically. Sure are sassy for a man lost in a desert. Harry shot back with a smirk as he handed the man some water. Yeah, well, you know how it gets when you have to break out of a terrorist stronghold. Tony responded after a big gulp of water. Indeed I do, Harry said with a smile as he recalled a memory from back when he was younger. So, you wouldn't happen to be able to get me to the nearest village or city, would you? Tony asked appealingly, not too worried about his situation. Harry looked amused. Yes, but I think I will wait a minute before I take you to it, Harry said. Tony looked confused. Chim. You're not planning to kill me and then impersonate me so you can steal my fortune, are you? Tony asked with what sounded like real concern. Harry chuckled. No, although I bet I could actually pull that. No, the reason is that I am waiting for you to pass out from heat exhaustion that's about to catch up to you after the adrenaline of being rescued has left your body, Harry said, amused. Tony raised an eyebrow. You sure? Because I GRE. He didn't finish because just like Harry said, he passed out and immediately fell forward where Harry put out his arms and caught him. Harry looked at the man eye his arms and sighed. Better make sure Daphne never finds out that a handsome man fainted into my arms, or anyone else for that matter, Harry said as he flashed away to his hotel room he prepared in advance. Next day, unnamed hotel in Middle East. Harry was currently watching Tony finally wake up after sleeping for 16 hours. His eyes opened groggily. Where am I? Tony asked as he looked around, trying to find his bearings. In a hotel which has a name that I will not even try to pronounce, Harry said from a chair at the other side of the room. Tony's head swiveled around and looked at Harry. Oh, it's you, Tony said as he looked at Harry through squinted eyes. How astute of you, Harry said as he got up and handed Tony a bottle of water. Drink up. Your body is going to feel weak for a while from the heat exhaustion and the dehydration. Few days of rest and hydration should fix you up, Harry said. Thanks. Wait a second. Are you a kid? How old are you? Tony asked as he finally took a good look at Harry. I am 12, almost 13. Whether I am a kid or not is debatable, Harry said as he sat back down and stared at Tony. You sure look and talk like one. How did you find me anyways? You don't look like a local, Tony asked, clearly starting to have his mind recover from his experience of being lost in the desert. Magic. Not gonna ask how you ended up wandering around in the desert. You should also know that the military are on their way to recover you from here. For you and your assistant's safety, I would not mention me at all when you are recovered, Harry said as he got up and prepared to leave. What? Why? Who are you? Tony asked curiously. I'm an assassin that your assistant paid to rescue you out of the kindness of her heart. Sadly, I don't think the press or anyone else would look kindly on that. As for who I am, name's Harry. I will see you probably never. There is a cell phone on the table if you want to call someone before the military arrives. Oh, and tell your assistant that she does not need to pay the second half of the fee since you technically escaped yourself. Goodbye, Mr. Stark, Harry said as he exited the room and immediately flashed away as the door closed behind him, leaving behind a baffled Tony Stark. June 23, 2008, Wolf Cove. Harry appeared at Wolf Cove and sat down on his bed. He was pretty tired since he had stayed up almost all night making sure that Tony did not die or go into a coma. He laid down on the bed and sighed. You've been gone for a while, Sammy said as she slithered next to Harry's head. Harry did not answer the snake. He just looked at her in surprise. Did you have a growth flowed? Harry said as he looked at Sammy. She looked to be almost 2 to 3 times her previous girth and length. She hissed in what sounded like annoyance. The magic in body has been having some effects. I can shrink myself if I concentrate most times, but when my core has spikes, I cannot control my size. Should be fine when it stabilizes again. Now tell me where you decided to disappear to, Sammy demanded. Harry just continued to look at his friend before nodding slowly. Anyways, I had to go rescue a billionaire. Didn't make much money from it though. Only around $750,000. Was a pretty easy job, though. Didn't even have to kill anyone, Harry said as he closed his eyes. I thought you were paid to kill people? Sammy asked. Harry just shrugged. Must be going soft. Harry said Sammy did the snake version of a snort. I love how your definition of going soft is not killing someone, Sammy said. Harry cracked an eyebrow. You have something to tell me? Harry asked. Yes, by human standards, you are a sociopath. Sammy snipped at him. Harry closed his eye and sported a grin. Just a little bit. Alright, and that's chapter 18. Already have half the next chapter, so hopefully I will have it posted soon. Sorry again for all the spelling errors. See you next time. Until then. Peace. Chapter 19. Alright, big news. At least to me. My story just hit 100,000 views. Love it. Love you guys. Love the people who viewed it. To all those who follow / favorite / and review. Love you guys too. In celebration of this, I stayed up till 12 to finish this chapter. My wonderful beta Cyrules was nice enough to edit it again. Hope you guys like this chapter. It is another one of my longer ones. Now on to the story. July 31st St. 2008, Wolf Cove. Harry was currently doing some jogging around the island to warm his body up for later exercise. He needed to get it out of the way soon because later today he was going to Japan. As much as he liked having magic and an extensive information network, the whole not having a cell phone or any other electronic thing was getting on his nerves. He had heard that there was a small group of wizards in Japan that were doing an extensive study into stopping magic from being able to affect electronics. He had scheduled a meeting with these wizards to see how this new research was going. Sammy had insisted on going with him since he had apparently not been taking her out enough. About 3 hours later, Harry was showered and ready to depart. Sammy, you ready? Harry asked. Soon as you bring your lazy ass over here so I can get on you. He heard from his left as he saw her lounging on top of the table. Harry complied and walked over to her and held out his arm. You seem to be in a mood, Harry said. Sammy hissed back in anger. Of course I am. I haven't left this island in almost 2 months, Sammy said angrily to him. Harry sighed. Yeah, I already said I was sorry, Harry said back in exasperation. Your words mean nothing until you fix the problem. Sammy bit back at him. I'm taking you with me, aren't I? Harry shot back. Only after I demanded it of you, Sammy hissed again. Fine, you win. Let's just go, Harry said as he flashed away. Technically next day, Tokyo. Harry looked around and wasn't surprised to see that Tokyo had not changed much since he last visited. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the address of the place he was going. The building was in one of the warehouse districts, so he headed off towards the direction he believed they were in. After around a half-hour walk, he finally arrived outside a warehouse that was clearly being blocked from being accessed by muggles. He walked up towards the door and knocked. There was only a few seconds wait before the door was opened to show a young Japanese man that was probably in his early 20s. The man smiled and bowed slightly. Greetings. You are Harry Wolf, I presume? The man asked politely in Japanese. You presume correctly. You have the advantage of knowing my name, so might I know yours as well? Harry asked politely with a friendly smile. Ah, how rude of me. My name is Takahashi Rin. It is nice to meet you. Would you like to come inside, Mr. Wolf? The man asked after introducing himself. That would be nice, thank you, Harry said in return. The man moved from the doorway to let Harry enter. When he did, he took off his shoes and left them at the door before continuing deeper into the warehouse. It was surprisingly well lit and organized. So, I am sure you know why I asked to come today, Harry said as the man led him deeper into the warehouse. The man looked over his shoulder. I expect it is our research on the integration of Muggle technology into the rest of wizard population. Am I correct? The man asked. Harry nodded. Yes, that is correct. Would you mind me asking how far you've gotten with your research? Harry asked as they finally entered a room where other men and women seemed to be working on different projects that all seemed to revolve around electronics. Well, I'm actually proud to say that we have come pretty far with our research. We have already found the problem with the integration process. It comes from the fact that magic is really just a form of energy that has burst from our body in the form of spells. However, what many do not know is that we are constantly releasing small amounts of magic all the time, which causes the disturbance in the electronic waves that modern-day technology uses to work. To combat this, we have tried to use magic negating runes which work to not let any magic enter the electronic, the man said. So what is the problem, then? Harry asked the man. The man looked around the room with concentration. The runes also stop the electricity in the electronics from working because it is also a form of energy and the runes think it is magic. So, this leaves us at square one. We have been trying to find other runes to solve the problem, but this has greatly slowed us down, the man finished. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Harry asked. The man just looked at him for a second. Mr. Wolf, we have no backers for our research, so any supplies we need come straight out of our own pockets. That, plus the expenses of this building, has left us with nowhere near enough money to properly get books and other supplies that may aid our research, Rin said to Harry. Harry looked at the man, confused. Why would no one help fund this? It seems like there could be a lot of profit in this industry, especially since there is no other industry like it. Those rich enough to help fund us are all traditionalists who want nothing to do with the integration of Muggle technology into wizard lives, Rin explained to Harry. Harry just nodded slowly at this as the information sunk in. He thought about the situation for a second before sighing. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. Mr. Takahashi, how would you and your team like to form a company with me? Harry asked. Ren's eyes almost popped out of his skull. A company? How do you expect to be able to pull that off? Ren asked very skeptically. Despite my age, I am actually quite wealthy. I will create the official company and you will be the one who is in charge of the research. I will fund the research and then when we start to make money, you and your team will start being paid wages. How does that sound? Harry asked. He liked this idea the more he thought about it. Mr. Wolf, I think you are underestimating how much this kind of thing can cost. Ren said, clearly thinking that Harry was delusional. I will pay you 200,000 galleons to start you off. Should you agree, you could have that money as soon as tomorrow, Harry said in total seriousness. Ren's jaw dropped. He was speechless at this point. With that kind of money, they could fully pay off this building, as well as pay for any supplies they would need for the next year. So, would you like me to start drawing up a contract? Harry asked with a smirk as he looked at the jaw-dropped man. Ren just nodded silently, not trusting his voice to produce anything but a squeak. Good. Then let's sit down and hammer this out of the way so you can get back to your research, shall we? Harry said as he gestured for Ren to take him to a more private room. Ren just nodded again and started to lead Harry into another room. Harry just smiled. Wolf Enterprises has a nice ring to it. September 1st St. 2008. Hogwarts Express. Harry was sitting in the Hogwarts Express and, for once, wasn't angry or annoyed. He was now the owner of a company. Granted, it was a small company that hadn't actually sold anything, but still, it was a company and it was his. What's wrong with you, Potter? You aren't your usual, annoyed, grumpy self. Did you kill an orphan or something? Daphne asked as she came in the compartment, having been searching for Harry since she had arrived on the train. Harry turned to her and was about to say something sarcastic back, but as soon as he looked at her, all comments died in his throat. His eyes immediately zeroed in on a new feature that Daphne had on her. Or should he say two new features? Two big new features. When Daphne saw what he was staring at, her whole face went red and she immediately crossed her arms over her chest. What the hell do you think you're staring at? Daphne demanded angrily. This snapped Harry out of his shock and he looked at her face without any shame. What am I staring at? Don't give me that. What the hell happened to your chest? You shoved balloons down your robe? Harry asked/demanded. Daphne was now the color of a tomato. Shut up. I can't exactly control when puberty strikes, now can I? She shot back with more justified anger. Daphne, puberty has a limit. I mean, Jesus. How many letters in the alphabet did you skip? Harry asked incredulously. Daphne was now reduced to stuttering. Just sh hut. UPP. Okay. Let's just drop it, she finally said. Harry just looked at her one more time before nodding silently and settling back in his seat. When Tracy came in with no drastic change, Harry sighed in relief. Thank God, Harry muttered just loud enough for the rest of the occupants to hear. Tracy looked at him confused, but Daphne clearly understood what he meant and glared at him. Tracy looked even more confused at this. Am I missing something? She asked. Daphne was going to say nothing, but Harry cut her off before she could. Daphne has two huge balloons suddenly growing out of her chest, Harry said quickly for an explanation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Daphne pounced at him with a scream, tried to strangle him. Harry barely had enough time to put up his hands to mount a defense. Damn, this girl is getting fast. Maybe I shouldn't be teaching her how to kill anyone she comes in contact with. Harry thought as he fended for his life against the insane girl. Okay, I am sorry. I won't mention them again. Would you please stop trying to strangle me? Harry pleaded. Daphne stopped her onslaught and just glared at him before pointing at his face. I don't want to hear another word about it. Do you understand? Daphne asked in a menacing voice. Harry just nodded as he put his hands in the air in surrender to the scary she-lion. Good, Daphne said as she sat back down in her seat. Harry just sighed in relief. Tracy was apparently rolling on the floor with laughter the whole time the exchange had been going on, and Daphne had to kick her in the chest hard for her to stop. The rest of the train ride was uneventful. Luna did come in at some point when Harry had been taking his nap. When he had woken up, he saw her wearing a pair of oddly shaped glasses and reading an upside-down magazine. He just shrugged that off, though, and just figured it was Luna being Luna. Good read, Luna? Harry asked as he stretched his neck from the cramps in it. Luna looked at him and smiled her usual dreamy smile. Hello, Harry. Yes, it is absolutely delightful. Father has posted an update in this week's edition on the progress he has made in discovering the Rotsfong conspiracy. Would you like to read it? Luna asked as she held out the magazine for him to take. Harry just shook his head. No, thank you. I don't read material from media outlets, Harry said. He was lucky that this was actually true. He never had the time for such things. Oh, that's a shame. I'm sure you would like the Quibbler, Luna said as she went back to reading her magazine, seemingly not offended that he declined to read it. Where's Sammy, by the way? Daphne asked. Harry just sighed. Sammy has been having some problems with her size, Harry said as he recalled how big his snake was getting. Daphne looked on with concern. Is she going to be all right? Daphne asked. Harry nodded. Her core has just been acting up. I have put several runes on her to stabilize her, but until it's under control, I would rather not bring her to Hogwarts, Harry explained. What kind of size problem is she having exactly? Tracy asked curiously. Well, she currently is about 50 feet long, so, Harry explained a little nervously. Everyone looked at him wide-eyed. Well, except for Luna, who did not seem surprised by the information. What the hell? Is that supposed to be normal? Daphne asked in shock. Well, not really, but it's fine. She should be fully stable soon. I might be able to bring her at some point since I can pop away at any point I want. Basically, Harry said, trying to ease the girls' fears. They both nodded slowly but still didn't look sure about the situation. Well, anyway, Did you hear about the breakout? Tracy asked the compartment. Daphne and Luna nodded while Harry just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Tracy saw this and explained. Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban a week ago, Tracy said. Harry looked at her now with a blank face. The rat always wondered what they did with the man, Harry said as he recalled what he could about Wormtail. You aren't concerned? Daphne asked. Now why in the hell would I be concerned? Why would I be scared of that failure of a human being when I have stared death in the face and came out on top? Wormtail isn't even worth being squashed under my boots, Harry said sarcastically. Well, he was the one who sold you and Arthur out to Voldemort, isn't he? Do you not care about that? Tracy asked. Harry just shrugged. That's in the past. Although, if the man ever crosses me, he can expect only death, Harry said seriously. We also have a new defense professor, Daphne said. Harry looked at her confused. What happened to last year's? Harry asked. Daphne just deadpanned at him. Harry, do you even know who we had last year? Daphne asked him. Harry was about to respond but was stumped when he couldn't. He didn't go to a single defense class last year because he found the entire class completely pointless as he was, most likely, better than any wizarding teacher. Not important. Now what happened to him? Harry asked. He disappeared near the end of the term. Just got up and left, leaving a resignation note. His name was Gilderoy Lockhart, since I know you don't know, Daphne said while rolling her eyes. Harry scoffed. Of course I knew, I was just testing to see how good your memory was, Harry insisted. I am sure, Daphne said sarcastically. Harry just sniffed in response. You should also watch your back. I hear that Malfoy Sr. has been trying to have you arrested for that little stunt you pulled at the platform at the end of the last term, Daphne said. Harry just smiled. Malfoy Sr. should watch his back before I creep up behind him and shank his ass like they do in prison. See how much he whines to the government then, Harry proclaimed happily. All three girls chuckled. Well, Luna giggled, but it was close enough. In all seriousness, I do think you should be careful. No matter what kind of man he is, Malfoy has plenty of connections, Daphne said in warning. Harry just sighed and shook his head. Oh, my young apprentice, you clearly still have much to learn. Malfoy has quite a bit political power, true, but you must remember that political power is just a sad imitation for those who don't have real power, like me. There are two kinds of people that have real power, those who are afraid to use it to its full effect and those who aren't afraid to go wild. You can already guess which I am. I could care little if the whole wizarding world comes after me. They have neither the numbers nor the raw power to take me on. So, if someone gets in my way, I will just run them down without mercy, Harry said as he crossed his arms. You're quite a scary person, Tracy said. Harry just smirked. Believe me, Tracy, dear, when I say that I am the scariest person you will ever meet in your entire life, Harry said. October 1st St. 2008. Hogwarts. Harry was chilling in his room at Hogwarts. He, admittedly, had been gone for most of the last month as he helped to check on the progress of Wolf Enterprises. Also, he had just made it a point to avoid Hogwarts as much as he could. Daphne wasn't really happy about this. This was even more so since it seemed that Malfoy had taken a fancy to her and decided that she was his woman. Harry made sure to correct that way of thinking real quick. Malfoy missed the first 3 weeks of school, or so Harry heard from Daphne. Now, though, he was just having a relaxing day in his pimped-out room. So, of course, something had to go wrong. Harry heard a firm knock on his door as soon as he decided to take a nap. He grumpily got up and went over, figuring it was just Dumbledore. When he opened the door, he saw that it was, indeed, Dumbledore, but he seemed to have 2 official people in robes with him. Ah, Harry, I'm glad we caught you. We need you to go with these 2 men to a court hearing. Nothing to be alarmed about, but it seems that Mr. Malfoy has decided to try and press charges against you. I am quite confident that I can get the judge to drop all charges, though. Now, if you would please just follow these 2 men, we can hurry and get this whole situation behind us, Dumbledore tried to explain calmly. Harry just looked at him and then the men. He looked at them for a second before a huge smile broke out on his face and he started to laugh. Both the men and the headmaster looked at him, confused. This is no laughing matter, Harry, Dumbledore said seriously. Shut the hell up, you old goat. And here I was thinking that this year would be too boring. Fine. Lead on, gents, Harry said with a smile as he gestured for the men to lead him away. The still looked confused, but they nodded and led him to the nearest flue fireplace. Before stepping through, Harry added a final thought to Dumbledore. Oh yes, one more thing, Headmaster. If you try and represent me, I will reach down your throat and tear out your insides, Harry said as he smiled with a creepy aura surrounding him. Dumbledore just looked at him, baffled, for a second, but was cut off before he could respond by Harry jumping into the green flames. 1 hour later, Ministry of Magic, Courtroom 3. Order, order, called out the Minister of Magic, who was acting as a judge, to silence the clamor. Harry just looked on at them all with amusement. These bugs all came to watch such a stupid event. They truly were the most stupid creatures to walk this planet. Session is now in order. The accused is one Harry James Pot Fudge tried to say. Stop right there, you buffoon. I swear if you call me a Potter, I will kill you and the rest of your fat-ass family while you sleep tonight, Harry said, cutting the man off viciously. Fudge looked shocked. Harry couldn't tell if it was from the threat or being interrupted or both. Then what do you expect us to call you, young man? Fudge asked rhetorically. You will address me as Harry Wolf, or you will not address me at all, Harry stated in a bored tone of voice. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue, but decided against it and continued. Very well. Harry Wolf, you are hereby accused of the assault of a noble lord of Britain. How do you plead? Fudge asked as he peered down at the boy. Before Harry could reply, a woman with a monocle stood up and spoke. Are we expecting this boy to represent himself? Where is his lawyer? The woman asked incredulously. Harry decided to answer. I would appreciate it if you never called me a boy again, for one. And two, I can represent myself just fine. Thank you very much, madam, Harry responded snidely. The woman looked down at him. Do you really expect us to believe you are well versed enough in laws to represent yourself, Mr. Wolf? You do realize you are only putting yourself in an unfavorable position by declining to be represented? The woman continued. So says you. Now, would you please sit down and shut up so I can wipe the floor with your useless politics and government system? I have other places to be today, Harry asked, leaning on one of his arm rests. At this, the woman scowled but sat back down. Now that is out of the way, how do you plead, Mr. Wolf? Fudge asked again. Oh, I suppose not guilty. At least I might get some shits and giggles out of this whole thing, Harry said with a smirk. Good. Now, to get started, we will have Mr. Vernstrom, who is representing Mr. Malfoy, speak first, Fudge said. A regal-looking man in black robes stood up and looked at the minister. Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to call Mr. Wolf to the stand to ask him some questions, the man said. Granted, Fudge said. Thank you, Mr. Vernstrom said as he watched Harry get escorted to a chair for questioning with a slight smirk. When Harry was properly seated, he started his question. Now, Mr. Wolf, I will just be blunt. Did you, or did you not, hit Mr. Malfoy in his face until he was knocked out? Mr. Vernstrom asked. Harry just smiled. I sure did, he said with a bright smile. I see. You seem to not show any remorse over doing such a thing, either. Would you agree with that statement? Mr. Vernstrom asked. 100, Harry responded with his same smile. Well, this seems to be a pretty open and shut case. Mr. Wolf clearly attacked Mr. Malfoy and also shows no remorse whatsoever. For doing such a thing to a lord of a noble, pure-blood house, the punishment required would be Mr. Wolf turning over at least half his assets to Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Vernstrom. Mr. Wolf, do you have nothing to say in your defense? Fudge asked, although he seemed quite happy with the outcome. Not really in my defense, per se, but I do have a question for Mr. Vernstrom, Harry said as he looked at the regal man, who looked quite startled by this turn of events. Fudge sighed with a bit of exasperation at this, but nodded for Harry to continue. Harry and Vernstrom then just switched places. Harry smirked at the man. Mr. Vernstrom, you are currently 38 years old and have a loving wife and 2 kids, is that correct? Harry asked the man as he started to pace back and forth with a predatory grin on his face, which he could tell was starting to scare the man. I fail to see how that applies to this case, he said back bravely. You will now answer the question, Harry demanded with his same predatory smile. The man gritted his teeth but answered. Fine. Yes, it is correct. Vernstrom answered. I see. Do you love your wife, Mr. Vernstrom? Harry asked. Yes, Vernstrom spit out at the boy, waiting for Harry to get to the point. Good, and how about your two sweet kids? Do you love them? Harry asked as he continued to pace. Yes. Now get to the point, Mr. Wolf, he finally demanded. Harry just smiled. I thought as much. You put yourself in quite a situation, you know. Going against me is very dangerous for someone's health. Do you like hypothetical situations, Mr. Vernstrom? Harry asked. Get to your point, Wolf. Vernstrom finally demanded. I love them. Harry continued on as if the man said nothing. It's funny. I hear that your wife Elizabeth and children Jonathan and Kate love them. Let's see if you love them just as much. Harry said as his smile got bigger. The room's temperature seemed to drop when Harry finished his sentence. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Vernstrom just looked on with slight confusion and fear. Let's just say that, hypothetically, your darling wife and kids were in danger. Would you do anything to make sure they were safe? Would you go through hell and back? Would you, say, make a deal with the devil? Harry asked as he started radiating evil, murderous intention throughout the whole room. People started to stand and some even drew their wands at Harry, but Harry paid no attention to them. His eyes were firmly locked on Mr. Vernstrom, who now looked at him with sweat dripping down his head. What have you done with my family? He asked in anger and horror. Harry just continued to look at him with a smile. Nothing at all. This is all hypothetical, remember? Now, let's continue with the story before anyone gets any more antsy. Wizards were now calling for Harry's arrest in the stands. In this hypothetical situation of mine, your wife and kids will be ritualistically murdered at 12 p.m. today. Oh, would you look at that? That's in 20 minutes. So what would you do in such a situation? Would you make a deal with the devil to guarantee their safety? Harry asked as he sat down in his original chair in the middle of the room and crossed his legs with a smirk. At this, Vernstrom finally glared at him. You are bluffing, he finally exclaimed. Harry just smiled. You cannot bluff a hypothetical situation, silly, Harry said. Just then, two Aurors burst through the door. Minister, we just came from the Vernstrom household. It's completely empty, one of the Aurors said. As soon as he said it, the whole room was shouting for Harry's arrest. It got so loud that no one could make out a word anyone else was saying. Nothing was heard until a loud bang was emitted from somebody's wand, silencing the courtroom. Aurors, arrest Mr. Wolf, Fudge demanded. Aurors immediately came up on both sides and grabbed Harry. Shame, my hypothetical situation ends at 12 p.m. Hope nothing happens to your hypothetical family while I am being arrested. Mr. Vernstrom, Harry said with a smile. Vernstrom looked at him with terror. Wait, Vernstrom called out. The Aurors stopped pulling him away. Vernstrom walked right up to him. What do you want? Vernstrom asked, practically begging. That is so nice of you to randomly ask. I would love it if you called off this case and never crossed me again. Swear an oath also, please. I mean, only because you are so nicely asking what I want, Harry said with a smile. Vernstrom looked at him for a second. I, George Vernstrom, do so solemnly swear to never try or aid in the conviction of one Harry Wolf or any of his other aliases again. So mote it be, he said sadly. He then looked at Fudge. We are throwing the case. Mr. Wolf wins, Vernstrom said. Defeated. Fudge stumbled over his words in shock, trying to find what to say. Meanwhile, Vernstrom looked back at Harry and started begging. Please, please, don't hurt my family. Please return them to me, Vernstrom begged. Harry just smiled but looked at him with fake confusion. What are you talking about? Your family is fine. The situation was hypothetical, remember? I have no idea where your true family is. If any harm has befallen them, I had nothing to do with it. Anyways, thanks for the oath. I really appreciate you swearing your oath. Next day, Hogwarts. Harry was sitting in the library with a huge grin. They had found Vernstrom's family later that same day. They had, apparently, just been at the park Mrs. Vernstrom had started taking the kids to a week previous. She had no idea why the Aurors couldn't find her and insisted that she and her kids were never in any danger. Vernstrom was more than relieved. With no longer being able to say Harry had done something to the family, they had to let him go. Back to present time, Daphne was currently sitting across from him, staring. "Hey, Wolf, how did you do it?" Daphne said, having enough of staring at him. "What was that?" Harry asked, feigning not hearing her. "Do not play with me. How did you know the family was not going to be there? How did you know how to force Vernstrom into doing what you wanted? How the hell did you get away with it?" Daphne demanded. Harry smirked before throwing up some privacy wards. "Did you really think that when I heard Malfoy was taking legal action against me, I would do nothing? Come on, Daph, you know me better. I researched Malfoy weeks ago on what he was trying to do against me. I found Vernstrom was his lawyer of choice, so I researched Vernstrom. I saw his family and learned their schedule. I then saw the mother take the kids to the park one day. I gave her the compulsion to continue going to that park every day until after the court date. Vernstrom didn't notice because he was too busy preparing for the case. After that, it was child's play. Vernstrom is one of the best lawyers out there, and I just made sure he could never convict me again. I also scared every lawyer that may ever try to go after me again, even if they know the family wasn't in any danger. Now I am a dangerous person who knows many things to use against them. After all, I may not have broke the law, but it was clear I at least knew his family's schedule and could have had them hurt should I wanted to go down that path. I just put myself on every politician's don't fuck with list," Harry said with a big smirk. "You did all that just to get out of paying away half your money?" Daphne asked incredulously. Harry just shook his head. He then looked right at her and smiled. "It was never about the money, Daphne. It was about sending a message. Why do I know that quote? And there you have it. Chapter 15 of Injury Stained. Now a bit of maybe sad news. I may be getting a job soon, and if I do, I will have even less time to write this story. I most definitely won't give up on this story, but the updates might slow down. Keyword on might. Thank you all again so much for reading my story. Thank you to everyone who has favorited and followed and reviewed this story for me. It means so much to me. Thank you. I will see you all next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 20. Alright, here we go with Chapter 20. Just reached 1,000 followers on this story. Want to thank you all so much for all the support you have given this story. On to business. I am going to probably decide the pairing in the next few days. Many have already offered their suggestions, so you all have close to 2 days to give any finally suggestions. This is the last chapter of the 3rd year. I will make one about the summer and then move on to 4th year. I think I am going to expand on 4th year a little more. Many wanted more Marvel Universe, well here you guys go. Want to thank my amazing Beta Rules for fixing all my mistakes. Some of you remember my earlier chapters and know they were nowhere near as nice. Now finally onto the story. December 11th, 2008, Hogwarts. Harry was having a great year in his personal opinion. He recently had only been spending half of his time at school, and that was only to hang out with Daphne, Tracy, and Luna. The other half of his time was used taking contracts. Now that he had a company, he would need money to keep it afloat. Speaking of his company, the amounts of progress his new research team had been making was amazing. Ren said that they had recently found a new series of runes that could possibly be applied to have a fully functioning electronic. If the new series worked, they could have a prototype ready in just a few weeks. This was good for Harry, as he recently had taken to Gunnar Craig's more and more recently for jobs, and it would be nice to no longer have to do that and just use a phone. Harry also really wanted to get some video games. They looked like something fun for him to do during his off time. You seem deep in thought, Sammy stated. Harry looked down at the regular-sized snake that was now wrapped around his neck once more. He nodded once. I'm just thinking about the changes that have been going on recently. Especially with the company, Harry replied quietly. He was currently in the library. Will you quit being an assassin if this company of yours takes off? Sammy asked. Harry thought about it before sighing sadly. Perhaps. It really depends on how I feel, I guess, Harry said with some sadness in his voice. Do you not want to be able to retire from that portion of your life? Sammy asked curiously. Harry just looked at his snake with a forlorn expression. Sammy, have I ever told you about my life before I found you? Harry asked. No, you go through great lengths to avoid it, actually, Sammy responded. Harry chuckled humorlessly. Before I knew you, I used to work with a man. His name was Nick Wolf, Harry said. Sammy squinted at him in suspicion. You must have been close for you to take his last name, Sammy observed. Harry just nodded. He was the closest thing I ever had to a real family member, even more so than Rose. He was my life, my friend, brother, father. Anything I ever needed, he would be it. He taught me everything I know, apart from magic, of course. Still, he was a man I would have given anything for, even my own life, Harry said. They stayed silent for a moment.